Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The journey of clodcatchers, in the distant land of Ireland, where the seas were as calm as a whispered prayer and the mountains stood tall, their peaks shrouded in mist, there was a legend that had been passed down through generations, the legend of the clodcatchers. These were not ordinary people, but extraordinary travelers who roamed the skies, chasing the elusive clouds that held secrets of the world within them. The clodcatchers were known for their unique abilities. They could soar through the skies, their wings crafted from the essence of wind and storm. They could read the patterns of the clouds, understanding the messages hidden within them. Every cloud they caught held knowledge of the past, the present, and the future. And as the catchers stored these clouds in their floating airships, they unraveled mysteries that had long been forgotten by the world below. At the heart of this ancient order was a young catcher named Elian. He was not the strongest or the fastest, but there was something in his eyes, a quiet determination, that set him apart. Elian had been raised in the floating city of Athra, a city built high above the world where the sky stretched endlessly in every direction. It was here that he had trained, learning the art of cloud catching, mastering the winds, and discovering the ancient ways of his people, but Elian's journey was different. While others in the order sought to capture the most beautiful and rare clouds, those that held the greatest wisdom, Elian was driven by something else. He had heard stories of a cloud that was said to contain the answer to the world's deepest mysteries, a cloud that could unlock the very fabric of time itself. It was a fabled cloud, known as the Aeon Mist, and no clodcatcher had ever been able to find it, though legends told of a place far beyond the known skies, a place where the stars themselves hid behind the veil of mist. Only the bravest, or perhaps the most foolish, would dare to venture there. Elian's father, once a revered clodcatcher, had disappeared on a journey to find the Aeon Mist when Elian was just a child. His disappearance had haunted Elian ever since, sparking an unrelenting desire to uncover the truth. It was on the morning of his 22nd birthday that Elian made a decision. The wind carried a whisper through the trees of Athra, a whisper that called him to the skies. He could feel it in his bones. This was the moment. He would leave Athra, and he would find the Aeon Mist, even if it meant unraveling everything he thought he knew about the world. The ceremony was held in the great hall of Athra, where the elders of the order gathered to bless the catchers before their journeys. Elian stood before them, his heart racing but his expression steady. The elders spoke of the responsibilities he would carry, the dangers he would face, but Elian was resolute. His mind was set, and there was no turning back. As the final blessing was spoken, Elian's heart swelled with a mixture of fear and excitement. He turned to leave the hall, his heart thumping in his chest. The city of Athra stretched out before him, the spires of stone reaching toward the sky. His airship was waiting for him at the edge of the city, a sleek vessel with sails made from woven clouds, designed to carry him through the heavens. Elian took one last look at the city he had called home for so many years. He had no idea when, if, he would return. His journey would take him to unknown places, through clouds that no one had ever charted, and into the heart of the mystery that had plagued his family for generations. But he was ready. The winds had called, and he had answered. With a deep breath, Elian boarded his airship and set sail into the endless sky, leaving Athra behind. The stars above shimmered like tiny diamonds, and the clouds parted to reveal a vast expanse of blue. Elian felt a thrill of adventure course through him as the sails caught the wind, and his ship lifted off the ground. The journey had begun. As he ascended higher and higher, the world below shrank to a mere memory, and Elian's gaze fixed on the horizon, where the first signs of the Aeon mist were said to appear. He did not know how long it would take to find the elusive cloud, or what dangers lay ahead, but he knew one thing for certain: this was the beginning of a journey that would change everything, and Elian was ready to face whatever came next. Elian's airship soared through the skies, its sails billowing in the brisk wind, carrying him farther from the only world he had ever known. The floating city of Athra, once just a speck on the horizon, had now vanished completely. Below him, the sea stretched endlessly, a vast expanse of blue, while above, the sky was a perfect canvas of cloud and light. But Elian was not concerned with the beauty of the surroundings. His mind was fixed on the journey ahead, the Aeon mist. It was a myth, a legend whispered among the oldest of the clod catchers, and Elian was determined to be the one to prove it true. His father had chased it once, only to disappear, lost in the endless clouds. Elian had never been able to let go of the hope that one day he would find the same truth his father had sought. Days passed as Elian navigated the skies, carefully tracking the movements of the clouds. His ship, the Solara, had been crafted for this very purpose, to track and capture clouds, reading the winds and understanding the language of the sky. Yet, despite his skill, the Aeon mist was elusive. He had not found a single clue, not even a whisper of its presence. The wind whispered in strange patterns, the clouds shifted mysteriously, but still, the Aeon mist eluded him. Elian continued his pursuit, knowing that his destination was somewhere beyond the known horizon. The further he sailed, the more the skies seemed to change. The clouds, once soft and billowy, began to darken, forming strange and twisting shapes. Elian's hand hovered near the controls of his ship, alert to any changes. The atmosphere felt thick, heavy, as though the very air was holding its breath. Then, one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow across the sea, Elian saw something. Far in the distance, above the shifting sea of clouds, a faint shimmering light flickered, almost like a star caught within a storm. He narrowed his eyes and steered the Solara toward it. As he drew closer, the light grew stronger, revealing a swirling vortex of mist and cloud. Elian's heart skipped a beat. This was it. This was the Aeon mist. The very thing that had eluded generations of clod catchers. It was no longer a dream or a legend, but a tangible reality right in front of him. The air around him grew colder as the ship approached the mist. It seemed to shift and pulse, alive with energy. Elian's instincts kicked in, and he activated the ship's cloud-capturing net. The Solara sailed forward, its sails straining against the wind, its path guided by the shimmering light at the heart of the mist. He reached out, hand trembling, as the ship drew closer to the swirling mist. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sudden jolt, the net flared to life, and Ilian was thrown back as a surge of power washed over him. The ship rocked violently, and Ilian's breath caught in his chest as he fought to steady himself. The mist seemed to come alive, twisting around the ship like a living entity. It howled, a low, mournful sound, as if it were both calling to him and warning him. But Ilian pressed on, his determination stronger than the storm itself. The swirling clouds began to form shapes, visions. The faces of people he had never met flashed before his eyes. He saw his father, young and full of hope, standing on the edge of an airship, looking out into the distance, chasing a dream that had consumed him. Ilian saw his younger self, holding the same longing in his eyes. And then, something else, something darker. A figure cloaked in shadow, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, watching from the depths of the mist. For a moment, Ilian felt a cold hand grip his heart. He knew that whatever the Aeon mist held, it was not just a simple answer to a mystery. It was a force, a power that could change everything. The ship lurched again, pulling Ilian from the visions. He steadied himself, pulling the ship's controls back into alignment. The Solara surged forward, cutting through the mist, its sails catching the last remnants of light as the storm began to dissipate. As the mist began to clear, Ilian gasped. Before him stood a vast, floating island, draped in swirling clouds. The ground seemed to shimmer, shifting with an ethereal glow. He had never seen anything like it. This was not a place of the world he knew, but a place from the edges of legend. The Aeon mist had led him here, but he did not know what awaited him on that island. The ship began to descend, its sails catching the last winds of the storm. Ilian's heart raced as the island grew closer. His mind was filled with questions, with doubts, but most of all, with a fierce determination to discover the truth. As the Solara touched down gently on the island's soft, mist-covered surface, Ilian stepped out, his boots sinking slightly into the strange ground. The air was thick with magic, and the trees that lined the edges of the island seemed to whisper secrets in a language he could not understand. The journey had only just begun, and Ilian knew that the answers he sought, answers about his father, about the Aeon mist, and about the future of the Clod Catchers, were somewhere on this mysterious island. But what price would he have to pay for these answers? And was he prepared for the truth that lay ahead? With his heart pounding in his chest, Ilian took his first step onto the island, the mist swirling around him like a cloak, and the journey of a lifetime began anew. The island was eerily silent, save for the soft rustle of the wind as it passed through the strange trees that lined the shore. Ilian took another cautious step, his boots sinking ever so slightly into the damp, mist-covered ground. The air around him felt charged with a quiet energy, as if the very island was alive, aware of his presence. His breath misted in the cool air as he scanned his surroundings, searching for any sign of life or answers. The trees around him were unlike any Ilian had ever seen. Their trunks were twisted and gnarled, wrapped in silver tendrils that shimmered in the dim light. The leaves were dark, almost obsidian, and they pulsed with a faint glow as if they were absorbing the very essence of the mist around them. Ilian had heard stories of such strange places, but standing in the middle of it, he realized that nothing could have prepared him for this. He looked back at his ship. The Solara, still tethered to the ground, its sails billowing slightly in the light breeze. It was a beacon in this foreign land, a reminder of how far he had come, and how much further he had to go. Ilian knew the road ahead wouldn't be easy. The Aeon mist had guided him here, but the island was still a mystery. What was its purpose? Why had it called to him? A sudden rustling sound broke through the silence, making Ilian's heart skip. His hand instinctively went to the blade at his side, but as the noise grew closer, he saw that it wasn't a threat. A figure emerged from the trees, a man draped in tattered robes, his face obscured by the shadows of his hood. His gait was slow, deliberate, and he seemed unfazed by Ilian's presence. Ilian studied the stranger warily. There was something about him, an air of knowing, of being in tune with the island in a way Ilian himself was not. The man's presence felt like an anchor in the vastness of this mysterious place. "Who are you?" Ilian asked, his voice steady but tinged with caution. The stranger stopped just a few paces away, his hooded head tilting slightly as he regarded Ilian with a sharp, almost knowing gaze. "I could ask you the same question," the man replied, his voice smooth and deep, like the hum of distant thunder. "But I already know. You are here for the Aeon mist." Ilian's breath caught in his throat. He had not told anyone about his mission, and yet this man seemed to know everything. "How do you know?" Ilian asked, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword. "What is this place?" The stranger's lips curved into a faint smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "The island knows everything. It sees all who arrive, and it has seen you. The question is, do you know what you've come for?" Ilian hesitated. The journey had been long, and the fog of doubt had begun to cloud his mind. What had he truly come for? Was it the Aeon mist? Or something deeper, something more elusive? "I came to find the truth," Ilian said finally, though the words felt hollow in his mouth. "To find out what happened to my father. To uncover the mysteries of the Aeon mist." The stranger's expression softened slightly, though it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. "Your father sought the same thing," he said, his voice tinged with something like sorrow. "But the truth, young one, is not always what we wish it to be." Ilian's heart clenched at the mention of his father. He had spent so many years searching for him, for answers. What had his father discovered before he disappeared? And what price had he paid for that knowledge? "Come," the stranger said suddenly, turning on his heel. "You've already seen the mist. But you've yet to see the heart of this island, the heart of the Aeon mist itself. And I am the only one who can show you." Ilian hesitated for a moment, uncertain of whether to follow the stranger. His mind raced with questions, and the weight of the journey seemed to grow heavier with every step he took. But his instincts told him that this was the only path forward. If he wanted the answers, he would have to follow. He took a deep breath and began walking after the stranger. The mist clung to the ground like a blanket, swirling around their feet as they made their way deeper into the island. The trees grew thicker here, their branches reaching overhead like twisted fingers, blocking out much of the light. The path was narrow, winding, and unclear, but Ilian trusted the stranger, for now, after what felt like hours of walking in silence. They reached a clearing. At the center of the clearing stood a large stone structure, unlike anything Elian had ever seen. It was built from smooth, dark stone, and at its center was a massive door, carved with intricate symbols and patterns that seemed to shift and change when he looked at them directly. The air around the door hummed with energy, and Elian could feel the pull of something ancient, something powerful. "This is the heart of the island," the stranger said, his voice low. "This is where the Aeon Mist is born, where all knowledge and all time converge." Elian's breath quickened as he stepped closer, drawn by the mystery that lay beyond the door. His hand reached out, hesitating just inches from the stone. "What's inside?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. The stranger looked at him, his eyes dark and unreadable. "The truth," he said. "But remember, young one, the truth is not always kind. Sometimes, it is a burden. Are you prepared to bear it?" Elian's heart pounded in his chest, but he nodded. He had come this far, and there was no turning back now. He had to know. For his father. For the clod catchers. For himself. With a deep breath, Elian stepped forward and pushed the stone door open. The air inside was thick with the same mist that had led him here, and a faint glow illuminated the chamber beyond. As the door creaked open, Elian's eyes widened in awe and fear. Inside the heart of the island lay a vast library, filled with towering shelves that stretched far above him, each one crammed with scrolls, books, and artifacts. At the center of it all was a crystal, glowing with a pale light, suspended in the air by an unseen force. Elian stepped inside, his feet silent on the cold stone floor. The stranger followed him into the chamber, his footsteps muffled. "This is it," the stranger said softly. "The knowledge of the ages, the answers you seek." Elian looked around, his mind racing. But there was one thing that stood out above everything else: the crystal. It was calling to him, its light flickering like the beating of a heart. With a final glance at the stranger, Elian moved toward the crystal. He reached out, his fingers trembling. As he touched it, the world around him seemed to shudder, and the journey, the truth, and the mysteries of the Aeon Mist began to unfold. As Elian's fingers brushed against the cool, pulsating surface of the crystal, a shock of energy surged through him, like lightning coursing through his veins. His heart raced as the world around him began to blur, the towering shelves of books and scrolls dissolving into a whirl of colors and shapes. For a moment, he felt as though he was falling through time itself, spiraling towards something ancient and forgotten. Then, with a sudden jolt, Elian was thrust back into reality. The chamber had disappeared, replaced by a vast expanse of stars stretching endlessly in every direction. The cold, endless void seemed to swallow him whole, and Elian felt a rising panic claw at his chest. He was weightless, suspended in the void with no way to tell up from down. He gasped for breath, trying to steady himself, but it was as if the stars themselves were breathing in and out, shifting and pulsing with each breath. The light around him was neither bright nor dark, but a soft, almost ethereal glow that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the universe. "Where am I?" Elian muttered, his voice barely audible in the silence. "Not where," a voice replied. It was the same deep, resonant tone of the stranger, but it seemed to echo from all around him, as though the voice was coming from the stars themselves. "When?" Elian's stomach dropped. He looked around, trying to make sense of his surroundings. but all he saw were the distant stars. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice trembling. "What is this place?" "This is the Nexus," the voice said, and Elian felt the weight of the words settle over him like a thick fog. "The point where all times and places converge. The source of the Aeon mist. It is where your journey truly begins." Elian's mind reeled. The Nexus. He had heard whispers of such a place, a myth in the oldest scrolls he'd studied, a place where the threads of fate were woven together. It was said to be a point of unimaginable power, where the past, present, and future existed simultaneously. But how was he here? How was he part of it? "You are not here by chance, Elian," the voice continued. "You are here because the Aeon Mist has chosen you. Your path is entwined with the fate of the world. The crystal is but the first step in unlocking the secrets of the island. The truth you seek lies within." "Truth?" Elian repeated, his voice barely a whisper. "What truth?" There was a pause, a strange silence that seemed to stretch on forever, before the voice spoke again. "The truth of your father's disappearance. The truth of the clod catchers and their purpose. The truth of the mist itself. And the truth of the power you now possess." Elian's heart skipped a beat. Power. He had never thought of himself as powerful. He was just a young man searching for answers. But now, with the Nexus swirling around him and the weight of the voice pressing down on him, Elian realized that this journey was far more than he had ever imagined. "You have the ability to see what others cannot," the voice explained. "To perceive the threads that bind the world together. The Aeon Mist is not merely a fog, it is a manifestation of the universe's will. It is a tool, a force, that can shape the very fabric of existence. But it is not without cost." Elian clenched his fists, his mind struggling to process the enormity of the revelation. The Aeon Mist was more than just a mystery, it was a force of creation and destruction, something that could alter the course of history itself. And it was calling to him. "But what does all of this have to do with my father?" Elian demanded, his voice rising with urgency. "He came here before me. What did he find?" The voice was silent for a moment, as if weighing Elian's words. When it spoke again, its tone was softer, almost regretful. "Your father was a man of great vision. He sought to unravel the secrets of the mist, to understand its true purpose. But in doing so, he ventured too far. He became entangled in the threads of fate, unable to free himself. He found the truth. But the cost was too high." Elian's stomach twisted with fear. "What happened to him?" "He was lost," the voice replied, its echo sending a shiver down Elian's spine. "Lost within the very fabric of time itself. Trapped in the currents of the Nexus, where past and future collide. But his fate is not yet sealed. There is still a chance to find him." Elian's heart pounded in his chest. "How?" he asked, his voice barely more than a breath. "How can I find him?" "The answer lies within you," the voice replied. "You are the key. You must follow the threads of fate, find the path that has been set before you. But beware, Elian, for the mist is not the only force that moves within the Nexus. There are those who seek to control it, to use its power for their own ends. Suddenly, the stars around Elian began to shift, spinning faster and faster until they became a blur. The void was closing in on him, and he felt himself being pulled forward, as if the very fabric of the universe was drawing him in. The voice continued, its tone urgent, "You must act quickly, Elian. Time is fleeting. The mist is calling you, but you must choose your path wisely. If you stray from the course set before you, you may lose yourself, just as your father did." Before Elian could respond, the world around him exploded into light. He felt himself falling, plummeting through space and time, his mind reeling. And then, with a sudden, jarring stop, everything went black. When Elian opened his eyes, he was back in the stone chamber. The crystal still glowed faintly before him, but the overwhelming presence of the Nexus had disappeared. His body felt heavy, as though he had been through an ordeal he could barely comprehend. He stood there, breathing deeply, trying to process everything that had just happened. The journey had taken a new turn, one that he had not anticipated. His father's disappearance, the clod catchers, the Aeon mist, they were all interconnected, and Elian was at the center of it all. But one thing was clear, the journey was far from over. The answers he sought were still out there, waiting to be discovered. And Elian would do whatever it took to uncover the truth. With renewed determination, he turned toward the exit of the chamber. The stranger was gone, but the path ahead was still open. Elian had no choice but to follow it, into the heart of the Aeon mist and beyond. The threads of fate were waiting to be unraveled. Elian stepped into the narrow passage that led deeper into the forgotten chambers of the ancient temple, his heart still racing from the revelations within the Nexus. The weight of what he had just learned, his father's disappearance, the power of the Aeon mist, and his own role in the unfolding mystery, pressed down on him like a heavy cloak. Every step he took seemed to echo through the stone halls, as though the very walls were watching, waiting. The dim glow of the crystal flickered behind him, its light casting long shadows that twisted and danced across the floor. Elian paused, glancing over his shoulder, but the crystal was now distant, its power fading as he moved further from its influence. For a moment, he wondered if he was leaving the most crucial part of his journey behind. But the voice, no, the presence, he had heard in the Nexus was still with him, a whisper at the edge of his mind, guiding him forward. "You must find the others," the voice had said. "The clod catchers. They are the key." He had no idea what these clod catchers were or why they were so important. All he knew was that the path ahead was fraught with danger, and there was no turning back now. As Elian navigated the twisting corridors, he noticed something strange, symbols carved into the walls. Ancient, unfamiliar glyphs that seemed to pulse with a subtle energy, their edges glowing faintly in the dim light. They were unlike anything he had seen before, even in the most obscure texts he had studied. His fingers brushed against one of the carvings, and for a brief moment, the ground beneath him trembled, the walls shifted. Elian jumped back, his heart hammering in his chest. The passageway before him seemed to warp, twisting as though the stone itself was alive. The carvings glowed brighter, and the air thickened, heavy with the weight of magic. The temple was not merely a structure, it was a living, breathing entity, reacting to his presence. He stepped forward cautiously, his senses alert. The labyrinthine halls seemed endless, but every turn and every step led him deeper into the heart of the mystery. Elian had learned enough to know that every stone in this place was imbued with the power of the Aeon mist, the same mist that had shaped his father's fate. There was no telling what he would encounter as he continued onward, but one thing was clear: the mist was not just a passive force. It was a presence, a force that could warp reality, twist fate, and even control minds. As he walked, Elian's thoughts turned back to his father. He had always wondered what had happened to him, why he had left the family so suddenly all those years ago. The stories he had heard had been vague, filled with half-truths and whispered fears. But now, with the revelations of the Nexus, the pieces were starting to fit together. His father had come here, to this very temple, in search of something. Something that had drawn him into the web of fate from which he could not escape. Elian clenched his fists, determination rising in his chest. He would find the truth, no matter the cost. His father's fate, his own, and the future of everything tied to the Aeon mist depended on it. Just then, the passage opened up into a wide, cavernous chamber. The air here was thick with dust, and the sound of dripping water echoed eerily in the distance. Elian's breath caught in his throat as he took in the sight before him. At the far end of the chamber, there was a raised platform, upon which stood a stone pedestal. Upon the pedestal rested an object, an ornate, glowing sphere that pulsed with a soft, otherworldly light. The sight of it sent a chill down Elian's spine. He could feel the presence of the mist around it, swirling and whispering, calling to him. He knew, deep down, that this was the object he had been searching for, the object that would reveal the next piece of the puzzle. As Elian stepped forward, the air shifted again. The mist thickened, swirling around the pedestal like a sentient being. He hesitated, unsure of what would happen next, but the urge to discover more, to find the answers that had eluded him for so long, drove him onward. He reached out, his fingers brushing the surface of the sphere. A jolt of energy shot through him, and the world seemed to dissolve around him. The chamber disappeared, replaced by flashes of memories, his father's face, the strange, cryptic words he had spoken before disappearing, and the sensation of being lost in a vast sea of stars. Elian gasped, reeling from the vision. His body trembled as the flood of images receded, leaving him disoriented. He opened his eyes, only to find himself standing in a completely different place. He was no longer in the temple. Instead, he was standing in a dense forest, the air thick with the scent of pine and earth. The sky above him was a muted gray, and the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it an unsettling sense of foreboding. Before him stood a group of figures, cloaked in shadow, their faces hidden beneath hoods. They were silent, but Elian could feel their eyes upon him. The air around them was thick with power, and the mist seemed to cling to their forms like a second skin. One of the figures stepped forward, its presence commanding. The figure lifted its hood, revealing a woman's face, pale, but with eyes that seemed to burn with an ancient fire. "Elian," she said, her voice smooth and almost musical. "We've been waiting for you." Elian's heart skipped a beat. He had heard that name before, Claude Catchers. These were the ones who had come to claim him, the ones whose path was intertwined with his own. But what were they? What did they want with him? The woman smiled, her expression unreadable. "You have come far," she said. But the real journey is just beginning. Elian stood frozen, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of everything that had happened. The mist, the visions, the temple, nothing was as it seemed. The Aeon mist was a force beyond his comprehension. And these figures, the clawed catchers, were its guardians, its hunters, or perhaps something else entirely. The woman's gaze softened. The truth you seek is buried deep within you, Elian. You must remember who you are, and what your father left behind. Only then can you unlock the power that is your birthright. Elian took a step back, his mind reeling. His father, the Aeon mist, the clawed catchers, everything was starting to come together, but it felt like the pieces of the puzzle were slipping through his fingers. There is no turning back now, the woman said, her voice almost a whisper. You have crossed the threshold, Elian. Welcome to the journey of the clawed catchers. Elian could only nod, his mind swirling with questions. What had he gotten himself into? And more importantly, how could he escape the tangled web of fate that had ensnared him? The journey ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear, Elian was no longer just a boy searching for answers. He was now part of something far greater, a force that could shape the very future of the world, and the mist. It was only the beginning. Elian's pulse quickened as he stood before the woman, her words echoing in his mind like a drumbeat. Welcome to the journey of the clawed catchers. The words rang through him, their meaning elusive but unmistakably important. The figures surrounding him remained silent, their eyes like dark pools of secrets, watching his every move. He could feel their attention heavy on him, pressing him forward, deeper into the mystery. The woman, with her burning eyes and ancient aura, motioned for him to follow. Elian hesitated for only a moment before nodding, his curiosity and determination overriding any lingering doubt. He had come this far, there was no turning back now, as he stepped into the forest with them. The trees seemed to close in, their branches twisting and bending as though alive. The path ahead was unclear, shrouded in a thick fog that made everything seem distant and unsteady. Elian could hear the distant rustling of leaves, the eerie sound of something moving just out of sight. The woman glanced back at him, her expression unreadable. You're confused, she said, her voice still smooth and soothing. You don't understand why we're here, why you're here. Elian swallowed, his throat dry. I don't understand anything, he admitted, his voice tight. Who are you? What do you want from me? The woman stopped walking, turning to face him fully. We are the clawed catchers, she said simply. As though that explained everything. We are bound to the Aeon mist, and it is bound to us. We seek to understand its mysteries, to wield its power, and to keep it in balance. Elian furrowed his brow. Balance? I thought the mist was dangerous. It is, she replied, her eyes darkening. But every force in the universe has its purpose. The Aeon mist is a conduit, a bridge between worlds, between times. But if left unchecked, it can unravel everything, tear the threads of fate apart. Elian felt the weight of her words. The Aeon mist, he could feel its presence even now, swirling just beneath his skin, tugging at the edges of his mind. It had called to him before, and now it seemed to be calling him again. But why me? He asked, his voice low. Why did it choose me?" The woman smiled, but there was little warmth in her expression. "The mist chooses those with the ability to see beyond the veil of time. Those who are connected to the threads of fate. Your father had that ability. And so do you." Elian's heart skipped a beat at the mention of his father. "My father. Was he like you? A clod catcher?" The woman nodded, her eyes reflecting a deep sadness. "Your father was one of us. He sought to understand the mist, to control it. But the mist does not bend to our will so easily. It tests those who seek to master it, and sometimes it consumes them." Elian clenched his fists, the truth sinking in like a stone in his chest. His father had disappeared, lost to the mist. But now, he knew why. The mist had claimed him, just as it had claimed others before him. "You must learn from his mistakes," the woman continued, her voice growing more serious. "The mist can be both a gift and a curse. If you are to survive, you must learn to control it before it controls you." Elian's mind raced. How could he possibly control something as powerful and unknowable as the Aeon Mist? How could he even begin to understand it when it had already consumed so many before him? "You will be trained," the woman said, as if reading his thoughts. "We will show you how to harness the mist's power. But remember, the path is not without its dangers. The mist tests those who walk it. It will show you your greatest fears, your deepest desires. And it will challenge your very soul." Elian took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. "I'm ready," he said, though he wasn't sure if he believed it himself. But he had no choice. His father's fate, and his own, depended on it. The woman nodded, her gaze softening ever so slightly. "Then come. The journey begins now." With that, she turned and continued walking down the path, the others following in her wake. Elian fell into step behind her, the mist swirling around him, tugging at the edges of his consciousness. The forest felt alive, every shadow a potential threat, every rustle of the wind a whisper from the past. They walked for what felt like hours, the forest growing denser, the fog thickening with each step. Elian's senses were on high alert, his mind racing with questions. Where were they taking him? What kind of training could possibly prepare him to face the Aeon Mist? As they moved deeper into the forest, the trees began to change. Their trunks grew twisted and gnarled, their branches curling like skeletal fingers reaching out to touch the sky. The air grew colder, and the atmosphere seemed charged with an unnatural energy. Elian couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him, something ancient and powerful. Finally, they reached a clearing. In the center stood a large stone circle. The stones worn smooth by time but still standing tall and proud. The woman led them to the center of the circle and turned to face Elian. "This is the place where you will begin your training," she said. "The mist will test you here. It will reveal to you what lies hidden within you. You must face it, confront it, and learn to control it. Only then will you be ready to understand the true nature of the Aeon Mist." Elian swallowed, his nerves running wild. He had no idea what to expect, but he knew that this was the moment that would shape everything to come. The mist swirled around him, its presence heavy and suffocating. The woman raised her hands, and the mist seemed to respond. gathering around her in a shimmering cloud. "Prepare yourself," she said. "The trial begins now." With a deep breath, Ilyin stepped into the circle, feeling the energy of the mist surround him. His mind buzzed with questions, but deep down, he knew there was no turning back. He had to face whatever was coming, and in doing so, he would either unlock the power to control the mist, or become consumed by it. Like so many before him, the trial had begun. The moment Ilyin stepped into the circle, the world seemed to shift. The air thickened, and the mist around him swirled, darkening and growing denser, as if responding to his very presence. His breath came faster, the weight of the magic pressing against his chest. His heart pounded in his ears, the thrum of the aeon mist overwhelming every sense. The woman stood at the edge of the circle, her eyes watching him intently. "Focus," she commanded, her voice calm but firm. "The mist will reveal your deepest fears and desires. Do not let them control you." Ilyin clenched his fists, his mind racing. He had no idea what was happening, but he knew he couldn't let the mist take over. Not now. Not when he was so close to finding the answers he desperately needed. Suddenly, the mist began to take form, swirling before him like smoke. It twisted and churned, shifting into shapes, faces, and scenes, all of them familiar, yet distorted. Ilyin felt his stomach churn as the visions unfolded. First, he saw his father, standing in a dark, empty room, staring at him with eyes full of sorrow. His father's mouth moved, but no words came out. Ilyin's throat tightened, and his heart squeezed with longing. He had searched for so long, tried so hard to understand what had happened to him, but this vision only brought more confusion. Then, the scene shifted. His mother appeared, but she was no longer the woman he remembered. Her face was twisted in anguish, her eyes hollow, and the air around her seemed to pulse with a dark energy. Ilyin took a step back, his chest tightening. "Why didn't you save him, Ilyin?" the vision of his mother whispered. "Why didn't you stop him from leaving?" The words felt like a slap, a cruel reminder of the unanswered questions that had haunted him for years. He shook his head, trying to block out the guilt and the pain, but the vision only grew stronger, pressing against his mind. He could feel the mist clawing at his thoughts, digging into his insecurities, feeding on his self-doubt. "Focus." The woman's voice broke through, sharp and clear. "Do not let it consume you." Ilyin gritted his teeth, trying to center himself. He took a deep breath, forcing the fog from his mind. The visions began to waver, the mist shifting and changing. But the next vision was even more unsettling. The ground beneath him cracked open, revealing a vast, endless chasm. From the depths of the chasm rose a figure, his own reflection, but twisted, monstrous. The reflection grinned at him, a cruel, mocking smile. "You think you can control me?" The reflection sneered. "You think you can change your fate? You are just like your father. Weak. Powerless." The words cut through him like a blade. Ilyin stumbled back, his knees nearly buckling beneath him. Was this what he was destined to become? Was he doomed to repeat his father's mistakes, to be consumed by the mist just as his father had been? "No," he whispered, shaking his head. "I won't let this happen." But the reflection only laughed, its voice a low, echoing sound that seemed to come from every direction. You can't escape who you are, Elian. You are nothing but a shadow of your father, destined to fail. Elian's fists clenched, and a fire ignited within him. He wouldn't let the mist dictate his fate. He refused to be controlled by fear, by guilt, or by the expectations of others. He had his own path to follow. With a deep breath, Elian focused on the figure, his eyes narrowing. "I am not my father," he said, his voice steady. "I am not bound by his mistakes. I will not let the mist control me." The reflection sneered, but Elian's words seemed to have an effect. The figure wavered, its form flickering like a mirage. Elian took a step forward, his resolve hardening. "I am my own person," he said again, louder this time. "I will not be consumed by fear. I will find my own way." The reflection snarled, but it began to dissipate, its form unraveling like smoke in the wind. Elian felt a surge of power within him, the mist no longer able to hold sway over his mind. He had broken free from its grip. Suddenly, the forest around him shifted again, the oppressive energy lifting. The mist began to clear, the air growing lighter. Elian stood in the center of the circle, breathing heavily, his body trembling from the intensity of the trial. The woman's voice broke through the silence. "You have passed the first test," she said, her tone unreadable. "But the journey is far from over." Elian's heart still raced, but he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had faced his fears, confronted his past, and emerged stronger. The mist, though powerful, had not claimed him. He turned to look at her, his mind still reeling from the experience. "What happens now?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "Now," the woman said, stepping forward, "you must learn to harness the power you've just unlocked. The mist is not easily controlled, but with the right training, you can bend it to your will." Elian nodded, the weight of her words settling in. The path ahead would not be easy. But he was ready. He had faced the darkness within himself and had come out the other side. The mist would no longer control him. As they left the circle and walked deeper into the forest, Elian's thoughts turned to the journey ahead. The clod catchers had shown him his potential, but the true test had only just begun. The power of the Aeon mist was immense, and if he was to control it, he would need more than just strength of will. He would need knowledge, skill, and the courage to face whatever came next. For the first time, Elian felt a glimmer of hope. He wasn't alone on this journey. The clod catchers would guide him, and together, they would unlock the mysteries of the mist, and the truth of his father's legacy. The journey was far from over. But Elian was ready to face it head-on. The following days in the forest felt like a blur. A whirlwind of trials and lessons. Elian found himself immersed in the teachings of the clod catchers, each day pushing him further into the mysteries of the Aeon mist. His body ached from training, his mind stretched to its limits as he learned to sense the ebb and flow of the mist, to communicate with its shifting currents. Yet, despite the exhaustion, he couldn't shake the feeling that something more awaited him, something beyond the lessons and the rituals. The woman, whose name he had learned was Lady Amara, guided him with a steady hand. Her knowledge of the mist was unparalleled, and each conversation with her left Elian with more questions than answers. She spoke little of the past. only focusing on the present and what needed to be done. There was a coldness to her, a certain detachment, as though she was hiding something, or perhaps had learned to keep her emotions hidden from the very forces she sought to control. One evening, after a long day of training, Elian sat by the fire, staring into the flickering flames. The other clod catchers were gathered around, talking in hushed voices, their expressions serious. He caught fragments of their conversation, mentions of a power struggle, whispers of a coming storm, but nothing concrete. It was as if they were all waiting for something he didn't yet understand. Lady Amara appeared at his side, her gaze sharp. "You're thinking too much, Elian," she said, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "Focus on the task at hand. The mist does not care for your doubts. It cares only for your strength." Elian looked up at her, his eyes tired but determined. "I can feel it," he said softly. "The mist, it's calling to me. But it's different now. It feels more powerful, more dangerous." Lady Amara's eyes darkened, and for the first time, Elian saw a flicker of something in her expression, fear, perhaps, or recognition. "The mist is not the only force in this world," she said quietly. "There are others, darker forces that seek to use it for their own ends. If you are to survive, you must be prepared to face them." "What do you mean?" Elian asked, his pulse quickening. "What forces?" She hesitated, as though weighing her words carefully. "The mist is part of a greater web, one that spans across worlds, timelines, and dimensions. And there are those who have learned to manipulate it, to twist its power for their own gain. They are the ones who have been causing the disturbances, the disruptions in the fabric of reality." Elian frowned, trying to grasp the full weight of her words. "You mean someone is trying to control the mist? Someone's using it for destruction?" "Yes," she said, her tone grim. "And if they succeed, everything will unravel. Time itself could fracture, worlds could collapse. The mist, in the wrong hands, is a weapon of unimaginable power." Elian swallowed, the realization hitting him hard. He had thought of the mist as a force to be controlled, to be understood. But now he understood, there were those who would stop at nothing to harness its power, regardless of the cost. "What can we do?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Lady Amara placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch unexpectedly warm. "We fight," she said simply. "We protect the mist, keep it in balance. And we prevent those who would misuse it from gaining control." The weight of her words hung in the air between them. Elian knew that the journey ahead was more dangerous than he had imagined. That the stakes were higher than he could have possibly understood. He wasn't just training to control the mist, he was preparing to face the very forces that sought to destroy the balance of the world itself. As the fire crackled in the silence, Elian knew there was no turning back. He had already stepped onto this path, and there was only one direction to go, forward, into the heart of the mist, where danger and destiny awaited. The days passed in a blur of training and preparation. Elian's connection to the mist grew stronger, but so did the pressure. The visions of his father, his reflection twisted by the mist, haunted him more frequently. He could feel the darkness inside him, tugging at his thoughts, threatening to unravel everything he had worked for. The mist was seductive, its power tempting him to lose himself, to embrace the shadow of his father's fate. But each time, Ilian fought back, pushing against the pull with everything he had. One morning, after another grueling training session, Ilian was summoned by Lady Amara to the clearing where they had first begun his training. As he approached, he noticed the other clawed catchers gathered in a circle, their faces somber and tense. The air was thick with an oppressive energy, and Ilian could feel the weight of something shifting, something coming. Lady Amara stepped forward, her eyes locked on Ilian. "It is time," she said, her voice steady but laced with an edge of urgency. "The time has come for you to face the next trial, the trial that will determine if you are ready to confront the forces that seek to control the mist." Ilian's heart pounded in his chest, the gravity of the moment settling over him. He had trained for this, prepared for it. But now, standing before the clawed catchers, with the weight of the world on his shoulders, he couldn't help but feel a surge of doubt. "What do I have to do?" he asked, his voice steady despite the fear building inside him. Lady Amara's eyes softened for a brief moment, and she placed a hand on his shoulder. "You must enter the mist. Let it show you what lies within you, what you are truly capable of. Only then will you be able to face what comes next." The other clawed catchers stepped back, forming a protective circle around Ilian as he moved toward the heart of the mist. The air shimmered with energy, the mist swirling and curling around him like a living thing. His breath came faster as he stepped into the thick fog, the world around him fading into nothing. The trial had begun. Ilian's mind raced as the mist closed in around him, the world distorting as it had during his first trial. He could feel the presence of the mist, its ancient, unfathomable power pressing against him, tugging at his very soul. But this time, he was different. He had learned to wield the mist, to communicate with it. And now, it was time to truly understand what lay beneath its surface. As the mist thickened, Ilian closed his eyes, centering himself. He reached out with his mind, focusing on the flow of energy around him. The mist responded, its tendrils reaching out, testing him, challenging him. Ilian let the power of the mist wash over him, allowing it to guide him, to reveal the truths that lay hidden within. In the depths of the mist, Ilian saw a figure, a shadow, familiar yet distant. It was his father, standing at the edge of a precipice, looking out into the void. "Father," Ilian whispered, his voice shaky. The figure turned, his eyes empty, hollow. "You are not ready, Ilian," his father's voice echoed in the mist. "You are not strong enough. The darkness within you will consume you, just as it consumed me." Ilian's heart clenched, but he stood firm. "No," he said, his voice rising with conviction. "I will not be consumed. I will control the mist, not let it control me." The figure of his father faded, but the weight of his words remained. Ilian knew the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. But for the first time, he felt truly ready to face them. The trial was far from over. But Ilian had passed its first test, and he was one step closer to discovering the truth of the Aeon mist and the destiny that awaited him. Ilian awoke to the sound of the wind howling through the trees, its eerie wail sending a shiver down his spine. The mist had cleared somewhat, but a thick fog still clung to the forest, swirling like a living entity. His body ached from the trial he had endured the day before, but his mind was sharper, clearer. He had faced the darkness of his own past and emerged stronger. Yet, even now, he could still feel the weight of the vision that had haunted him, the warning from his father, "You are not ready." The words echoed in his mind, and he pushed them aside, forcing himself to focus. He had learned that the mist was more than a force of nature, it was alive, aware, and reactive. It responded to thoughts, emotions, fears. But there was more to it, more than he could yet comprehend. His journey had only just begun. As he made his way to the clearing where the clod catchers usually gathered, Elian noticed the atmosphere was different today. There was a sense of urgency in the air, a quiet tension that seemed to hang over the camp. The other clod catchers were gathered in a tight circle, their expressions serious and focused. Lady Amara stood at the center, her eyes scanning the mist, her face lined with concern. Elian approached cautiously, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. As he stepped into the circle, all eyes turned to him, but it was Lady Amara who spoke first. "Elian," she said, her voice laced with a rare intensity. "It's time. The forces that seek to control the mist have made their move. We've received word of an attack. They've infiltrated the northern border, and the balance of the mist is in jeopardy. We must act swiftly." Elian's heart skipped a beat. The time had come. The journey, the training, the trials, all of it had led to this moment. "What do we need to do?" he asked, his voice steady despite the adrenaline surging through him. Lady Amara's gaze hardened. "We must prevent them from gaining control of the mist. We've been preparing for this, but the threat is greater than we anticipated. You've proven your worth, Elian. Now, you must take the next step." Elian nodded, his mind already racing. The northern border was a region known for its dense forests and treacherous terrain, a place where the mist was thickest and most volatile. It was also where the most powerful clod catchers had fallen in the past, swallowed by the very force they sought to control. Lady Amara's eyes softened for a brief moment, and she placed a hand on his shoulder. "The mist can be a weapon, Elian, but it can also be a shield. If you are to succeed, you must learn to harness both sides of its power." "What do you mean?" Elian asked, his brow furrowed. "The mist can protect, but it can also destroy," she explained. "The key is understanding its duality. If you can control both aspects, its ability to heal and to harm, you will have the power to confront the forces that threaten us." Elian took a deep breath, his thoughts settling into a clearer focus. The power of the mist had always been an enigma, something he had barely begun to understand. But now, he could see the path ahead more clearly. To control the mist, he would need to learn its full range of capabilities, to wield it as both a weapon and a shield. The clod catchers began to gather their things, preparing for the journey ahead. Elian could feel the weight of their expectations bearing down on him. He was no longer just a novice, he was a part of something much larger than himself. A key player in a battle that would determine the fate of the mist, and perhaps the world itself. As they began their trek toward the northern border, Elian couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. The mist seemed to thicken as they approached the edge of the forest, swirling around them like a living entity. The trees loomed tall and dark, their branches twisted and gnarled, reaching out as if to grab them. Elian's senses were on high alert, the feeling of being watched pressing against the back of his neck, stay close, Lady Amara instructed, her voice sharp. The mist is unstable here. We'll need to move quickly, but cautiously. Ilian nodded, falling into step behind her. The forest felt different now, the air thick with an energy he couldn't quite place. It was as if the mist itself was aware of their presence, reacting to their every movement. He could feel it swirling around him, pulling at his thoughts, urging him to reach out and connect with it. As they pressed on, the trees began to thin, and the mist grew heavier, cloaking the path ahead in an almost impenetrable shroud. Ilian could hear the faint sounds of movement in the distance, whispers in the fog that seemed to beckon them forward. Stay alert, Lady Amara warned, her voice low. We're close. The air grew colder as they reached the edge of the northern border. The ground was uneven, the rocks jagged and sharp, but it was the silence that struck Ilian the most. The usual hum of the forest was gone, replaced by an unnatural stillness. Even the mist seemed to be holding its breath. Without warning, a shape emerged from the fog, moving faster than Ilian could react. A figure cloaked in shadows, its form shifting and flickering like a wisp of smoke. Ilian's heart raced as the figure advanced, its eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. Clawed catchers, the figure hissed, its voice a strange mix of malice and curiosity. You've come to stop us. But you're too late. Lady Amara stepped forward, her hands raised in a defensive gesture. We won't let you control the mist, she declared, her voice unwavering. The figure laughed, a sound that echoed unnervingly through the fog. You think you can control it? You think you can stop us? The mist belongs to those who are strong enough to wield it. And we will be the ones to shape its destiny. Ilian's blood ran cold. This was it. The forces they had been training for, the threat they had been preparing to face, had finally arrived. The figure raised its hand, and the mist around them began to shift, growing darker and more oppressive. Ilian could feel the power in the air, a raw, untamed energy that crackled with dangerous intent. He reached out, instinctively connecting with the mist, trying to understand its movements, to bend it to his will. But it resisted, swirling around him like a wild animal, eager to break free. You will fail, the figure sneered, stepping closer. Just like the others. But Ilian wasn't ready to give up, not this time. The mist had already tested him, had shown him its power. And now, he would show it his own. With a deep breath, Ilian centered himself, focusing on the duality of the mist, the way it could heal, protect, and destroy. He reached deep within himself, pulling on everything he had learned, every lesson, every experience, to unlock the full potential of the mist. For a moment, the world seemed to stop. The mist swirled around him, wrapping around his body like a second skin. It responded to his will, shifting and changing, forming into shapes, into barriers. And then, with a surge of power, Ilian released it. The mist exploded outward, pushing the figure back, forcing it to retreat. The force of it was overwhelming, the sheer power of the mist crashing like a wave against a shore. Ilian stood at the center, his heart racing, his breath coming in ragged gasps, but he felt a sense of triumph. For the first time, he had controlled the mist, not just as a shield, but as a weapon. The figure staggered, its form flickering and shifting, before it finally disappeared into the fog. Elian stood frozen for a moment, the weight of what he had just done settling over him. "Elian," Lady Amara said, her voice steady. "You've done it. You've taken the first step in controlling the mist. But this battle is far from over." Elian nodded, his mind still racing. The mist was a powerful ally, but it was also a dangerous enemy. And the journey ahead would require more than just strength. It would require wisdom, patience, and the courage to face whatever challenges lay in wait. As the clod catchers regrouped and began to move forward, Elian knew one thing for certain: the true test was only just beginning. The northern border was no longer quiet. The mist, once a gentle companion, now felt like a fierce adversary, twisting and howling in the air around them. Elian's heart still pounded in his chest as he surveyed the clearing where the figure had vanished. The fog was thick here, curling in unnatural spirals, and the shadows of the trees seemed to stretch and twist, as if the forest itself was alive with malevolent intent. Lady Amara stood at his side, her eyes scanning the swirling mist with a sharpness that belied her calm exterior. "That was just a taste," she said, her voice steady but with an edge of concern. "They're not going to stop. The forces that seek control of the mist, they're relentless." Elian nodded, his thoughts racing. He had felt the raw power of the mist surge within him, but it had been a fleeting victory. The figure had been strong. But there was a deeper, darker force at play. Whoever, whatever, they were not working alone. "What do we do now?" Elian asked, his voice barely above a whisper. His hands still tingled with the power he had unleashed, but the remnants of that energy felt hollow now, like a storm that had passed but left destruction in its wake. Lady Amara turned to face him, her expression grim. "Now, we find them before they can strike again. We need to learn more about who we're dealing with and how they've been able to infiltrate the mist. The balance is weakening, Elian. The mist is not just an entity, it's a living force, one that feeds off the desires, the ambitions, and the fears of those who seek it." "The mist feeds on fear?" Elian asked, confused. He had always thought of the mist as a neutral entity, something to be controlled or understood, not something that could be manipulated by human emotions. "Yes," Lady Amara answered, her eyes darkening. "The mist mirrors its surroundings. It reacts to what is around it: fear, greed, ambition, all of those things make it stronger. And when someone with a powerful will taps into it, the mist becomes like an extension of their mind. That's what makes the forces we're facing so dangerous. They have mastered that connection." Elian swallowed hard, the weight of her words pressing down on him. "So, if we don't stop them, the mist could fall into the wrong hands. And everything could unravel." Lady Amara gave him a hard look. "Exactly. But we won't let that happen. We've trained for this." The other clod catchers, who had been gathering their gear and preparing to move forward, turned toward them, waiting for instruction. Elian could feel their eyes on him, as if they were sizing him up. Their expressions were a mixture of determination and wariness. He had proven himself in the trial of the mist, but there was still much more to be done. And this time, the stakes were higher. Lady Amara gave a small nod and turned to address the group. "We move now. Our goal is to get to the heart of the northern border. We need to find out where the source of this disturbance is coming from. We'll split into pairs. Ilian, you're with me. A twinge of nervousness shot through Ilian's chest, but he pushed it aside. This was the moment he had trained for, the moment when he could prove himself. As they began their journey deeper into the fog, Ilian kept his senses sharp, trying to read the mist, to feel its energy. The fog thickened, wrapping around them in choking tendrils. His breathing was shallow, each step bringing him closer to the unknown. The trees here were older, their trunks twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching upward like skeletal hands. The air was heavy with a dampness that clung to everything, the scent of moss and decay thick in the atmosphere. Ilian felt the presence of the mist pressing against him, as if it were watching him, waiting for him to make a mistake. They had been walking for hours when Lady Amara suddenly stopped, holding up a hand to signal the others to halt. Ilian looked at her, sensing the tension in the air. The trees around them seemed to shift, their shadows darker, more foreboding. "We're close," Lady Amara whispered, her voice barely audible above the rustling of the mist. "But we have to be careful. The deeper we go, the more unstable the mist becomes. There's no telling what we'll find." Ilian nodded, his pulse quickening. He could feel the mist swirling, a dark energy beginning to rise. It was as though the very fabric of reality was starting to tear. The boundaries between the world of the clod catchers and the world of the mist beginning to blur. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shifted, and Ilian stumbled as the earth seemed to give way. He caught himself, his heart pounding, and looked around. The mist had thickened even more, swirling in unnatural patterns, forming shapes, figures, perhaps, that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. And then, he saw it, a faint glow in the distance. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there. A flicker of light amidst the darkness of the forest. "Stay alert," Lady Amara warned, her voice low but urgent. "We're not alone." They moved cautiously toward the glow, the mist growing thicker with each step. As they drew closer, the glow intensified, revealing a small clearing at the heart of the forest. And at the center of that clearing, a strange structure stood, tall, black, and jagged, like something that didn't belong in this world. It was as if the very essence of the mist had taken form, a dark monument to whatever force was pulling the strings behind the chaos. At the base of the structure, Ilian saw figures standing in a circle, their faces hidden beneath dark hoods. They were chanting, their voices a low murmur that echoed through the mist. The power radiating from them was overwhelming, a force that seemed to warp the very air around them. Lady Amara's grip tightened on her staff, her eyes narrowing as she studied the scene. "These are the ones," she said quietly. "The ones who seek to control the mist. We must stop them before they complete their ritual." Ilian's heart raced. He could feel the pull of the mist growing stronger as the chanting continued, its rhythm growing faster, more frantic. The energy in the air crackled with tension, and Ilian knew that this was it. The final confrontation. Lady Amara stepped forward, raising her staff. "Ilian," she said, her voice firm. "We'll need to disrupt their connection to the mist. We'll fight them together. You have to be ready." Ilian nodded, the weight of her words settling over him. He had come this far. There was no turning back now, As the figures in the clearing continued their chant, Elian could feel the mist responding, growing more volatile. He reached out, summoning the power of the mist within him, pulling on its energy to protect himself and Lady Amara. The time had come to face the true danger of the mist, the forces that sought to control it, and to fight for the balance of the world. The air was thick with tension as Elian and Lady Amara stood at the edge of the clearing, the dark figures chanting in the center. The mist, once a familiar force, now felt like a living, breathing entity, one that could either protect them or devour them whole. Elian's heart raced as he prepared himself for the confrontation that would decide the fate of the mist. "Are you ready?" Lady Amara's voice was steady, but there was an undercurrent of urgency in her tone. She gripped her staff tightly, her posture rigid with focus. Elian could feel her power, the strength of someone who had faced countless battles before. But even she was wary of what they were about to face. Elian nodded, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his own weapon. The mist responded to him, swirling around his body like a protective cloak, but it also seemed to resist, as if it were unsure of his intentions. He knew that controlling it was no longer enough. He had to understand it, to bend it to his will. Lady Amara stepped forward, her movements graceful yet deliberate, as if she were dancing with the very fabric of the mist. "Remember," she said, her voice low but commanding, "the mist is a reflection of us. It feeds on our emotions, our fears and desires. You must stay calm, focused, and above all, unyielding." Elian took a deep breath, centering himself. The mist was alive. But it was also a mirror. It reflected the darkness in the hearts of those who sought to control it, and it responded to fear. He had to conquer his own fears if he were to have any hope of defeating the dark figures in the clearing. The chanting grew louder, more intense, and Elian could feel the power building. The figures in the center of the clearing were now illuminated by the eerie glow, their robes swirling with the mist. It was clear that their ritual was nearing completion, and once that happened, there would be no turning back. "We can't let them finish," Elian said, his voice firm. "The mist will be lost forever if they do." Lady Amara gave him a sharp, approving nod. "Then let's stop them." With a swift motion, she raised her staff, and the mist around them surged forward, forming a barrier to protect them as they moved toward the clearing. The dark figures didn't notice them at first, their focus entirely on the chant that seemed to draw the mist into their very beings. But as Elian and Lady Amara advanced, the mist grew more agitated, swirling faster, as if it recognized the threat. It lashed out at them, tendrils of fog reaching like fingers, seeking to disrupt their path. "Stay close," Lady Amara commanded, her staff glowing with an ethereal light as she summoned the power of the mist to push back the tendrils. Elian followed her lead, reaching into the depths of his own connection with the mist. Calling upon the energy that had surged within him before, the mist responded, more violently this time, forming barriers and shields to protect them as they drew closer to the chanting figures. But the closer they got, the stronger the force of the ritual became. Elian could feel the weight of it pressing down on him, a suffocating energy that threatened to crush him under its power. The figures finally noticed their approach. One of them, tall and cloaked in dark robes, turned toward them, his eyes glowing with a faint, unnatural light. He sneered, his lips curling in disdain as he saw them coming. "You think you can stop this?" the figure asked, his voice a low growl, like the wind through dead leaves. The mist belongs to those who understand its true power. You are nothing but children playing at magic. Ilian's stomach clenched, but he stood his ground. He could feel the anger rising within him, but he kept it in check, remembering Lady Amara's words. Fear, anger, desire, these were the emotions that fueled the mist, and he couldn't let them control him now. Lady Amara stepped forward, her staff crackling with energy. The mist belongs to no one. It is a force that must be respected, not controlled. You have no idea what you're meddling with, the figure laughed, a cruel, hollow sound that echoed through the mist. Respect? You speak of respect, but it is power that rules the world. Power over the mist. Power over everything. As the figure raised his hand, the mist began to shift violently, swirling around him like a storm. The other figures joined in, their chanting growing louder, their voices blending into a chorus of dark, ancient words. Ilian could feel the mist tugging at him, trying to pull him into its depths, trying to overwhelm him. But he was ready this time. He closed his eyes for a moment, focusing on the calm within, pushing aside the fear and uncertainty that tried to rise within him. When he opened his eyes again, the mist around him was not an enemy, it was an ally. With a sharp motion, Ilian extended his hand toward the swirling fog, willing it to bend to his will. The mist responded, rushing forward like a living wave. It collided with the dark figures, pushing them back, disrupting their chant. For a moment, the figures faltered, their concentration broken. But they quickly regained their composure, their eyes burning with a fierce intensity. The figure who had spoken raised his hands to the sky, and the mist around him thickened, coiling into a massive serpent-like shape. It lashed out at Ilian, a wave of dark energy that threatened to swallow him whole. Focus. Lady Amara shouted, her voice cutting through the noise of the battle. Use the mist's duality, both its destructive and protective forces. Ilian closed his eyes again, remembering the lesson. The mist could protect, but it could also destroy. He had to channel both aspects of its power, like a blade with two edges. He raised his hand once more, this time not just commanding the mist, but guiding it. The mist responded, but this time, it was different. Instead of simply pushing back the serpent-like energy, Ilian guided it into a swirling vortex, using the power of the mist to trap the energy, neutralizing its threat. It was a delicate balance, one that demanded all of his focus, but it was working. The serpent of mist twisted and writhed, but it was contained, unable to reach them. The figure's eyes widened with disbelief. Impossible, he muttered under his breath. Lady Amara seized the opportunity. With a swift motion, she struck the ground with her staff, sending a shockwave of energy through the clearing. The figure was thrown back, crashing to the ground as the ritual was broken, but the mist did not immediately dissipate. Instead, it hung in the air like a storm cloud, crackling with energy. Ilian could feel the pulse of it, the raw power still surging beneath the surface. The balance was fragile. Lady Amara stepped forward, her eyes locked on the fallen figure. "This is not over," she said, her voice filled with resolve. "But we have won this battle." For now, the other dark figures, seeing their leader defeated, hesitated. There was a moment of uncertainty in their eyes. But it was enough. They began to retreat into the mist, their figures dissolving into the fog like shadows. Ilian stood still, the weight of the battle still heavy on his shoulders. He had felt the power of the mist, had controlled it in a way he never thought possible. But this was only the beginning. The forces seeking to control the mist were still out there, and Ilian knew that the journey ahead would only grow more dangerous, but for now, they had won a victory. And that was enough. Lady Amara turned to him, her expression softening for the first time. "You did well, Ilian," she said, her voice proud. "But we still have much to learn. The mist is a force we cannot control easily. You will need to continue your training." Ilian nodded, his mind already turning to the next challenge. "I will be ready," he said, his voice firm with determination, and with that, they began the long journey back, knowing that the battle for the mist had only just begun. The journey back was not as victorious as Ilian had hoped. While they had managed to thwart the ritual, the force behind it was still out there, hidden within the mist. Its true power, its true intentions, remained shrouded in mystery. Every step Ilian took felt heavier as the weight of the battle settled over him. He had felt the surge of energy, the raw force of the mist as it pulsed through him. It had been exhilarating. But it had also been terrifying. Lady Amara walked beside him, her face as inscrutable as always, but Ilian could see the weariness in her posture, the slight droop of her shoulders. They had faced danger, but there was still a long road ahead. The forces that sought to control the mist were not easily defeated. Ilian could sense it, feel it deep within his bones. This was just the beginning. As they traveled deeper into the heart of the northern border, the air grew colder. The trees around them were twisted and gnarled, their branches stretching like skeletal fingers against the darkening sky. The fog had thickened again, curling at their feet, wrapping around their legs like a living thing. Ilian felt a shiver run down his spine. Something was wrong. The mist was different now, darker, more oppressive. It was as if it had tasted the power of their confrontation and now sought more. "We're getting closer," Lady Amara said, breaking the silence. Her voice was low, and Ilian could hear the tension in it. "I can feel it too." Ilian looked up at her, his mind racing. "What are we walking into?" Lady Amara's gaze drifted toward the horizon, where the mist seemed to gather in thick, swirling clouds. "I don't know yet. But whatever it is, it's growing stronger." They continued on in silence, the only sounds being the crunch of their footsteps in the forest and the distant calls of unseen creatures. Ilian's thoughts turned inward as they walked. The mist, what had once been a mysterious but manageable force, was now a dangerous entity that seemed to defy understanding. Each encounter had left him with more questions than answers. He had felt its power surge through him, yet he still couldn't grasp its true nature. The trees grew even denser as they approached what seemed to be the heart of the forest. The fog, now almost palpable, clung to the trees and the ground, twisting and writhing like a living thing. It was as if the forest itself was alive with the mist's presence. Ilian could feel his connection to it, like an invisible thread that pulled him deeper into the unknown. Lady Amara stopped suddenly, her eyes narrowing. "We're not alone," she whispered. Ilian stiffened, his senses alert. He could feel a presence, something watching them from the darkness of the trees. He reached for his weapon, his heart pounding in his chest. He had been trained for moments like this, but nothing could prepare him for the feeling that rippled through the air, the mist began to stir, swirling in unnatural patterns. And then, out of the fog, a figure appeared. It was tall and cloaked, its face obscured by a shadowed hood. The figure stood motionless for a moment, its form a silhouette against the swirling fog. Ilyan's breath caught in his throat. It wasn't just any figure, it was a figure made of the mist itself. Its body shifting and undulating like a wisp of smoke. "Who are you?" Lady Amara demanded, her voice steady but edged with warning. She raised her staff, the tip glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. The figure did not respond immediately. Instead, it seemed to move closer, its form growing more solid, more distinct. Ilyan could feel the mist pulling at him, trying to draw him in. He fought the urge to reach out, to connect with it. He knew that the mist, in this form, was dangerous. But something about the figure, the way it moved, felt familiar. "Do you remember me?" The figure's voice was low and distorted, as though the words were being carried on a distant wind. "I am the one who has guided you, watched over you." Ilyan's heart skipped a beat. The voice, it sounded so familiar. He squinted, trying to make out the figure's features, but all he could see were the shifting shapes in the mist, the undulating fog that seemed to take on a form of its own. "Who are you?" Ilyan asked again, his voice shaking slightly. He couldn't place it, but something deep inside him recognized that voice. It was as if the mist itself was speaking to him, calling him in a way he couldn't explain. The figure stepped forward, its movements slow and deliberate. The mist parted around it, creating an opening in the fog as it revealed its face. Ilyan gasped. The face before him was not the face of a stranger, but his own. His own eyes, his own features, but twisted, distorted. A reflection of himself, warped by the mist. "You," Ilyan whispered, his voice barely audible. "But how? Why?" The figure smiled, or at least, Ilyan thought it smiled. It was hard to tell, the way its features shifted with the mist. "I am you. I am the part of you that you try to suppress. The part of you that the mist has awakened. You were always meant to be more." Ilyan, Lady Amara stepped forward, her voice sharp. "Ilyan, don't listen to it. This is a trick of the mist. It preys on your fears, your doubts." But Ilyan couldn't tear his eyes away from the figure. It was right, there was something deep inside him. Something he had buried, that felt connected to this creature. The figure stepped closer, and Ilyan felt the cold breath of the mist on his skin. "You're stronger than you know," the figure whispered. "You can control the mist. You can bend it to your will. All it takes is acceptance." Ilyan's mind whirled with confusion. The mist, it had always been something he could control, something he had been taught to manage. But this? This was different. This was not the mist he had known. This was something far darker, far more insidious. Lady Amara's voice cut through the fog. "Ilyan, don't let it take you. Remember who you are. The mist doesn't define you." The figure let out a laugh, soft and mocking. "You think she can save you? You're already lost. Embrace it. You have the power to command the mist. You don't need her. You don't need anyone." Ilyan's pulse quickened. The words rang in his ears, louder than the beat of his own heart. He could feel the pull of the mist, urging him to give in, to take control. But something inside him screamed against it. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply, pushing the figure, and the mist, away. It was a struggle, but he focused on the calm he had learned to cultivate, the peace he had once believed was impossible. The mist was not his enemy. It was a force to be understood, not feared. When he opened his eyes again, the figure was gone. The mist still swirled around him, but it was quieter now, calmer. Lady Amara was watching him closely, her eyes filled with concern. "You're strong, Ilian. Stronger than you know. But remember, the mist will always try to manipulate you. Never let it define you." Ilian nodded, a weight lifting from his chest. The figure was gone, but its words lingered in his mind. The journey was far from over. The mist was a reflection of his inner turmoil, and he knew that he would face it again, perhaps even more powerfully than before, but for now, they had survived. And that was enough. The mist was still heavy in the air, thick and suffocating as Ilian and Lady Amara pressed forward. The trees had grown even more twisted, the shadows of their branches stretching like fingers to block out the pale moonlight. Every step forward felt like a step deeper into the unknown, yet Ilian felt a strange calmness settling within him. Despite the lingering pull of the mist, he had felt it before, that unnerving tug at his soul, the whispered promises of power and control that came with the mist. But now, after the encounter with his shadowy doppelganger, he knew the truth. He couldn't allow the mist to dictate his path. He would face it, yes, but on his own terms, not as a puppet to its whims. Lady Amara's voice broke through his thoughts. "We're close now. The heart of the forest is just ahead. Stay alert." Ilian nodded, his hand resting on the hilt of his weapon. They had come so far, and yet the true challenge was still to come. He could feel it in his bones. The mist was alive, restless, and whatever awaited them at the center of this cursed place was something that would test them both. They walked in silence for what felt like hours, the mist growing thicker with each passing moment. Every crackling branch beneath their feet sounded like thunder in the stillness. The air was damp, and the weight of the silence seemed to press in on them, smothering any thoughts of escape. Ilian felt as if the world itself had become a part of the mist, wrapping them in a false sense of security before it would swallow them whole. Finally, they reached a clearing, at least, that's what it seemed to be. The trees had parted, revealing a pool of water at the center, its surface still and dark, reflecting nothing but the swirling mist above. The air around it hummed, alive with energy. "This is it," Lady Amara said softly, her gaze fixed on the pool. The heart of the forest. The source of the mist's power. Ilian could feel the energy in the air, a force so ancient it almost seemed sentient, watching them, waiting for them to make their move. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, his feet moving slowly, cautiously, toward the water's edge. The mist around them swirled more aggressively, like it was trying to keep them away. But Ilian stood firm. He wasn't going to back down, not now. The power here, though unsettling, was his to claim, his to understand. "Do you feel it?" Lady Amara asked, her voice tense. "The pull of it, the way it calls to you?" "I do," Ilian said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But I won't let it control me." "This ends here," Lady Amara nodded, though there was something in her eyes that Elian couldn't quite place, a hint of fear, perhaps, or maybe just uncertainty. They had come this far, and now they were standing at the very edge of whatever secret the mist had been hiding. It was too late to turn back now. The water of the pool began to ripple, the surface breaking apart as though something beneath it was awakening. Elian tensed, reaching for the power that had always been within him, the connection to the mist that he had learned to control. But this time, it was different. The mist didn't respond to him in the same way. Instead of aligning with his will, it surged around him, wild and untamed, as if it recognized him, recognized the change that had occurred within him. From the center of the pool, a shape began to form, vague at first, but then solidifying into something that Elian could scarcely believe. A figure, tall and cloaked, rising from the depths of the water. Its face was hidden by a dark hood, but Elian could feel its gaze upon him, sharp and piercing. "Welcome, Elian," the figure said. Its voice resonating with power, both familiar and strange. "I have been waiting for you." Elian's heart skipped a beat. He knew that voice. He had heard it before, in the depths of his own mind. This was no ordinary entity, it was the force behind the mist. The power that had manipulated him, that had shaped his every step up until this moment. "You've been waiting for me?" Elian asked, his voice steady despite the storm raging inside him. "Why?" The figure stepped closer, its presence overwhelming. "Because you are the one who can control it. You are the one destined to wield the power of the mist, to bend it to your will. The question is not whether you can, but whether you will." Lady Amara stepped forward, her staff raised, her stance protective. "Elian, don't listen to it. This is not the true source of power. It's a corruption, a perversion of what the mist was meant to be." But the figure did not falter. It continued to move toward Elian, its form becoming clearer, more defined with each step. "She lies, Elian. You were born for this. You have always had the power within you. The mist is your inheritance, your legacy." Elian's mind raced. The mist had always been a force he had struggled to control, to understand. But now, standing here, facing the embodiment of that power, he felt something stir within him. A deep, primal connection. Could it be true? Could the mist truly be his to command? "You have the choice," the figure said, its voice growing more insistent. "Embrace your destiny, and together, we can reshape the world. You are the heir to the mist. You will be its master." Elian stood frozen, caught between the allure of power and the lessons Lady Amara had taught him. He could feel the mist around him, coiling like a serpent, urging him to reach out, to accept the gift it offered. But deep down, Elian knew that power without control, power gained through manipulation and fear, was not the answer. The mist was not a tool to be wielded, it was a force to be understood, a part of the world that needed to be respected, not exploited. He turned to Lady Amara, his resolve hardening. "No," he said, his voice firm. "I will not be your puppet." The figure's expression remained hidden beneath the hood, but Elian could sense its fury, its frustration. "Then you have chosen your path, Elian. But know this, the mist will not forget you. You will never be free of it." The figure vanished into the air, dissolving into the mist that now swirled around them in violent currents. The pool settled, its surface growing calm once more, but Ilian knew that this battle, this struggle for control, was far from over. "We've won this round," Lady Amara said, her voice soft but full of meaning. "But the true test has yet to come." Ilian nodded, his heart heavy with the weight of the journey ahead. He had resisted the temptation of the mist's power, but it wasn't over. The forces that sought to control the mist were relentless. And Ilian knew now, more than ever, that his role in this battle was far from finished. The road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but Ilian was ready. The mist would not define him. He would learn to control it, not as a master, but as a protector. And with Lady Amara by his side, he would face whatever came next. Together, they would fight to ensure the mist would never fall into the wrong hands again. The mist had not fully dissipated, still lingering in the air like a half-remembered dream. Ilian stood in the clearing, his heart pounding in his chest as he tried to steady his breath. He had just made the most important decision of his life, and yet he could not shake the feeling that something was still wrong. The mist, though seemingly passive now, still held its secrets, and Ilian could not help but feel that it was merely biding its time, waiting for him to make a mistake. Lady Amara stood by his side, her face a mask of calm, though her eyes were filled with understanding. She knew what Ilian was feeling. This was only the beginning, the first step in a long journey that would take them to places darker and more dangerous than he could possibly imagine. "We need to keep moving," Lady Amara said, her voice breaking the silence. "The mist may be silent for now, but we can't let our guard down." Ilian nodded, forcing his thoughts into a more focused state. They had come this far together, and there was no turning back now. The figure, an embodiment of the mist itself, had tried to tempt him, to make him its servant. But Ilian had resisted. He had chosen a different path. The mist would not control him. He would control it, understand it, and use it to protect the world, not to destroy it. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the path before them grew even more treacherous. The trees twisted at unnatural angles, their branches thick and gnarled, blocking out what little light managed to seep through the fog. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. Ilian could hear the faint rustle of something moving just beyond the reach of the light, but he couldn't tell what it was. "Something's out there," Ilian muttered under his breath, his senses alert. Lady Amara glanced at him, her eyes scanning the darkness. "Stay close. Whatever it is, we don't want to attract its attention." They continued forward, moving quietly through the dense forest. The sound of their footsteps seemed unnaturally loud in the silence, but they pushed on, their resolve unshaken. Ilian couldn't explain it, but he had the sense that something was watching them, something lurking just beyond the veil of the mist, waiting for the right moment to strike. And then, just as they were about to pass through a dense thicket of trees, Ilian heard it. A low, guttural growl. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, echoing through the trees like a warning. Lady Amara's hand instinctively went to her staff, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the area. "We're not alone," she said, her voice steady but with a hint of tension. Ilian's pulse quickened. He could feel the air growing thicker, as if the very forest was holding its breath. The mist swirled around them, now more restless, almost alive with anticipation. He didn't know what was out there, but he could feel it, something dangerous, something ancient, and something that would not hesitate to strike. The growl came again, closer this time, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps, thumping against the ground. Elian's grip tightened on the hilt of his sword. He wasn't sure what he was up against, but he was ready to face it. "Stay behind me," Lady Amara said, her voice firm as she raised her staff. The tip glowed with a soft, golden light, casting shadows that danced in the fog. Suddenly, from the mist emerged a hulking creature, its form massive and distorted. Its eyes glowed with an eerie red light, and its mouth was filled with rows of sharp teeth, dripping with saliva. It was a creature born of the mist, an abomination, a twisted form of the very forest that surrounded them. Elian stepped forward, his sword raised, but Lady Amara's voice stopped him. "Don't engage it directly," she warned. "It's not just physical strength you're dealing with. The mist has corrupted it, its very essence is tied to the fog." Elian nodded, understanding now the danger they were facing. This creature was not merely a beast, it was a manifestation of the mist, a part of its dark power. If they fought it head-on, they could easily become overwhelmed. "Then we need to find a way to break its connection to the mist," Elian said, his mind racing. "We need to sever the bond it has with this place." Lady Amara's eyes flickered with understanding. "Exactly. But we need to act quickly. If it fully awakens, there will be no stopping it." The creature snarled, its body shifting and warping as it took a step forward. It was faster than Elian had anticipated, its massive form moving with surprising agility. The air around it shimmered with the power of the mist, and Elian could feel his connection to it tugging at him, urging him to give in to the darkness. "Focus," Lady Amara said sharply, snapping Elian out of his thoughts. "We can't let the mist control us. We need to use its power against it." Elian took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a moment, centering himself. The mist had tried to manipulate him before, but now, he would use that connection to his advantage. He reached out, feeling for the pulse of the mist, the rhythm of its flow. It was chaotic, wild, but it was also tethered to this creature. He could feel the energy, raw and untamed, coursing through it. With a focused effort, Elian extended his will, attempting to calm the mist within the creature, to break its link to the source of its power. The creature growled again, its eyes flashing with fury as Elian's force began to take hold. It writhed, its body twisting and contorting in resistance. Lady Amara raised her staff, her voice a chant of ancient words that resonated with the power of the earth itself. The ground beneath their feet trembled as she called upon the forces of nature to aid them. To bind the creature's connection to the mist, together, they fought against the creature's corruption, pushing against the tide of dark power that had consumed it. Elian could feel the strain of it, the effort it took to maintain control, but he refused to give in. The creature was growing weaker, its form flickering and fading like a shadow. With one final effort, Elian released a surge of energy, pushing the mist back, severing the bond between the creature and the fog. The creature howled in pain, its body collapsing into a cloud of smoke and vapor that quickly dissipated into the air. For a moment, everything was still. Elian stood, panting, his body drained from the effort. Lady Amara lowered her staff, her expression one of quiet relief. "We did it," she said, her voice soft. "But this is just the beginning. The mist will send more creatures, stronger ones, if we don't find its source." Elian nodded, his mind already racing ahead to the next step. Then we'll find it. Whatever it takes. As they continued their journey, the weight of what lay ahead pressed on Ilyan's shoulders. They had won a battle, but the war was far from over. The mist was still out there, and Ilyan could feel its dark influence growing stronger with each passing moment, but he was ready. Whatever came next, he would face it. The forest was no longer quiet. The air hummed with a strange energy. A palpable tension that felt as though the very trees were waiting for something. Ilyan could feel it, the way the mist now felt almost sentient, its presence pressing in on them from every direction. It was as though the land itself was aware of their every move, tracking their steps, anticipating their intentions. Lady Amara walked ahead, her eyes scanning the trees with practiced caution. The calm demeanor she projected barely hid the anxiety in her movements. She knew, as well as Ilyan did, that they were not alone. The forest had not finished with them yet. The creatures they had encountered so far were only the beginning. Do you feel it? Ilyan asked quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. Lady Amara nodded, her eyes narrowing as she looked deeper into the mist. The mist is alive, Ilyan. It's watching us, waiting for us to slip up. They had already passed the place where they had faced the corrupted creature, the one that had once been a mindless beast under the mist's influence. Ilyan had thought they were safe, at least for a time. But with each step they took, the feeling of being hunted grew stronger. The mist was everywhere now, curling around their legs, thickening the air, and muting the sounds of the forest. The weight of it pressed down on them, suffocating in its silence. Ilyan couldn't help but think back to the words of the creature in the pool. You are the one who can control it. You are the one destined to wield the power of the mist. Those words echoed in his mind, leaving a sense of unease that he couldn't shake. Could it be true? Could he really bend the mist to his will? Could he, like the figure in the pool had said, become the master of it? He pushed those thoughts aside. He wasn't here to dominate the mist. He was here to protect the world from it. To keep it from destroying everything in its wake. Stay close, Lady Amara said, her voice a low murmur. We are almost there. Ilyan looked ahead and saw what she meant. The trees were beginning to thin, and ahead of them stood a massive rock formation, towering above the mist that surrounded them like a wall. At its base was an entrance, an ancient archway, worn by time, yet still standing strong. There was something about it, an aura of power that hung around it like a shroud. This is it, Lady Amara whispered. The heart of the mist. Ilyan's heart began to race as they approached. The air here felt different, charged with an ancient energy. He could almost hear the faint hum of power, just beneath the surface of the world. As they walked through the archway, the mist seemed to recede, retreating into the shadows as though acknowledging their arrival. The stone walls inside the archway were covered in strange symbols, ancient runes that pulsed with faint light as they passed. Ilyan ran his fingers along one of the carvings, feeling the power that lay within it. The runes seemed to respond to his touch, vibrating softly, but it was clear to Ilyan that these symbols weren't just decorative. They were warnings, or perhaps, they were meant to keep something inside, something ancient. Lady Amara stepped forward, her staff raised high. We need to be careful here, she said. This place holds a power older than anything we've encountered. It is the source of the mist, its heart, its core. Elian glanced around, his senses alert. And what exactly are we supposed to find here? Answers, she said, turning to face him. And hopefully, a way to stop the mist once and for all. They moved deeper into the heart of the rock formation. The air growing colder with each step. The walls seemed to close in around them, and Elian could feel the power of the mist pressing on his chest. It was stronger here, more concentrated. Whatever lay ahead, Elian knew that it was the source of all their troubles. And it was waiting for them. Finally, they entered a vast chamber, the ceiling stretching high above them, lost in shadows. In the center of the room stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a glowing orb. The light from the orb pulsed in time with Elian's heartbeat, casting eerie shadows across the walls. The air hummed with power. "That's it," Lady Amara said, her voice barely a whisper. The source of the mist. Elian could feel the pull of the orb. Its energy beckoning to him, calling to him. The mist surged around him, wrapping itself around his legs, curling up his arms, trying to get inside him, to control him. His pulse quickened. The temptation was strong, stronger than he had ever felt before. This was the power he had been promised, but Elian knew he had a choice. He could succumb to the orb's call, let it take him, and the mist could become his servant, but that would mean the end of everything. The world, the forest, and everyone he cared about would fall into the shadow of the mist. "Don't let it take you, Elian," Lady Amara warned, her voice urgent. "The mist is a force of corruption. It will consume you if you let it." Elian's eyes were locked on the orb. He could feel it trying to take him, to draw him in. The power was intoxicating, but Lady Amara's words cut through the haze of his thoughts. He couldn't allow himself to be consumed by this darkness. Not again. Taking a deep breath, Elian reached out, his hand trembling as it hovered over the orb. The mist tried to stop him, tugging at his limbs, but he ignored it. He had to do this. For the world. For the people who relied on him. With a sharp movement, Elian grasped the orb. The moment his fingers touched it, a surge of power coursed through him. The mist howled in fury, the air crackling with energy. Elian's mind was filled with visions, visions of the mist's origins. Of its spread across the land, of the endless cycle of death and rebirth it had caused. He saw the countless lives it had claimed, the destruction it had wrought. He could feel the weight of its legacy, its ancient power, but Elian also felt something else, something stronger. A connection to the earth, to the very heart of the world itself. It was the source of balance, the force that had given life to the mist in the first place. Elian understood now. The mist was not just a curse, it was a necessary part of the cycle of life and death. It was meant to be controlled, not destroyed. He clenched the orb tightly, and the mist around him seemed to shudder. Slowly, the power within him began to align with the orb's energy. Pulling the mist into balance, "Elian," Lady Amara called, her voice strained. "You're doing it. You're controlling it." Elian opened his eyes, his breath coming in shallow gasps. He could feel the mist retreating, its restless energy finally subdued. The orb's glow dimmed slightly, and the oppressive weight in the air lifted, but Elian knew this was only the beginning. The mist had not been defeated, it had simply been contained. And there would be more challenges ahead. They had only uncovered the first layer of the truth. He looked at Lady Amara, his heart heavy with the realization of what they had just accomplished. The mist was no longer his enemy. It was a force he needed to understand, to control, and to protect the world from. We've taken the first step, Elian said, his voice steady. But there's still more to do. Lady Amara nodded. And we will do it together. As they stood in the heart of the mist's power, Elian knew one thing for certain: their journey was far from over. Elian's hand still trembled slightly as he held the orb, its glow now a steady pulse in the dim light of the chamber. The mist that had once seemed to swirl violently around them was now still, as if waiting for the next move. But Elian could feel the weight of it, pressing down on him. This was no victory, this was merely a temporary ceasefire. Lady Amara's gaze was sharp, her eyes scanning the chamber with practiced precision. "You did it," she said, her voice carrying a note of relief. "You've calmed the mist for now. But this is only the beginning." Elian nodded, his thoughts racing. He had thought that seizing the orb would bring him clarity, but now, with the power in his hands, he realized how much he still had to learn. The mist was not merely a force to be fought, it was a part of something greater. A necessary part of the cycle. A force that needed to be understood, not conquered. Lady Amara stepped forward, her staff glowing softly. "We need to move quickly. The mist will eventually stir again, and when it does, it will be stronger." Elian glanced down at the orb in his hands. It felt heavier now, its power palpable, as though it contained the weight of the entire forest, the history of the mist, and the lives it had touched. But it wasn't enough to simply hold it. He needed to understand it. He needed to control it. The mist can't be stopped by force alone. Elian said, his voice reflecting his newfound understanding. "It's a balance that needs to be maintained." Lady Amara regarded him closely, as if evaluating his words. Then, after a moment's silence, she nodded. "You are right. It's not about defeating the mist. It's about guiding it, using it in harmony with the natural world. The mist is a tool, but only when controlled. If left unchecked, it will consume everything." Elian's brow furrowed as he considered her words. "And how do we control it? How do we ensure that it doesn't consume us, too?" Lady Amara's eyes softened, a look of quiet sorrow crossing her face. "There are many ancient texts, ancient ways of understanding the mist. But these methods have been lost over time. There is one place where the knowledge may still exist, where the balance can be maintained." Elian's pulse quickened. "Where?" "There is a hidden library," Lady Amara said, her voice low and filled with reverence. "Deep in the mountains. It is said to house the wisdom of the clod catchers, those who once kept the balance between the mist and the world. But it's not easily found, and it's even harder to enter." Elian clenched his jaw, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. He had thought they had come to an end. But now, a new path stretched before him, one that would take him deeper into the unknown. "Then we go there," Elian said, determination lacing his words. "We'll find this library, and we'll learn everything we need to know." Lady Amara smiled faintly, but there was a sadness in her eyes. It's not that simple. The library is protected by powerful magic, magic that can only be unlocked by those who understand the true nature of the mist. Ilian didn't hesitate. I'll learn. Whatever it takes. With that, Lady Amara nodded and turned toward the archway they had passed through earlier. We leave at once. The journey will be long and perilous, but it's our only hope. As they stepped back into the mist-filled forest, Ilian felt the orb grow heavier in his hand. He could feel its power, its weight, and the burden that came with it. The path ahead would not be easy, but for the first time, he understood his purpose. He wasn't just a man caught in a struggle against an ancient force. He was the one who would restore the balance. He would find the knowledge that had been lost and learn to control the mist before it consumed everything. The mist parted as they moved, swirling in their wake, as if reluctant to let them go. It was as though it was testing them, watching them every step of the way. Ilian knew the journey ahead was fraught with danger, but he could no longer turn back. As they made their way through the forest, a sense of urgency began to settle over them. The forest was growing darker. The trees more oppressive, as if something was stirring within them, waiting for the right moment to strike. Stay alert, Lady Amara warned, her voice sharp. We're not alone. The mist doesn't let its secrets go easily. Ilian nodded, his senses heightening. The creatures of the mist would not let them pass without a fight. He could feel it in his bones. After several days of travel, they reached the base of the mountain range. The journey had taken them farther than Ilian had ever expected, and the air here felt different. The mountain's jagged peaks loomed above them, shrouded in mist, their towering presence both majestic and foreboding. This is it, Lady Amara said, pausing at the foot of the mountain. The library lies somewhere within these mountains, hidden deep beneath the rock. Ilian looked up at the mountains, a sense of awe washing over him. These were no ordinary peaks. The mountains seemed to pulse with ancient energy, as if the very earth held the knowledge they sought. Where do we begin? Ilian asked. There is an entrance, Lady Amara replied, but finding it will not be easy. The path is hidden, and only those who understand the nature of the mist can see the way forward. Ilian swallowed, feeling the weight of their task. He had come so far, and yet now, he felt as though he were standing on the edge of an abyss. But the library, this place of ancient knowledge, held the answers they needed. It was their only hope of understanding how to control the mist, to stop it from consuming everything. We'll find it, Ilian said, his voice steady, his resolve hardening. Whatever the cost, we'll find it. With that, they began their ascent into the mountains, the mist swirling around them, as if guiding them forward, or perhaps warning them of the dangers ahead. The journey was far from over. But as long as Ilian had the orb in his hand, and the will to carry on, he would continue. The mist may have tried to control him, but now, he would master it. And nothing would stand in his way. The air in the mountains grew colder with each step they took, the mist swirling more intensely around them. As though it were alive, aware of their presence. Ilian could feel the weight of the orb growing heavier in his grasp, its energy constantly humming beneath his skin. Despite Lady Amara's warnings, despite the eerie calm of the mist, something in Ilian's gut told him they were drawing closer to something monumental. The library. the last hope of understanding the mist and controlling its ancient power. As they climbed higher, the terrain grew treacherous. Loose stones shifted beneath their feet, and jagged cliffs threatened to break away at the slightest misstep. The forest they had left behind had given way to barren rock, and the only sounds now were the wind howling through the narrow mountain passes and the occasional crunch of their boots on the snow-covered ground. They reached a narrow ledge that stretched along the side of the mountain, the path barely wide enough for both of them to walk side by side. Elian's heart raced as he looked down into the abyss below. The mist hung thickly, hiding the depths from view, but he could feel its pull, the pressure of its energy. It beckoned him, whispered in his ear. The orb in his hand pulsed again, sending a jolt of electricity through his veins. "Are we close?" Elian asked, his voice carrying a sense of urgency that matched his thoughts. Lady Amara's face was grim as she scanned the path ahead. "We're close. But the entrance isn't visible to the untrained eye. We need to be precise." They moved carefully, each step deliberate, as if the very mountain itself was watching them. The mist pressed against them like a living thing, curling around their legs and swirling through the cracks in the rock. Elian could feel the orb thrumming with power, a constant reminder of the mission that lay before them. He knew the moment they entered the library, everything would change. Their understanding of the mist, of its origins, and of their role in its fate, would be rewritten. As they neared a bend in the path, Lady Amara suddenly stopped. Her gaze sharpened, her staff glowing faintly. "Here," she said softly, her voice barely audible over the wind. "This is where the entrance lies." Elian looked around, but saw nothing. Just the mountain's endless rock face, the mist curling at its base. He felt a knot tighten in his chest. "I don't see anything." Lady Amara smiled faintly, her eyes filled with the wisdom of years spent studying the ancient ways. She lifted her staff and traced a series of intricate symbols in the air before her. The staff glowed brighter with each motion, and for a moment, Elian thought he saw the mountain shift. The stone in front of them seemed to tremble, then crack. Slowly, a massive doorway began to materialize, its edges glowing with the same faint light as Lady Amara's staff. The entrance was hidden, not by stone, but by magic, ancient, powerful magic. Elian stared, a mixture of awe and dread flooding him. The doorway led into a darkened passageway, the air heavy with the scent of aged parchment and dust. The library was not a place of light, it was a place of knowledge, knowledge that had been buried away, protected by centuries of magic. "We must hurry," Lady Amara said, her voice sharp. "Once we enter, there is no turning back." Elian nodded, his resolve hardening. They had come too far to turn back now. He stepped forward, into the dark passageway, the orb in his hand glowing brighter as they moved deeper into the mountain's heart. The further they went, the darker it became. The air was thick with the scent of ancient tomes, their pages yellowed with age and dust. Elian could feel the weight of the knowledge contained within these walls, a weight that seemed to press down on his shoulders with every step. The passage opened into a vast chamber, its size impossible to gauge in the dark. The only light came from the orb, its glow casting long shadows across the countless shelves that lined the stone walls. Books, scrolls, and ancient artifacts filled the room, each one a piece of the puzzle they had come to solve. in the center of the room stood a massive stone pedestal, upon which rested a single book, its cover adorned with intricate symbols. The book seemed to pulse with energy, as though it were alive. Waiting for someone to claim it. That's it, Lady Amara said, her voice low with reverence. The Book of the Clawed Catchers. The source of all knowledge about the mist. Elian moved toward the pedestal, his heart pounding in his chest. As he approached, the mist in his hands began to pulse more strongly, reacting to the presence of the book. The air seemed to hum with an unseen energy. Be careful, Lady Amara warned. This book is not just a record of history. It holds the secrets of the mist, and it will test anyone who seeks its knowledge. Elian hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of her words. But he knew that they had come too far to turn back now. The knowledge in that book was the key to everything. The mist, the orb, the balance, it all began here. With a deep breath, Elian reached out and lifted the book from the pedestal. The moment his fingers touched its cover, a surge of energy coursed through him, filling his mind with visions of the mist's origins. It spread across the land, and the devastating consequences of its unchecked power. He saw the first clawed catchers, ancient guardians who had once used the mist to protect the world, to maintain the balance between life and death. He saw the rise of the corrupted mist, a force that had once been used for good but had slowly turned into a weapon of destruction. And he saw the future that could be if the mist was not controlled. The book closed abruptly, and Elian staggered back, gasping for breath. The weight of the knowledge threatened to overwhelm him, but he held on to it, using the strength of his will to steady himself. Lady Amara stepped forward, her face pale. What did you see? Elian looked at her, his mind reeling. I saw the mist's history. And I saw what it could become if we don't learn how to control it. There's more, Lady Amara said, her voice urgent. The book holds the final key. The method of binding the mist, of controlling its power, is hidden within its pages. We must find it before the mist finds us. Elian nodded, feeling the weight of the orb in his hand, its power now almost overwhelming. The knowledge was within reach, but the cost of uncovering it would not be easy. They were not just seeking the mist's history, they were seeking a way to control it, to use its power without being consumed by it. He turned the first page of the book, knowing that the next step would determine everything. As he read, the chamber seemed to close in around them, the mist swirling once again, as though it were preparing to strike. This was the moment that would change everything. But Elian knew one thing: he would not let the mist control him. He would master it. And in doing so, he would change the fate of the world forever. Elian's hand trembled as he continued to turn the pages of the ancient book. Each page revealing more secrets, more fragments of knowledge long buried beneath the weight of time. The deeper he read, the more the world around him seemed to blur. The mist pulsed in time with the rhythm of his heart, as if responding to the power within the book. He could feel it tugging at him, tempting him to let go, to embrace its full potential, but he resisted. Lady Amara stood beside him, watching closely, her staff glowing faintly. The weight of the task before them pressed down on her as well. She had known this moment would come, but now that they were here, it felt like a dream that threatened to slip away the longer they lingered in this vast, ancient library. The book, Lady Amara whispered, it contains everything, the origins of the mist, the way it was meant to be controlled. But it also contains something more, a warning. Ilyan's eyes flicked to her, confusion clouding his thoughts. A warning? She nodded gravely. The clawed catchers didn't just protect the mist, they bound it, trapped its power in order to maintain balance. But they also feared it. They feared that it would eventually overtake them. The book says that the mist has a will of its own, and if it's not controlled properly, it will consume everything in its path, including those who try to wield it. Ilyan's pulse quickened. The words on the pages blurred as he absorbed the weight of her statement. He had thought that the knowledge in the book would give him the clarity he needed, the solution to the mist's power. But now, it seemed more like a curse, a warning that no one had been able to heed for centuries. He read on, the words detailing the methods of the clawed catchers, their efforts to bind the mist's energy, to use it to maintain balance in the world. But the methods were complex, involving a dangerous combination of ancient magic, sacrifice, and a deep understanding of the natural world. It was clear that only the most skilled, and most powerful, had been able to carry out the binding ritual successfully. I don't understand, Ilyan murmured, his voice hoarse. What happens if we fail? Lady Amara's expression grew even more somber. If we fail, the mist will break free. It will flood the land, consume the forests, the mountains, the cities, everything. It will become a force of pure destruction, unstoppable and all-encompassing. And those who try to control it will be lost forever, their bodies and minds claimed by the mist. Ilyan's stomach twisted. He had always known the mist was dangerous, but hearing it in such stark terms, hearing how close they were to losing everything, made the reality sink in. The weight of the orb in his hand felt like an anchor, dragging him deeper into the heart of the problem. We can't fail, he said, his voice firm, though his heart was heavy with doubt. We won't. Lady Amara didn't answer immediately, her gaze lingering on the book in Ilyan's hands. There is a way to control it, she said slowly. But it's not a simple task. It requires more than just knowledge, it requires understanding, patience, and a willingness to make the ultimate sacrifice. Ilyan glanced at her, his throat tightening. What kind of sacrifice? The clawed catchers didn't just use their power, they gave it. They bound their own life force to the mist, maintaining the balance at the cost of their own lives. Only those who were willing to sacrifice everything could truly control the mist. The word struck Ilyan like a blow. He could feel the orb pulsing in his hand. Its power now radiating through his entire body. The weight of it, the responsibility, was overwhelming. He had come to this point seeking answers, but now that the answers were before him, they carried a cost he hadn't anticipated. Is there no other way? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Lady Amara shook her head. The mist is not a simple force to be controlled. It is a living thing, a force of nature, and it must be kept in balance. But to do that, someone must stand at the center of that balance, someone who understands both the light and the darkness of the mist. Ilyan's mind raced. He had come this far, and now he was faced with a choice that could cost him everything. The power to control the mist, to prevent its destruction, lay in his hands, but at what price? Could he truly sacrifice himself to save the world, a chill ran through him as the answer began to take shape in his mind. He had come to this journey to restore balance, to stop the mist from consuming everything. But the question now was not just how to control it, it was whether he could accept the cost of doing so. Lady Amara's voice brought him back to reality. "You're not alone in this, Ilian. If you choose to bind yourself to the mist, we will help you. But the path is dangerous. There are no guarantees." Ilian took a deep breath, steadying himself. The library around him seemed to close in, the weight of the knowledge threatening to suffocate him. But despite the fear, despite the uncertainty, he knew what he had to do. This wasn't just about him, it was about the world, about everything that depended on the mist's balance. With one final look at Lady Amara, Ilian nodded. "I'll do it. I'll bind myself to the mist. I'll carry the burden, if it means saving everything." Lady Amara gave him a solemn look, then placed her hand gently on his shoulder. "You're brave, Ilian. But remember, this is not just about controlling the mist. It's about understanding it, accepting it, and becoming part of it." The clod catchers weren't just guardians, they were part of the very cycle of life and death. Light and dark. And now, so will you be. Ilian swallowed hard, the gravity of her words sinking deep into his heart. There was no turning back. He had come to the mountain seeking answers, and now, he was about to become part of the very thing he had sought to control. The orb pulsed once more, and Ilian knew that the time had come. He could feel the power of the mist calling to him, ready to merge with his own. With a final breath, he closed his eyes and stepped forward, preparing to bind himself to the mist. The journey had led him here, to this moment of decision, and whatever the cost, he was ready. Ilian's breath caught in his chest as he stepped closer to the swirling mist. The orb in his hand pulsing with an intensity he had never felt before. Each beat seemed to echo through the very core of his being, drawing him deeper into the heart of the storm. His fingers tingled with the sensation of energy, of power, of a force much greater than anything he had ever imagined. Behind him, Lady Amara stood silent, her gaze fixed on the unfolding events. She had seen this before in the ancient texts, but to witness it firsthand, to watch someone prepare to bind themselves to the mist, was a different experience altogether. She knew the risks, the dangers, and the sacrifices involved. But she also knew that the fate of the world rested on Ilian's decision. If he failed, everything they had fought for would be lost. The air around them thickened, the mist swirling faster, as though aware of what was about to happen. It began to reach out, tendrils of fog brushing against Ilian's skin, curling around his legs and arms, as though testing him. He closed his eyes, steadying his breath, and allowed the mist to come closer, embracing him, feeling its cool touch against his warm skin. It was then that the memories flooded his mind. The stories of the clod catchers, their lives entwined with the mist, their sacrifices woven into the very fabric of time. He saw images of the past, ancient guardians standing tall, their bodies ethereal, their spirits bound to the mist's very essence. He saw the way they had used their magic to control the flow of the fog, to maintain balance and order in the world. But he also saw the price they had paid, how, one by one, they had faded away, their physical forms lost, their minds consumed by the very force they had tried to control. Ilian's heart tightened. He could feel the pull of the mist, like a whisper in his soul, urging him to surrender completely. And yet, deep down, he understood what it meant. To become one with the mist wasn't just about wielding power, it was about merging with it, becoming part of it, losing oneself in the process. Are you ready? Lady Amara's voice cut through his thoughts, low and steady. He nodded, though doubt lingered in the depths of his heart. There was no turning back now. If he was to save the world, if he was to prevent the mist from consuming everything, he had to embrace it fully. With one last breath, Elian raised the orb high above his head. The light from within flared brightly, illuminating the surrounding fog with a soft, golden glow. The mist seemed to recoil, sensing the energy within him. The air hummed with power, the ground trembling beneath his feet as the world held its breath, and then, in a single, decisive moment, Elian allowed the orb to fall into the heart of the mist. It was as if the world itself shattered. Time slowed to a crawl, and the mist exploded outward in a surge of swirling energy. Elian's body went rigid as a rush of raw power coursed through him. His mind seemed to stretch beyond its limits, his consciousness expanding, reaching into the very core of the mist. He saw the world, no, the universe, before him. The stars, the mountains, the oceans, all laid bare before his eyes, shimmering with energy. And at the center of it all was the mist, a living, breathing entity, a force of nature that had existed long before humanity ever took its first steps. For a moment, Elian felt as though he had become one with the mist. Its power surged through him, filling him with both awe and terror. He could feel the lives of those who had come before him, those who had tried to bind the mist, those who had failed. He could feel their loss, their sacrifice, their souls woven into the very fabric of this ancient force. But even as he felt their presence, he felt something else, something more powerful. A whisper, faint but clear, calling to him, "You are the one." Elian's mind reeled. The voice was not his own, nor was it of any living creature he had known. It was the mist itself, speaking to him, choosing him. He was the clawed catcher now. He had bound himself to the mist, but the cost was greater than he had imagined. His body began to flicker in and out of reality, his form becoming translucent, his very essence slipping away like sand through an open hand. He could feel the connection deepening, his soul becoming tethered to the very heart of the mist. "Will you accept the burden?" The voice echoed within him. "Will you give yourself completely to this power?" Elian's heart pounded in his chest, his body shaking as the full weight of his decision settled upon him. He had no choice. To save the world, to stop the mist from consuming everything, he had to surrender fully. With a final, desperate cry, Elian released all of his remaining willpower. He let go, allowing the mist to take him completely. For a moment, everything went dark. The world ceased to exist, and there was only the swirling void of the mist, the endless tide of energy rushing through him. And then, just as suddenly, Elian found himself standing in a place that was not quite the physical world, but not quite the spirit world either. He was suspended between the two, his body still his own, but his soul forever changed. The mist surrounded him, a living entity, vast and eternal, its power now his to command. Elian took a slow breath, feeling the connection settle deep within him. The mist no longer fought against him, it flowed with him, around him, becoming part of him, and in that moment, Elian understood. he wasn't just a keeper of the mist anymore. He was the mist. He had become its guardian, its protector, its master, but the price had been steep. In the distance, Elian saw the figure of Lady Amara. Her face a mix of relief and sorrow. She had known this would happen. She had known that the clod catcher would give everything for the world's survival. Elian reached out, his voice steady but filled with a deep, infinite sadness. "It's done," he said, his words drifting on the wind. "I've bound myself to the mist." Lady Amara nodded, her eyes shining with a quiet understanding. "The world is safe. But so are you." For a moment, Elian simply stood there, feeling the weight of his new existence, and though he was no longer truly human, though the sacrifice had taken everything he once was, Elian knew one thing for certain: he had made the ultimate choice, and the world would go on. Because of him, the mist, now alive within Elian, pulsed with the rhythm of his very heartbeat. Every breath he took was a ripple in the fabric of reality. His mind, once his own, was now intertwined with the consciousness of the mist, vast, ancient, and infinite. He was no longer a mere keeper of its secrets, he was its guardian, its protector, its vessel. Yet, as much as he felt its power, Elian also felt a deep, gnawing emptiness. The cost of binding himself to the mist was not just physical, it was the very essence of his humanity that had been left behind. His body, though still intact, was no longer fully his own. He could feel the pulse of the mist beneath his skin, its threads woven through his bones and veins. He had become a part of something far larger than himself, but in doing so, he had lost a piece of who he once was. Lady Amara, still watching from a distance, saw the subtle flicker in Elian's form. His body was no longer as solid, no longer as human. It shimmered with an ethereal glow, like a being caught between two worlds. She knew the sacrifice he had made, and though she mourned for him, she also understood that this was the only way. Elian's voice, though faint and distant, echoed in the air. "Amara. I am no longer the person I was. I can feel the weight of it all, the depth of the power, but also the isolation. The mist is vast, and I am a part of it now." Amara's heart ached. But she remained calm. She knew the toll this transformation had taken on him. "Elian, you did what needed to be done. The world is safe because of you. The mist will not consume everything. You have stopped the darkness." He closed his eyes, though it felt strange to do so now. The sensation of his eyelids was like a distant memory. His mind swirled with countless thoughts, visions of other times and places. The past, the present, and the future were all within his reach now, but they felt fragmented, disconnected. "I can see everything, Amara," Elian said, his voice trembling slightly. "I can see the paths of those who will come after me, the paths of those who have already passed. The mist shows me everything. But it also makes me feel nothing." Lady Amara stepped closer, her hand gently brushing against Elian's shimmering form. She knew he was still there, still present, but she could see the emptiness in his eyes, the hollow space that the mist had left behind. The world was safe, yes, but at what cost? "The mist will always need a guardian, Elian," Amara said softly, her voice filled with both reverence and sorrow. "But you are still you, in ways that the mist cannot erase. Your heart, your soul, your choices, they are yours, even now. Ilian's form flickered, a ripple of energy flowing through him. He looked at Amara, and for a moment, the flicker of recognition returned in his eyes. The faintest glimmer of the man he had been. "I hope you're right," he said quietly. "I hope that, in time, I can find myself again." Amara nodded, understanding the weight of his words. "I believe you will. The mist may be all-encompassing, but you are stronger than you know. You made this sacrifice for the world. And now, you must find your place within it." The two of them stood in silence for a long moment. The world around them seemed still, as though it, too, was waiting for Ilian to find his way. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the soft, rhythmic hum of the mist. It was the sound of a new era, of a world forever changed, and Ilian knew that this was just the beginning of his journey. In the distance, the world called to him. The land, the people, the creatures, they were all connected now, tied to the mist in ways that Ilian could never have imagined. But he also knew that, for better or worse, he would have to walk this path alone. The transformation was complete. He was no longer the man who had set out on this journey, but something more, something less. As the mist swirled around him, Ilian closed his eyes once more, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he allowed himself to truly listen. The whispers of the past, the murmurings of the future, they all came to him in waves, overwhelming but comforting. And amidst it all, he could still hear his own heartbeat. Steady and true. Perhaps there is still hope, Ilian thought. Perhaps I can still find my way home. And so, Ilian took his first step into the new world he had helped to create, a world that was no longer governed by fear, but by the gentle, steady pulse of the mist, a world that would forever carry his name. The journey of the clod catchers had come to an end, but Ilian's journey had only just begun. The forest of forgotten dreams, in a distant land, nestled between the mountains and the sea, there existed a forest unlike any other. It was known as the Forest of Forgotten Dreams. The trees there were ancient, their trunks twisted with age and their leaves shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. The forest was said to be a place where dreams went when they were forgotten by the world, where lost hopes and unspoken wishes wandered in silence, waiting for someone to remember them. It was a place of peace, but also of mystery. Few had ever ventured inside, for it was not a forest that could be found on any map, and those who had sought it out often returned with tales of strange dreams. Feelings of nostalgia, and a sense of longing they could not explain. One quiet evening, a young traveler named Lyra found herself standing at the edge of the forest. She had heard stories of its beauty, of the dreams it held, and of the possibility that within its depths, one might find what they had lost. Lyra had been searching for something for as long as she could remember, a lost memory, a forgotten dream, something that had slipped through her fingers long ago. The air was thick with the scent of moss and earth, and the ground beneath her feet was soft and springy. As Lyra took her first step into the forest, a cool breeze stirred the leaves above her, creating a soft, musical rustling sound. The trees seemed to lean toward her, as if they were aware of her presence and eager to show her the way. She walked deeper into the forest, her heart beating a little faster with each step. There was something calming about the place, yet something haunting as well. The deeper she ventured, the more the world around her seemed to fade into a gentle, dreamlike haze, the forest was quiet, but not completely still. Far above, Lyra could see tiny lights flickering between the branches, fireflies, or perhaps something more. They seemed to dance around the trees, weaving in and out like delicate threads of light, each one carrying with it a small, whispering thought. Lyra paused for a moment, closing her eyes and listening. The whispers were soft, like the distant voices of forgotten memories. They spoke in riddles and half-formed words, as though they were pieces of a story waiting to be put together. She took another step, determined to find what had brought her here. The path before her was lined with stones, each one smooth and worn, as if travelers had walked this way for centuries. The forest seemed to stretch on forever, but Lyra could sense that something awaited her further in. As the light began to fade from the sky above, the forest became darker, and the sounds of the world outside grew faint. Lyra could feel the weight of the night settling in, and she knew that whatever lay ahead, it would not be easy to uncover, but she was determined. The dreams of the forgotten were waiting, and Lyra would find them. She had to, and so, with a steady breath and a heart full of hope, she ventured deeper into the heart of the forest of forgotten dreams, unaware of the secrets it held and the journey that would soon unfold before her. Lyra walked deeper into the forest of forgotten dreams, her feet barely making a sound on the soft, moss-covered ground. The air had grown cooler, and the distant rustle of the trees seemed to whisper more urgently, as if the forest itself were aware of her quest. Each step felt heavier, as if the weight of forgotten dreams pressed upon her. Urging her forward, the path ahead began to narrow, and the trees grew taller and closer together, their trunks twisting in odd, spiral shapes. The forest seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, and Lyra could feel her heartbeat syncing with the rhythm of the place. She glanced up, and for the first time, she noticed the sky above had taken on a peculiar hue, deep violet, dotted with stars that shone brighter than any night sky she had ever seen. It was as if the very heavens were listening to her journey. The deeper Lyra went, the more the landscape around her began to shift. The forest floor now seemed covered with delicate, silver leaves that glittered in the twilight, catching the starlight in 1,000 tiny reflections. Each leaf appeared to be a fragment of a dream, some whole, some broken, some long forgotten, others only just beginning to form. Suddenly, the quiet was broken by a soft, melodic voice. Lyra froze, her heart skipping a beat. She wasn't alone. From the shadows between the trees, a figure emerged, a woman, cloaked in flowing robes made of the same shimmering leaves that covered the ground. Her hair was silver, her eyes a deep shade of green, glowing faintly in the dim light. She seemed both ethereal and grounded, as if she had always belonged to the forest itself, who walks the path of forgotten dreams. The woman asked, her voice like the sound of wind through the trees. It was both familiar and distant, soothing yet filled with a sense of mystery. I am Lyra, she replied, her voice trembling. I've come to find something lost. A memory, a dream, something that has slipped away from me. The woman nodded slowly, as though she had expected Lyra's arrival. Many come seeking, she said. But not all find what they are looking for. The forest of forgotten dreams holds not only the dreams that have been lost, but also those that have never been remembered. Lyra stepped forward, her curiosity growing. How do I find my dream? I don't even know what it is. The forest knows, the woman replied softly. It will guide you, but only if you are ready to face what you have forgotten. Some things are hidden for a reason, Lyra. They are buried in the deepest corners of the soul. Lyra's mind raced. She wasn't sure if she was ready to uncover what had been lost, but she knew she had no choice. The pull of the forest, the weight of the forgotten, was too strong to resist. What must I do? Lyra asked, her voice steadying as determination filled her chest. The woman reached out and gently placed a hand on Lyra's shoulder. Follow the path, child, and trust the forest to show you the way. But be warned, the deeper you go, the more you will learn about yourself. Some truths are harder to face than others. With a final, knowing smile, the woman turned and vanished into the shadows, leaving Lyra standing alone once more. The path ahead was now clearer, the starlight guiding her steps. Taking a deep breath, Lyra continued forward, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the forest. She could feel the weight of forgotten dreams surrounding her, could almost hear them calling her name, and though she was uncertain of what awaited her, one thing was certain: she was no longer walking alone. The forest, with all its secrets, was walking with her, and as she pressed on, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was about to uncover something that would change everything. Lyra continued through the forest, the air now thick with the scent of damp earth and something almost like old paper. The path seemed to twist and turn on its own accord, as if the forest itself were alive, reshaping itself with every step she took. The trees towered above her like ancient guardians, their bark etched with symbols she couldn't quite understand. The deeper she walked, the more the forest felt like a living dream, a world between worlds, where time didn't flow as it did in the world outside. As she ventured deeper, the quiet grew heavier. The whispers of the leaves, once soft and playful, now seemed to speak with urgency. Lyra couldn't make out the words, but the feeling was clear: she was nearing something important. She was close. Then, as she rounded a bend in the path, the trees suddenly parted to reveal a clearing bathed in a soft, silver light. At the center of the clearing stood a massive, ancient tree, the largest tree Lyra had ever seen. Its roots spread out like fingers, winding deep into the earth, and its branches reached toward the sky, covered in glowing blossoms that seemed to pulse with life. The air around the tree shimmered, and Lyra felt an overwhelming sense of awe wash over her. She had found it, the heart of the forest, the place where forgotten dreams were held. She stepped into the clearing, drawn toward the tree as if by an invisible force. As she approached, a low, melodic hum filled the air, the sound coming from deep within the tree itself. Lyra's heart raced, her breath quickening as she neared the trunk. The hum was comforting yet mysterious, like a lullaby from another time, and the closer she got, the clearer it became that the sound was not just a noise, it was a voice. "You've come," the voice whispered, soft but clear, as if the tree itself were speaking. "The dream you seek is here, Lyra. But are you ready to face it?" Lyra stood before the tree, her mind spinning with questions. "What do you mean?" "I don't even know what I'm looking for," she said, her voice filled with uncertainty. The tree's branches swayed gently in the breeze, and the glowing blossoms seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat. "The dream you seek is not always the one you remember," the tree said, its voice growing fainter, almost as if it were fading into the wind. Sometimes, it is the dream you've hidden from yourself. Lyra's heart skipped a beat. A forgotten dream? Could it be something more than a memory? Was it something she had buried deep within herself, something she had been too afraid to face? Before she could gather her thoughts, the tree's roots began to shift, revealing a hidden door in the trunk of the ancient tree. The door was small, just big enough for her to slip through. It was made of intricate, silver vines that twisted together in a delicate pattern, and it glowed with a soft, inviting light. "Step through," the voice whispered. "Only by entering will you see the truth." Lyra hesitated. A part of her wanted to turn away, to retreat from what lay beyond the door. But another part, something deep inside her, urged her forward. She had come this far. She had to know. She had to find what was waiting for her. With a deep breath, she stepped forward and placed her hand on the door. The moment her fingers brushed the silver vines, the door swung open effortlessly, revealing a dark passageway that stretched into the heart of the tree. The air inside was thick with the scent of old wood and dreams long forgotten. Lyra stepped into the passage, the door closing silently behind her. The passage was narrow, the walls lined with strange, glowing symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. The further she walked, the more she felt herself being pulled into something that felt like her own past. At the end of the passage, she came to another door, this one larger and adorned with intricate carvings. As she reached out to open it, the soft voice of the tree echoed in her mind, "Be careful, Lyra. What you find on the other side may not be what you expect." With her heart in her throat, Lyra pushed open the door and stepped into the room beyond. The room was vast, stretching out like an endless hall, but what struck her most was the sight before her. There, in the center of the room, was a vast mirror, its frame made of shimmering glass, and its surface like still water. But as Lyra gazed into it, she did not see her reflection. Instead, she saw fragments of her life, of moments long buried. Faces she had forgotten, places she had visited, and feelings she had pushed away. The mirror was not showing her who she was now, but who she had once been. Memories long locked away, now swirling before her eyes like a storm of emotion, and there, in the reflection, was a dream, one Lyra had never remembered, one she had never allowed herself to see. It was the dream of her younger self, standing alone in a field, holding something small and precious in her hands. Her heart raced as the vision began to shift. The dream started to darken, the joy fading into sadness. And the small, precious thing slipping from her hands. She could feel the loss, the overwhelming sense of grief and abandonment. This was the dream she had forgotten. The dream she had hidden from herself. As the image in the mirror faded, Lyra felt a deep ache in her chest. She had found it, the dream she had lost so long ago. But what did it mean? And why had she buried it so deeply? The room seemed to close in on her, the air growing heavy with the weight of the past. Lyra felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes as she realized something profound. The dream she had forgotten was not just a memory, it was part of who she was. Part of what made her whole, but would she be able to accept it? Would she be able to face the grief she had long buried? As the mirror faded into the darkness, Lyra knew that her journey was only just beginning, and the forest of forgotten dreams was still waiting, its whispers growing louder, urging her to continue. Lyra stood before the fading mirror, her mind swirling with the images that had been revealed. The dream, the loss, the hidden grief, it all felt too overwhelming, too much to bear. She could feel the weight of the past pressing on her chest, making it hard to breathe, as if the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting for her next move. The silence in the room was profound, stretching on for what felt like an eternity. The air around her was thick, heavy with the echoes of forgotten moments. Lyra's fingers trembled as they hovered near the fading edges of the mirror. She wanted to look again, to understand, but a part of her was afraid to see more. As the last of the mirror's reflection dissolved into darkness, the same melodic voice from before filled the air, this time soft and reassuring, like the rustling of leaves in a summer breeze. "Do not fear what you've seen, Lyra," the voice said. "What you see in the mirror is not a curse, but a gift. It is the key to understanding who you are now, and who you can become." Lyra closed her eyes, letting the words settle in her mind. She had come to the forest to find something lost, to uncover a forgotten dream. But the dream she had found, was it truly lost? Or had she just hidden it away? Buried it in a place where she could not face it, the vision of the field, the small, precious thing slipping from her hands, lingered in her mind. That dream had been pure, untouched by time or regret. Yet, the loss that followed had left a scar. And now, here, in the heart of the forest, Lyra could feel the scar throbbing with the memory of what could have been. "I don't know if I can face it," she whispered into the emptiness. "The pain, the loss, it's too much." For a moment, there was no reply, and Lyra felt the weight of her own words hanging in the air. But then, the voice returned, gentle and patient. "Pain is a part of who we are, Lyra," it said. "You cannot escape it. For it shapes you. But you do not have to carry it alone. The forest will help you, if you are willing to trust it." Lyra swallowed hard, the lump in her throat growing. "What should I do?" "Step forward," the voice urged. "The next part of your journey awaits. The forest has more to show you." Taking a deep breath, Lyra turned away from the fading mirror and stepped back into the dark passage that had led her here. The air felt different now, lighter, as if the weight of the past had been lifted, if only slightly. She walked slowly, one foot in front of the other, as the soft hum of the forest filled the silence once again. The walls of the passage seemed to shimmer with a faint glow. The symbols carved into the wood now appearing to dance before her eyes. The deeper she went, the more she felt herself becoming attuned to the rhythms of the forest, as if she were becoming part of it, just another fleeting dream among many. At the end of the passage, Lyra found herself standing before another door, this one smaller and simpler than the last. Its wooden surface was weathered and rough, yet it seemed familiar, as if it had always been there, waiting for her. With a steadying breath, she reached out and turned the handle. The door creaked open, revealing a small, quiet room. The walls were lined with shelves filled with old books, their spines cracked and worn from age. The air smelled faintly of parchment and ink. In the center of the room stood a small wooden table, upon which rested a single, open book. Lyra stepped into the room, her footsteps echoing softly in the stillness. The moment she crossed the threshold, the door behind her closed with a soft thud, sealing her in. The book on the table beckoned to her, its pages filled with faint, glowing text. She approached it cautiously, her heart racing. As her fingers brushed against the pages, the words shifted, as though the book itself were alive, responding to her presence. "Read," the voice from the forest urged. "This is the next step," Lyra hesitated. The idea of reading the book filled her with a strange mixture of curiosity and fear. But she knew, deep down, that she had to. There was no turning back now. With trembling hands, she opened the book and began to read aloud. "The dream you seek is not lost, but woven into the fabric of your soul. It is a memory, but it is also a choice. You have hidden it from yourself, but now you must embrace it. The threads of your past are tangled, but you can untangle them, one by one. Only then will you truly see the path ahead." The words seemed to reverberate in her mind, filling her with a sense of clarity. The dream she sought wasn't just a memory, it was part of her. She had buried it, hidden it from herself, but now it was time to unravel the threads and embrace what she had lost. As she continued reading, the words grew more cryptic, more personal. Each line seemed to speak directly to her, like a message from her past, a letter from her forgotten self. And as she read, the room around her began to shift, the shelves and the books fading into the background as the world outside seemed to come alive again. The voice spoke once more, this time with a note of finality. "You are ready, Lyra. The forest has shown you the way. Now, it is up to you to walk it." The book closed softly, and as it did, the room around her seemed to vanish. Lyra stood once again in the heart of the forest, the starlit sky above her. The air felt different now, lighter and filled with possibility. The weight she had carried for so long seemed to have lifted, and the path before her was clear. She was no longer searching for something lost. She was ready to find what had been there all along. Lyra stood at the edge of the clearing, the ancient tree before her now glowing softly in the twilight. The forest had changed since she had first entered. It no longer felt like a place of confusion or shadows, it was alive with promise. The air felt fresher, the trees standing taller, their leaves rustling like whispered secrets. She could hear the heartbeat of the forest in the wind, as if it were urging her onward. The book's words echoed in her mind, "The dream you seek is not lost, but woven into the fabric of your soul." As she considered the meaning of these words, a strange calm washed over her. It was no longer about finding the forgotten pieces of herself, it was about understanding them, accepting them, and finally allowing them to be part of who she was. As Lyra walked through the forest, she no longer felt lost. Her steps were sure, each one guided by something greater than herself. The forest was no longer an obstacle but a companion, helping her unravel the threads of her past. Every twist in the path felt intentional, leading her towards something she couldn't yet see but could feel deep within her heart. She passed by trees whose branches seemed to move aside for her, opening up a path she hadn't noticed before. The deeper she ventured, the more she understood. The forest was a reflection of her journey, a map of her soul. Each step forward was a step towards something new, something deeper, and then, in a quiet clearing surrounded by flowers that shimmered like stars, she found it. In the center of the clearing stood a small, round pool of water. The surface was perfectly still, reflecting the sky above in its mirror-like depths. But it wasn't just the sky that was reflected. As Lyra stepped closer, she saw something else, a figure, standing on the edge of the pool, looking down at their own reflection. It was her. But it wasn't just the present-day Lyra. This was her as she had been years ago, a child, full of hope and wonder. The child Lyra looked back up at her, and for a moment, their eyes met. The older Lyra felt a wave of emotion rush through her. She had forgotten that part of herself, the part that believed anything was possible, the part that dreamt without fear. The child in the reflection smiled gently, and then, in the softest of whispers, spoke, "Do not be afraid to dream again." Lyra's heart clenched. The child was right. She had allowed herself to become so focused on the weight of the world, on the responsibilities and regrets, that she had forgotten how to dream. She had hidden that part of herself away, just as she had hidden the dream in the mirror. But now, in this forest, in this moment, it was time to remember. To remember that dreams weren't just for children, they were for everyone. Dreams were what kept people alive, what gave them hope when the world grew dark. Dreams were what connected people to the very essence of who they were. Lyra knelt beside the pool, her reflection merging with that of the child. She could feel the past and the present blending together, weaving into a single, unified thread. She reached out, touching the water's surface, and as her fingers made contact, the pool began to ripple, sending waves of light across the water. The reflection of the child Lyra smiled wider, and in that smile, Lyra found a new sense of peace. For the first time in a long time, she understood that she didn't have to carry the burden of her past alone. She didn't have to keep burying the dreams she had once had, the hopes and desires that had been lost in the darkness of fear and grief. With a deep breath, Lyra stood, feeling the weight of the moment settle within her. She turned away from the pool, the reflection of her child self lingering in her mind, and took a step forward into the unknown. She knew now that the dream she had come to find was not just a memory, it was a part of her, a part of the future she would build for herself. The forest, alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the soft hum of magic, seemed to respond in kind. It was no longer a place of loss, but a place of renewal. Every leaf, every root, every branch seemed to hum with life, as if the forest itself were sharing in her newfound understanding. Lyra walked forward, feeling a surge of energy and purpose. She didn't know what lay ahead, but she no longer feared it. The forest would guide her, just as it had guided her to this point. And as she walked, the stars above began to shine brighter, their light casting a soft glow over the path before her. She had come to the forest of forgotten dreams to uncover what had been lost. But now, she realized, the journey was not about finding what was gone, it was about embracing what was always within her. The path ahead was hers to shape, and with every step, she would weave her own future, one dream at a time. The forest had become an extension of Lyra's own spirit, each step she took resonating with a deep sense of belonging. The trees whispered softly around her, and the air, cool and fragrant, seemed to carry the secrets of the earth itself. As she walked, the path before her opened and closed in a delicate dance, as though the forest were guiding her, pushing her forward yet allowing her to move at her own pace. With each passing moment, Lyra felt her heart lighten. The weight that had once felt so unbearable, the heaviness of the dreams she had abandoned, the fear of the past, the shame of letting go, was beginning to dissipate. She had thought she came here to find a lost dream, but now she understood, it wasn't the dream she had lost, but herself. The forest had shown her the way back to who she was, to the part of her that had always believed in the impossible, the part that had once dreamed without hesitation. Ahead, a shimmering light broke through the trees. It wasn't the bright, harsh light of the sun, but a soft, ethereal glow, like the moonlight on a quiet night. Intrigued, Lyra followed the light, her footsteps sure and steady. As she neared, she saw a small grove, unlike anything she had encountered in the forest thus far. The trees here were older. Their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches twisted together, forming a canopy that filtered the light into delicate beams. At the center of the grove stood a stone well, its surface covered in moss and ivy, yet the water inside it was clear and still, as if it held something precious beneath its surface. Lyra approached the well slowly, a strange sense of reverence in the air. She had seen many wonders on her journey through the forest, but this place felt different, more sacred, more profound. There was something ancient about it, as though the well held the memories of the forest itself. As she knelt beside the well, the gentle light seemed to pulse, as if responding to her presence. The air grew still, and Lyra felt a connection to this place, an unspoken bond. She looked into the water, but instead of seeing her reflection, she saw something else, visions, flickering like fragments of forgotten memories. The first vision was of a child, her child self, standing at the edge of a forest much like this one, looking up at the sky. The child seemed happy, at peace, full of wonder, yet there was an underlying sadness in her eyes, a sense of longing. The image shifted, and Lyra saw herself as a young woman, standing at the threshold of a new journey. She was filled with hope and determination, but there was doubt in her heart, a fear of the unknown. The images continued to shift, showing moments from her past, dreams she had abandoned, promises she... Lyra's heart swelled as she stepped away from the circle, feeling the powerful energy still pulsing through her, guiding her forward. The forest, once a maze of confusion and loss, now seemed like an old friend, welcoming her with open arms. The trees whispered in unison, their leaves dancing in the breeze as if celebrating her newfound clarity. With every step, Lyra felt more connected to the world around her, as if the forest had become an extension of herself. The path she walked upon was no longer just a physical trail through the woods, it was a reflection of the journey within, one of healing, of discovery, and of reclaiming the forgotten pieces of herself. As she continued, the scenery began to shift. The dense, towering trees gave way to an open meadow bathed in soft golden light. Flowers of every color imaginable bloomed across the field, their petals delicate and shimmering, as though each one contained a fragment of a lost dream. The air was fragrant with their scent, and the soft hum of nature filled the silence. It was a place of pure beauty, a place untouched by time. Lyra slowed her pace, taking it all in. She had never seen a meadow so vibrant, so full of life. It was as though the very ground beneath her feet had absorbed the dreams of those who had wandered here before her. And in return, it offered her peace, peace that she had longed for but never truly understood until now. In the distance, near the edge of the meadow, Lyra noticed something unusual. A figure, standing tall and still, its form bathed in the same golden light. The figure appeared to be a statue, its features carved with exquisite detail, but as Lyra approached, she realized it was not stone. The figure was alive, though it moved with a stillness that felt almost ethereal. The figure turned toward her, and Lyra's breath caught in her throat. It was a woman, or at least she appeared to be. Her hair was silver, flowing like liquid starlight, and her eyes shone with a soft glow, as if they reflected the very cosmos itself. Her skin seemed to shimmer with the light of countless stars, and she wore a gown woven from the very fabric of the night sky. Adorned with constellations that sparkled with life, "You have come," the woman said, her voice like the sound of wind through the trees, soft yet powerful. "You have found your way to the heart of the forest, where all dreams are born and where they are remembered." Lyra stood in awe before her, unsure of what to say. The woman's presence was both calming and overwhelming, as if she embodied all the mysteries of the universe. I don't understand," Lyra said, her voice trembling slightly. "Who are you?" The woman smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "I am the keeper of the dreams, the one who watches over all that is forgotten and all that is yet to be. I am the one who tends to the seeds of possibility, nurturing them as they grow into the dreams of those who walk this path." Lyra's mind raced. Are you saying that I've come to this place to find a dream of my own?" The keeper of the dreams nodded. "Yes, but not just any dream. The dream that is uniquely yours. The one you have carried within you, hidden away for so long. It is time for you to remember it, to embrace it fully, and to let it grow into something real." Lyra felt a deep, quiet stirring within her. The words resonated with a truth she hadn't fully grasped until now. She had spent so much of her life chasing dreams that belonged to others, expectations, goals, the paths that were laid out before her. But deep inside, there had always been something more, something she had forgotten in the rush of living. A part of her that had been buried, waiting for the right moment to emerge. "How do I find it?" Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper of the dreams reached out, her hand gentle as it touched Lyra's forehead. The moment their skin met, Lyra felt a surge of energy, a warm, comforting pulse that spread through her like a soft wave of light. Her vision blurred for an instant, and then, in a flash, she was no longer standing in the meadow. Instead, she found herself in a vast, empty space. It was a world of endless possibilities, an expanse of stars and swirling colors, where the very air shimmered with the potential of countless dreams. Lyra looked around in wonder, feeling as though she had stepped into the heart of the universe itself. "You are here," the keeper's voice echoed, "in the space where all dreams begin. This is where you must look, to the deepest parts of yourself. There, you will find the dream that belongs only to you." Lyra closed her eyes, her mind quieting, her breath slowing. She allowed herself to drift into the silence, to let go of the thoughts and worries that had once filled her every waking moment. In the stillness, she felt a pull, soft, insistent, like a thread tugging at her heart, and then, it came, a vision appeared before her, clear and vibrant, a scene from her past. It was a memory she had almost forgotten, a moment when she was a child. Sitting beneath the stars, her hands pressed against the earth, feeling the rhythm of the world pulse through her. It was a time when she had dreamed without limits, without fear, without the weight of expectations. In that moment, she realized the dream that had always been hers. It wasn't something grand or distant. It was the simple desire to connect, to herself, to the world, to the dreams of others. It was the dream of healing, of bringing light to the dark corners of the world, of sharing her light with others so that they could remember their own. Tears filled her eyes as the realization washed over her. This was the dream she had been seeking all along, the one that had never truly been lost. Only forgotten. She had always carried it within her, waiting for the moment when she was ready to remember it. The vision faded, and Lyra was back in the meadow, standing before the keeper. The woman smiled warmly, as if she had known all along what Lyra would discover. "You have found it," she said softly. "Your dream, your purpose. It has always been within you." Lyra nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude and understanding. "Thank you," she whispered, feeling the weight of the journey lifting from her shoulders. The keeper's smile deepened. "Now, go forth. Let your dream guide you, for it is the light that will lead you to everything you are meant to be." With that, the keeper of the dreams faded into the shimmering light of the meadow, leaving Lyra standing in the warmth of the golden glow. She turned, taking the first steps toward her new path, no longer lost, no longer uncertain. She had found her dream, and it was only just beginning. Lyra continued her journey through the meadow, her heart brimming with the dream she had just discovered. The golden light that had bathed her in warmth seemed to follow her, a gentle reminder of the promise she had made to herself. She was no longer wandering aimlessly, but moving with purpose, as if each step she took was part of the unfolding story of her life. The forest around her had begun to change once again. The soft, fragrant flowers of the meadow faded, replaced by towering trees whose bark shimmered with silver streaks, and their leaves glowed faintly in the dimming light. The air was cooler now, and a soft breeze whispered through the branches above her, carrying with it the sounds of distant songs. As Lyra walked deeper into the forest, she felt an inexplicable pull, a sense that something awaited her, just beyond the next bend in the path. Her feet carried her forward, as if guided by an invisible force. It was as though the forest itself was leading her toward something important, something that would reveal the next piece of her journey. The trees began to thin, and before her lay a clearing unlike any she had seen before. In the center of the clearing was a small, crystalline lake, its surface smooth and still like a mirror. The water shimmered with an ethereal glow, and as Lyra approached, she saw that the reflection of the sky was not what she expected. The stars above were different here, brighter, more vibrant, and swirling in intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of their own. Standing at the edge of the lake, Lyra felt a strange sensation wash over her, a deep sense of recognition. This place, this lake, seemed familiar, though she couldn't recall ever having seen it before. There was something ancient and profound about it, as if it held the wisdom of the world, waiting for someone to unlock its secrets. A soft voice broke through the silence, drawing her attention to a figure standing on the far side of the lake. It was a man, tall and cloaked in robes of deep midnight blue, his face hidden beneath a hood. His presence seemed to resonate with the same energy that surrounded the lake, ancient and timeless. "You have come," the man said, his voice calm and knowing, as if he had been expecting her all along. Lyra took a tentative step forward. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. The man smiled beneath his hood, though his expression remained unreadable. "I am the guardian of the Lake of Reflections," he replied. "This place holds the reflections of all those who seek the truth of their soul. The waters show not what you are, but what you could be, what you were meant to become." Lyra felt a shiver run down her spine, both from the coolness of the air and the weight of the man's words. She had come so far, yet it seemed she had only just begun to uncover the depths of her journey. You are the one who will awaken the truths hidden within these waters, the guardian continued. But first, you must face what you have forgotten, what you have been unwilling to see. The lake will show you your reflection, but you must be ready to accept it. Lyra's heart raced. She had already discovered her dream, the purpose that had been buried deep inside her. But could she truly accept it? Could she face the person she was meant to be, without fear or doubt? The guardian stepped aside, gesturing toward the lake. "Step forward," he said. "Look into the waters. Let them reveal the truth that lies beneath the surface." With a deep breath, Lyra approached the water's edge. The air around her grew still, and the only sound was the soft ripple of water as her reflection began to take shape on its surface. At first, all she saw was her own face, familiar, yet distant, as if it belonged to someone else. But then the image shifted, the reflection of Lyra changed, her features melting into a new form, a version of herself she had never seen before. She was older now, wiser, her eyes shining with a deep, untapped power. Her hands were no longer delicate and fragile, but strong, capable, ready to shape the world around her. As the image became clearer, Lyra saw herself standing in front of others, her presence commanding the attention of all who surrounded her. She was not just a dreamer now, she was a leader, someone who had embraced her purpose fully and was using her gift to heal and connect with those who had lost their way. She saw herself guiding others through the very forest she had walked, offering them the same light that had guided her to this place. For a moment, Lyra felt a deep sense of awe. This woman in the reflection was everything she had ever dreamed of becoming, yet had never believed she could. She had always felt small, lost, unsure of her place in the world. But here, in this moment, in the waters of the lake of reflections, she saw a version of herself that was larger than life, bold, fearless, and capable of changing the world. But then, the reflection began to shift once again. The strong, confident woman faded, replaced by a shadowy figure, a representation of all the doubts and fears Lyra had carried with her for so long. This new image was broken, fragmented, haunted by past mistakes, weighed down by insecurities. It was the version of herself that had hesitated to take the leap, that had clung to comfort and fear rather than embracing her true potential. Lyra gasped, stepping back. The image felt like a blow to her chest, and for a moment, she wondered if she was ready to face it. Was she really prepared to confront the parts of herself she had hidden away, the parts that held her back from stepping into the light? The guardian's voice broke through her thoughts. This is the choice you face. You can remain in the shadows, or you can step into the light. The truth you see here is not meant to condemn you, but to empower you. You are not just the person who fears her own strength. You are the one who has the power to overcome that fear. Lyra took a deep breath and gazed once more into the water. She realized that both reflections, the strong woman and the shadowy figure, were part of her. They were two sides of the same coin, each shaping her in different ways. And in accepting both, she could finally step into the fullness of who she was meant to be. With a steadying breath, Lyra stepped forward into the water, her reflection rippling and merging with the world around her. The truth was clear now. She didn't need to be perfect. She only needed to be willing to embrace her own journey, both the light and the dark, and let them guide her forward. The guardian nodded, his eyes filled with quiet approval. You are ready, and with that, the path ahead opened once more, clearer than ever before. Lyra stepped away from the lake of reflections, her heart calm and steady, though still filled with the gravity of what she had seen. The water had shown her the fullness of her potential, both the strength and the shadows that made her whole. She understood now that she could not escape her fears, nor should she. They were part of her, just as much as her dreams and aspirations were. She would learn to carry both, weaving them into the tapestry of her journey. The clearing began to shift, and the golden light that had bathed the meadow earlier seemed to be fading, replaced by an ethereal, moonlit glow. The trees around her stirred gently in the breeze, their leaves now shimmering with a silvery hue. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and the distant sound of running water echoed softly through the forest. Calling to her, the guardian of the lake, still standing beside the water's edge, spoke once more. Your journey here is far from over, Lyra. You have found a piece of your truth, but now you must walk the path ahead, where more answers await. The forest holds many secrets, and only by embracing them all can you fulfill the destiny that lies before you. Lyra nodded, understanding that while this was an important step, it was only a part of a much larger journey. The forest had shown her a glimpse of what could be, but it had not revealed everything. She still had so much to discover, about herself, about the world around her, and about the deep magic that lay within the heart of this place. How do I continue? Lyra asked, looking up at the guardian. You must follow the river, he replied, gesturing toward the flowing stream that wound its way through the trees, glowing softly in the moonlight. It will lead you to the next part of your path. Trust in the current, and let it guide you. With a final look at the guardian, Lyra turned toward the river, feeling a sense of resolve deep within her. She had faced the reflection of her past and emerged stronger, but now it was time to move forward. The river's waters, though they looked peaceful, held the promise of something more, a deeper understanding, a new challenge, and perhaps more forgotten dreams to uncover. The sound of the water was soothing, almost like a lullaby, as Lyra followed its winding course. The forest around her felt alive, as though the very trees were whispering secrets in her ear. She knew she was being watched, guided by forces both seen and unseen. Every step she took felt significant, as if each moment was leading her closer to a truth she had yet to fully comprehend. As she walked, Lyra began to notice subtle changes in the environment. The moonlight grew brighter, illuminating the path ahead. Strange, glowing flowers began to bloom along the riverbank, their petals flickering like tiny stars, casting a soft glow across the water. The forest seemed to be alive with magic, and with each step she took, she felt herself becoming more attuned to it. The air grew cooler as she ventured deeper, and the sounds of the forest grew quieter. Lyra slowed her pace, feeling a sense of anticipation building within her. The river was leading her somewhere important, she could feel it in her bones. She was no longer simply walking through a forest, she was moving through a world of possibility, a world that was unfolding before her in ways she could not yet understand. As the river curved sharply to the right, Lyra noticed a flicker of light ahead. At first, it appeared to be nothing more than a distant star, but as she approached, she realized it was something more, a small lantern hanging from the branches of an ancient tree. The light it cast was warm and inviting, contrasting with the cool, silvery moonlight that bathed the forest. Lyra approached the tree cautiously, her heart quickening. She could feel the magic in the air, stronger now, as if the lantern itself was a beacon calling her forward. Beneath the tree, there was a stone bench, weathered by time but still sturdy. It seemed to have been placed there for a reason, as though waiting for someone to come and rest. As she sat down on the bench, the lantern's light flickered, casting long shadows across the ground. It was as though the light was alive, reacting to her presence. Lyra closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the quiet energy that surrounded her. A sense of peace settling over her. When she opened her eyes again, the forest seemed different. The trees were no longer just trees. They were like ancient guardians, each one watching over the path she had taken. The river, too, had taken on a new significance. It was no longer just a stream, it was the flow of life itself, carrying with it the stories of those who had walked before her. And then, a voice broke through the silence. It was soft, like a whisper carried on the wind, but it was unmistakable. "You have come far, Lyra," the voice said, and though it was familiar, she couldn't quite place it. "But there is still much you must learn." Lyra stood, her heart racing. The voice had come from the lantern itself, and she could feel its power radiating from within. She reached out, hesitating for only a moment before touching the lantern's cool surface. The moment her fingers made contact, a surge of energy shot through her, filling her with warmth and light. The lantern flickered more brightly, and the world around her seemed to shimmer, as if the boundaries between the physical and the magical were dissolving. "You have found the light within," the voice continued, now clearer, more defined. "But it is not enough to simply hold it. You must share it, spread it, and let it grow." Lyra nodded slowly, understanding that her journey was not just about finding herself, but about offering the gift of her truth to the world. She had found the light within her, but now it was time to share it, to heal others, to help them find their own way in the darkness. The lantern's glow grew even brighter, and Lyra knew that the next part of her journey was about to begin. She had discovered her dream, but now it was time to walk it, to step into the light and help others find their own path in the forest of forgotten dreams. With a final glance at the glowing lantern, Lyra turned away, her heart filled with purpose. The river would continue to guide her, but now, she carried the light with her. And with it, she would illuminate the way for others, leading them through the forest and into the realm of their own forgotten dreams. Lyra's feet barely touched the ground as she followed the river's winding course, the lantern's light glowing gently within her chest, its warmth spreading through her with each step. The path ahead was unclear, the forest dense and mysterious, but she no longer felt the weight of uncertainty pressing on her. The light inside her heart had become her guide, steady, constant, and unwavering. The trees around her, ancient and towering, seemed to part just enough to reveal the path that lay ahead. The moonlight shone brighter now, illuminating the way forward, though it seemed as though the shadows had grown deeper in the spaces between the trees. As if the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting for Lyra to take the next step. She could feel the magic in the air more strongly now, like a pulse beneath the surface of the earth, rising and falling with her every movement. She could hear whispers on the wind, voices she couldn't quite make out, but they were not threatening. Rather, they seemed to be encouraging her, guiding her along her journey. After what felt like hours of walking, Lyra came upon a clearing, different from any she had encountered before. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous, twisted tree, its roots curling into the earth like the limbs of some ancient creature. The trunk was broad and gnarled, and the leaves shimmered with an otherworldly glow, casting soft patterns of light on the ground beneath. The air around the tree was thick with energy, and Lyra felt a deep sense of reverence, as though she had stumbled upon a place of great significance. At the base of the tree was a stone platform, smooth and worn by time, with intricate carvings etched into its surface. The carvings were familiar to Lyra, though she couldn't place where she had seen them before. They seemed to depict stories of people, figures walking through forests, standing before great challenges, and ultimately overcoming them. She realized that these were not just any carvings, but the stories of others who had come before her, those who had walked the path of the forgotten dreams and had found their own truths within the forest. As Lyra stepped closer to the platform, the ground beneath her seemed to hum, a deep, resonant vibration that filled the air. She could feel the energy in the earth rising, as if it were calling to her, inviting her to place her hands on the stone. Without hesitation, Lyra approached the platform and gently placed her palms on the smooth surface. The moment her skin made contact with the stone, a surge of energy coursed through her, and the carvings on the platform began to glow, illuminating the entire clearing with a soft, golden light. The air around her seemed to shimmer, and for a moment, she was no longer in the forest. Instead, she found herself standing in a vast, open space, surrounded by towering stone pillars that stretched up into an infinite sky. The ground beneath her was covered in delicate, silver dust, and in the distance, she could see the faint outline of a figure. The figure grew closer, its form becoming clearer with each passing moment. It was a woman, tall and graceful, with long, flowing hair that seemed to be made of light itself. Her eyes glowed with an inner fire, and she moved with a quiet strength that resonated deeply with Lyra. She was both familiar and unknown, as though Lyra had seen her before, but in another time, another place. "You have found the heart of the forest," the woman's voice echoed, her tone warm and soothing. "This is the place where all paths converge, the place where the forgotten dreams are woven into the fabric of the world." Lyra took a step forward, her heart pounding in her chest. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The woman smiled, her gaze soft but piercing. "I am the weaver of dreams," she replied. "I have watched over this forest for as long as it has existed. I have guided those who seek their true path, just as I now guide you." Lyra's mind raced, but she remained silent, allowing the woman's words to wash over her. The weaver of dreams. She had heard that name before, but only in passing, in the whispers of the forest. Yet here she was, standing before Lyra, as real as the earth beneath her feet. "You are ready," the weaver continued. "You have seen the reflection of your soul in the lake. And now you stand before the heart of the forest, the place where your dream can take shape." Lyra's breath caught in her throat. "What do you mean?" "What dream?" The weaver's smile deepened, and she stepped closer to Lyra. "You have carried your dream with you all your life, even when you did not know it. Now, it is time to give it life. The forest holds the power to make your dream a reality, but first, you must understand the nature of the gift you hold." The woman gestured to the stone pillars that surrounded them. Each one seemed to pulse with light, each carrying its own unique energy. These pillars represent the different paths, the different possibilities. Each path leads to a different outcome, a different life. Your dream is not a single, fixed thing. It is fluid, like the river that runs through the forest. It can change, grow, and evolve. But you must be willing to trust in its power, and in your ability to shape it. Lyra felt a surge of emotion at the weaver's words. She had always seen her dream as something distant, something to be found only after a long journey. But now she understood, it was not just a dream to be discovered, but a force to be wielded, a living thing that would grow with her. As she grew, "You must choose, Lyra," the weaver said, her voice soft yet insistent. "You can remain here in this place, safe and sheltered, or you can step forward and let your dream take form in the world. You can live within the confines of what you know, or you can embrace the unknown, trusting that your dream will guide you." Lyra stood silently for a long moment, the weight of the decision settling on her shoulders. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: she could no longer stay where she was. She had already stepped into the unknown, and now, there was no turning back. With a deep breath, Lyra looked up at the weaver of dreams, her eyes filled with determination. "I am ready. I will embrace my dream, no matter where it leads me." The weaver smiled, and with a wave of her hand, the stone pillars around them began to shift, rearranging themselves into a new pattern. The air shimmered with magic, and the ground beneath Lyra's feet seemed to hum with energy. "Then your journey begins anew," the weaver said. "Step forward, and let your dream unfold." With that, Lyra took her first step toward the unknown, her heart filled with the quiet certainty that she was ready to face whatever came next. Guided by the dream she had always carried within her, Lyra's feet touched the ground again, and the world around her seemed to shimmer, a delicate dance between the tangible and the magical. The air was thick with energy, and the forest, now more alive than ever, seemed to respond to her every movement. The stone pillars had shifted, forming a new path, one that led deeper into the heart of the forest. Lyra could feel the pull of the journey, the promise of what lay ahead, and yet, she knew that this path was different. It was not just a trail through the trees, but a path that would take her into the depths of her own soul. The weaver of dreams stood beside her, her presence calm and unwavering. "Remember," the weaver said, her voice soft like the rustling of leaves in the wind. "This forest holds not only the forgotten dreams of others but the potential for your own. You have already walked far, but now, you must face the most challenging part of your journey, the part where you must confront what you fear the most." Lyra nodded, a sense of resolve settling over her. She had already faced so much, her own reflection in the lake of reflections, the magic of the lantern of light, and now, the whispers of the forest seemed to beckon her forward, urging her to embrace the next step. As she walked deeper into the forest, the trees grew denser, their trunks twisting and gnarled, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the moonlight into patterns of shadow and light. The air was cooler now, and the silence around her was profound, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of an owl. The path ahead seemed to split into two directions, each one leading off into a different part of the forest. One path was bathed in soft, golden light, while the other was shrouded in shadow, the air thick with a sense of foreboding. Lyra paused, uncertain. Both paths called to her in different ways, but it was the path of shadow that seemed to pull at her heart. It was as though the darkness itself was a force that demanded to be understood, a mystery she could not ignore. The weaver of dreams appeared beside her, her eyes knowing. "This is the choice you must make," she said, her voice like a whisper in the stillness. "The golden path is the one of comfort and certainty. It is the one that will lead you to a peaceful life, free from fear or doubt. But it is not the path of growth. The shadowed path is the one that leads to your true self, the one that will require you to confront your greatest fears. It is the path of transformation, but it is also the path of hardship. You must choose, Lyra." Lyra took a deep breath, the weight of the decision pressing down on her. The golden path called to her, offering safety, warmth, and security, but it was the shadowed path that resonated most deeply with her soul. She knew that to truly understand herself and her dreams, she could not shy away from the darkness. She had already walked so far, and the forest had taught her that the journey was not about avoiding challenges, but about embracing them. With a firm nod, Lyra took the first step onto the shadowed path. The air grew cooler, and the shadows deepened around her, but she did not falter. She could feel the weight of the forest's power surrounding her, its presence both comforting and unsettling. As she walked deeper into the darkness, the trees grew closer, their branches heavy with vines and moss. The ground beneath her feet became uneven, and the silence was almost oppressive, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. The further she went, the more she could feel the shadows pressing in on her, testing her resolve. But then, in the distance, she saw a faint light, a flicker of movement in the darkness. It was soft at first, barely noticeable, but it grew brighter with each step she took. It was not the light of the moon, but something more ethereal, more magical. The light seemed to pulse, like the beating of a heart, drawing her toward it. Lyra quickened her pace, her curiosity growing. As she drew closer, the light revealed itself to be a small, glowing figure standing in the center of a clearing. It was a child, no older than 10, with hair that seemed to shimmer like stardust and eyes that glowed with a soft, silvery light. The child's form flickered like a flame, and yet there was something undeniably real about it. The child looked up at Lyra, their gaze filled with an ancient wisdom beyond their years. "You've come," the child said, their voice a soft melody that seemed to resonate with the forest around them. Lyra's heart skipped a beat. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly, though she couldn't explain why. "I am a guardian of the forgotten dreams," the child replied, their voice calm and reassuring. "I hold the memories of all those who have walked the paths before you. I am the keeper of the lost possibilities." Lyra felt a deep sense of connection to the child, as though they were a part of her own journey. "What do I need to do?" she asked, feeling a strange sense of urgency within her. The child smiled gently, stepping closer. "You must face your fear," they said. "The darkness you see around you is not an enemy, it is a reflection of your own doubts and uncertainties. Only by accepting it can you move forward. Only by embracing your fear can you unlock the next part of your path." Lyra swallowed hard, her mind racing. She had faced challenges before, but this was different. The darkness around her was not just external, it was something deep within her, something she had avoided for so long. She had always feared that she was not enough, that her dreams were too big, too unattainable. But now, standing before this child, this guardian of forgotten dreams, she realized that she could not continue her journey without confronting this fear. With a deep breath, Lyra closed her eyes, allowing herself to feel the fear that had been lingering inside her for so long. She didn't try to push it away. Instead, she embraced it, letting it fill her completely. The darkness was not something to be feared, it was a part of her, just as the light was. Together, they formed the whole of who she was. When Lyra opened her eyes, the child was smiling at her, their eyes shining with pride. "You have faced your fear," the child said. "Now, you are ready to continue." Lyra's heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment, and the darkness around her seemed to dissipate, replaced by a soft, gentle light that radiated from within her. The forest itself seemed to respond, the trees shifting to make way for her, the path ahead clearing. "You have taken the first step," the child said, their voice full of quiet strength. "Now, you will walk the path of your dreams with the courage to face whatever comes next." With those words, the child faded into the shadows, leaving Lyra standing alone in the clearing, the soft glow of her own light filling the space around her. She had faced her fears, and in doing so, she had unlocked the next part of her journey. The forest had shown her that the darkness was not something to be feared, but something to be embraced. And now, she was ready to continue, her heart filled with the quiet certainty that the dream she carried within her was not just a distant hope, it was something she could make real. The glow inside Lyra's chest pulsed warmly, like a heartbeat in rhythm with the very air around her. As she continued down the now clear path, the shadows that had once felt so overwhelming no longer seemed to weigh her down. Instead, the darkness had become a part of her, a tool, a reminder of the strength she had gained. The forest had tested her, and she had emerged stronger for it. Her footsteps were light now, the weight of her fear lifted, but the journey was far from over. Ahead of her, the forest continued to stretch into the unknown, the towering trees whispering secrets she had yet to learn. Though the path before her was lit by the soft, golden glow from her chest, there was a stillness in the air, a feeling that something important was about to unfold. As Lyra walked, the forest seemed to grow more vibrant. The leaves shimmered in the moonlight, casting dancing patterns on the ground. A gentle breeze carried the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the sound of distant birdsong filled the air. The further she ventured, the more the forest seemed to hum with life, and Lyra could feel that the energy around her was shifting. She paused for a moment, her breath steady and calm. It was as if the forest was asking her to listen to the stories woven into the very earth beneath her feet. Lyra knelt down, her fingers grazing the soft moss-covered ground. The sensation was electric, like a current running through her body, in the quiet stillness. A soft voice broke through the silence, as though carried on the wind. It was faint at first, but it grew clearer, and Lyra realized it was a voice calling her name. "Lyra." She stood up quickly, her heart skipping a beat. The voice was familiar but distant, like a memory from her past. She couldn't place it, but it felt important. The voice called to her again, this time stronger, more urgent. "Lyra, come closer." Without hesitation, Lyra began walking toward the sound. She could feel the pull of the voice, as though it was guiding her to something she needed to see. The air seemed to grow denser with each step, and the trees parted in front of her, revealing a clearing bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. In the center of the clearing stood a figure, cloaked in shimmering light. It was a woman, her features delicate and serene, her hair flowing like liquid silver. She was surrounded by a gentle aura that seemed to pulse with the same energy Lyra had felt in the depths of the forest. The woman's eyes were closed, and yet Lyra could feel her presence, her power, as though it reached deep into Lyra's very soul. "Who are you?" Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The woman's eyes opened slowly, and Lyra was met with a gaze that was both kind and knowing. There was a sense of ancient wisdom in the woman's eyes, as though she had seen countless lives and paths. Yet there was no judgment, only understanding. "I am the Dream Keeper," the woman replied, her voice soft but strong. "I am the keeper of all that has been forgotten, all that has been lost in the flow of time. I protect the dreams that have been abandoned, the possibilities that were never realized." Lyra's heart swelled with a mixture of awe and curiosity. "The forgotten dreams," she whispered. "But why? Why are they forgotten?" The Dreamkeeper smiled gently, the corners of her lips turning up in a way that was both comforting and mysterious. "The dreams are not forgotten by choice, Lyra. They are lost when people stop believing in them, when they are overwhelmed by the darkness, or when they are told that their dreams are impossible. But every dream has its place in the world. Every dream holds a thread of truth, and when the time is right, that truth will be revealed." Lyra felt a deep sense of understanding wash over her. She had long carried her dream, her desire to help others and bring light to the darkest corners of the world, but there had always been doubt. Doubt that she was not strong enough, that her dream was too grand, too unattainable. But the Dreamkeeper's words resonated with her, reminding her that the dreams we carry are never truly lost. "You have already walked so far, Lyra," the Dreamkeeper continued. "And now, you must decide, will you continue to hold your dream, even when the world tells you it is impossible? Will you nurture it, let it grow, and allow it to guide you?" Lyra's heart ached with the weight of the question. It was not a simple decision, it was a question of her very purpose, her very reason for being. She had already taken so many steps, faced so many fears, but the journey ahead seemed so uncertain, so vast. "I will," Lyra said, her voice steady and firm. "I will carry my dream, no matter how impossible it seems. I will believe in it, and I will bring it to life." The Dreamkeeper's smile deepened, and she stepped closer to Lyra, her hands raised in a gesture of blessing. "Then your path is set. The forest has shown you its truths, and you are ready to walk the path that lies ahead." The Dreamkeeper placed her hands on Lyra's chest, directly over the glowing light. The warmth of her touch spread through Lyra's body, and for a moment, the forest seemed to fade away. It was as if time itself had stopped, and in that stillness, Lyra understood something profound. The dream she carried was not just her own, it was the collective hope of everyone who had ever dreamed of something more. It was the spark of possibility that lived in the heart of every person who dared to believe. And it was her purpose to nurture that spark, to keep it alive, and to share it with the world. When the Dreamkeeper withdrew her hands, the glow in Lyra's chest intensified, radiating with a brilliant light that seemed to fill the clearing. The forest around them responded, the trees swaying in a breeze that was both warm and invigorating. "You are ready, Lyra," the dream keeper said, her voice filled with pride. "Go now, and let your dream take form. The world awaits you." Lyra nodded, her heart soaring with a sense of purpose and clarity. She stepped away from the dream keeper, feeling the weight of her journey lift from her shoulders. She was no longer burdened by doubt. The forest had shown her that her dream was not only worth believing in, it was worth fighting for. As she turned to leave the clearing, the trees parted once more, revealing the path ahead. The forest, once a place of uncertainty and fear, now felt like a home. She could feel the energy of the land beneath her feet, guiding her forward, and the soft light within her chest pulsed with the certainty that her dream was alive, and it would lead her to places she had yet to imagine. With a final glance back at the dream keeper, Lyra stepped into the unknown, her heart full of hope and determination. Her journey was far from over, but now, she knew that she would never walk alone. Lyra's breath was steady, but her heart still echoed with the remnants of the fear she had faced. The clearing where she stood had become a place of quiet transformation, and the soft, shimmering light that surrounded her seemed to pulse with the energy of the forest itself. She could feel the weight of the journey ahead, but there was a new sense of clarity within her, a sense of purpose she hadn't fully realized until now. The path before her had become clearer, the dense forest parting to reveal a long, winding road that seemed to stretch far into the distance. The trees here were older, their trunks wide and twisted, their branches heavy with the weight of centuries of memories. The light that filtered through the canopy above was softer now, a golden glow that bathed everything in a gentle warmth. With each step, Lyra could feel the forest growing quieter, as though it were waiting for something. She reached out, brushing her fingers against the bark of the nearest tree, and felt a hum of energy pass through her. The tree whispered to her, its ancient voice a blend of voices from the past, echoes of those who had walked the path before her. The forest had always been alive, but now it felt more alive than ever, like it had become a part of her journey, guiding her forward. As she walked, the silence was interrupted by the sound of distant water. Lyra's steps quickened, her curiosity piqued. The sound grew louder, until she emerged from the thick forest and found herself standing before a river. The water was clear and still, its surface shimmering like glass in the soft light. The river wound through the forest, its banks lined with smooth stones and delicate ferns. The air was thick with the scent of earth and water, and for a moment, Lyra stood in awe of the scene before her. She had crossed many obstacles, but the river felt different. There was a sense of finality about it, like crossing this river would bring her closer to her true path. A bridge appeared before her, not a structure of stone or wood, but something more ephemeral. The bridge was woven from light, its threads shimmering like strands of silver, pulsing with the rhythm of the river's flow. Lyra knew instinctively that this was the way forward. As she approached the bridge, she noticed a figure standing at the far side. It was a woman, tall and graceful, dressed in flowing robes of silver that caught the light in a way that made her seem almost ethereal. The woman's face was hidden in shadow, but Lyra could feel her presence, a calm energy that radiated from her like the stillness of the river itself. "Who are you?" Lyra called out, her voice steady, but filled with curiosity. The woman's eyes glimmered, twin pools of deep blue that seemed to reflect the sky itself. "I am the guardian of the river," she replied, her voice low and soothing. "And I am here to guide those who wish to cross, to those who seek to continue their journey." Lyra nodded, a sense of both awe and unease settling in her chest. "I am ready to cross," she said, stepping forward toward the shimmering bridge. The guardian smiled gently, and the air around Lyra seemed to hum with energy. "To cross this river is to let go of the past," the woman said, her voice soft as a breeze. "The river carries with it not only the water of the forest, but the memories of all those who have passed through. It cleanses, it refreshes, and it lets go. But to cross, you must surrender what you have held on to for so long." Lyra's heart tightened. She had come so far, and yet, there were pieces of herself she had yet to fully release. The fear, the doubt, the memories of those who had told her she couldn't dream big, that she wasn't enough, all these pieces clung to her like shadows in the corners of her mind. How could she let go of them? The guardian seemed to sense her hesitation. "It is not about forgetting," she said softly. "It is about acceptance. Only when you accept what has come before can you step fully into what is to come. The river will not erase your past, it will help you make peace with it, so you can move forward unburdened." Lyra stood silently, her gaze fixed on the shimmering bridge. She felt the weight of her past, her mistakes, her losses, the parts of herself that she had yet to forgive, pressing on her chest. But now, with the guardian's words echoing in her mind, she understood. To move forward, to truly walk the path of her dreams, she needed to let go of the weight that had been holding her back. With a deep breath, Lyra stepped onto the bridge. The moment her foot made contact with the first thread of light, a rush of energy surged through her. It was as though the very air had shifted, vibrating with the current of the river below. The light beneath her feet seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, and with each step, she felt the burdens of the past begin to lift. As she walked, the river below her shimmered with memories, flashes of her childhood, the laughter of friends long lost, the faces of those who had guided her on her journey. They were not gone, but they were no longer a weight she carried. She saw them, acknowledged them, and then let them float away on the current. Each one fading into the distance as the river carried them forward. By the time Lyra reached the other side, the forest had changed. The trees were no longer ancient and twisted, but young and vibrant, their leaves glowing with the promise of new beginnings. The air was warm, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to hum with life. Ahead, she could see the outline of a new path, one that wound through a meadow of wildflowers, each petal kissed by the light of the rising sun. The guardian was gone, but Lyra could feel her presence in the stillness of the air, in the soft whisper of the wind. She had crossed the river, let go of the past, and now, she stood on the threshold of something new. With a heart that felt lighter, freer, Lyra began to walk forward, her step steady and sure. The forest had revealed yet another layer of its magic, and with each step, she could feel the dream within her growing clearer. The path ahead was still unknown, but now, it was a path she was ready to walk, unburdened, unafraid, and more certain than ever that her journey was far from over. Lyra's heart raced as she continued down the new path, her feet brushing against the soft, fragrant meadow grass. The sun had fully risen now, casting golden beams of light that bathed the world in a warmth that felt like a fresh beginning. Each step she took seemed to echo in the stillness, but this time, the silence wasn't oppressive. It was a quiet that invited reflection, peace, and possibility. The wildflowers around her danced gently in the breeze, their petals glowing with vibrant colors, deep blues, radiant yellows, and rich purples, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive with magic. The air smelled of sweet honeysuckle and the fresh scent of dew, and Lyra couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of belonging she hadn't realized she was missing. As she walked, the forest behind her seemed to fade into the distance, and with it, the shadows that had once loomed so large in her mind. The journey through the woods had been long and difficult, but each step had brought her closer to understanding herself. To knowing that the path she walked wasn't just a physical one, it was a path of growth, of shedding the old and embracing the new. The path ahead curved gently, leading Lyra toward a distant hill. At the top, she saw something glimmering in the sunlight, a shape that sparkled like a star. It was faint at first, but as she drew closer, it became clearer, a stone archway, its edges etched with intricate designs that seemed to shift as if alive. The stone itself glowed softly, a faint light pulsing within it. Lyra's steps quickened, drawn to the archway. She could feel a hum of energy coming from it, like the heartbeat of the earth itself, and it filled her with a sense of wonder and anticipation. She knew instinctively that this archway was not just a passage through the forest, it was a threshold, a point of transition between the past and the future, between the dreams she had once forgotten and the dreams she was about to bring to life. When she reached the archway, she paused, placing her hand lightly on the stone. The moment her fingers touched it, a warmth spread through her body, and the designs on the archway shimmered and shifted, revealing symbols she recognized, symbols of hope, strength, and dreams unspoken. They were the same symbols she had seen in her visions, in the deep corners of the forest, and they all pointed toward the same thing, the next step in her journey. Lyra closed her eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. The weight of everything she had experienced, every challenge, every fear, every moment of doubt, was now behind her. It had shaped her, yes, but it no longer defined her. She had come so far, and yet, she knew that the true test was not in the forest she had left behind but in the world that lay beyond this archway. With a steady heart, she stepped through. As she crossed the threshold, the world around her shifted. The meadow faded into a soft mist, and the air became cooler, filled with the scent of the ocean. Lyra's surroundings changed rapidly. The meadow was replaced by a vast stretch of sandy shore, the sound of the waves crashing softly in the distance. The sky above was a brilliant cerulean blue, and the sun shimmered on the horizon, casting a long golden path across the water. She was no longer in the forest. She was standing at the edge of a new world. The ocean stretched out before her, vast and endless, its surface shimmering with the colors of the setting sun. The sand beneath her feet was soft and warm, and Lyra felt an overwhelming sense of freedom, as though she had just unlocked the door to a new chapter in her life. Lyra turned to look back, but the archway was gone. The path that had brought her here had disappeared with it, and for the first time since her journey had begun, she felt truly alone. But this solitude didn't feel lonely. It felt like an invitation to shape her own future, to choose her own destiny. The sound of the waves was calming, and Lyra could feel their pull, like a whisper from the heart of the world, calling her to something greater. The ocean held secrets, mysteries, and stories untold, and Lyra knew that she was meant to uncover them. She took a step forward, feeling the cool breeze on her face. The sky above seemed to stretch on forever, a canvas for the dreams she had yet to dream. The ocean whispered of possibilities, of worlds waiting to be discovered. She could feel the pulse of something ancient, something powerful, in the air. It was as if the very elements were alive, each one eager to welcome her into its fold. And then, from the distance, Lyra saw something that caught her eye, a small boat, floating gently on the water. It was crafted from driftwood and seashells, a simple yet beautiful vessel that seemed to shimmer with the same soft light as the archway. There was no one in the boat, but it swayed gently with the rhythm of the waves, waiting. Without a moment's hesitation, Lyra walked toward it, the soft sand cool beneath her feet. The boat seemed to beckon her, its simplicity inviting her to embark on a new journey, one that would take her far from everything she knew and into the vast unknown. When she reached the boat, she hesitated for only a moment, then stepped in. The boat rocked gently with her weight, but it held steady as she sat down. The moment she did, the boat began to move on its own, gliding across the water as if guided by some invisible force. As Lyra looked out over the ocean, she felt an overwhelming sense of possibility. This was the beginning of something new, a chapter that would not be written by anyone but her. The road ahead was unclear, but it was hers to walk, hers to shape, and so, with the wind in her hair and the sun at her back, Lyra set sail into the unknown, her heart full of hope, her dreams unfolding like the vast ocean before her. She was no longer just a traveler in a forgotten forest, she was a dreamer on the edge of a new world. And the journey had only just begun. The boat glided silently across the water, and as the shoreline grew distant, Lyra felt a strange sense of peace settle over her. The vastness of the ocean around her seemed endless, the horizon a never-ending line where the sea met the sky. The soft rocking of the boat was like a lullaby, and for a moment, she could almost forget the trials she had faced, the challenges and fears she had overcome in the forest. The boat moved with purpose, though there was no visible wind or current to guide it. It seemed to have a will of its own, a quiet determination that matched Lyra's own. She leaned back, watching the sky above. It was vast and clear, a gentle gradient of blues that shifted toward a soft violet as the sun began its descent. The light was softer now, the air cooler, and the ocean beneath her sparkled with the fading light of day. Time felt like it had stopped, the world suspended in a quiet moment of transition. Lyra's eyes closed, and for the first time in a long while, she allowed herself to simply be. She could feel the whispers of the ocean, soft voices that spoke of ancient things, of forgotten wisdom carried on the waves. There was something soothing in that, something that told her she was exactly where she was meant to be, and yet, beneath the stillness, Lyra felt a stirring. The peaceful journey she had been on, the sense of calm and release, was not to last forever. There was something waiting for her. Something on the horizon that called her onward. She could not linger in this moment forever, however perfect it seemed. The ocean was pulling her forward, urging her to discover what lay beyond the horizon. As she gazed into the distance, a glimmer caught her eye. At first, it seemed like a trick of the light, just a flicker on the water. But it grew clearer, a faint glow shimmering in the distance. The light was unlike any she had seen before. It was not the soft glow of the sunset, but something more intense, more vibrant. It called to her, beckoning her closer. The the boat responded to this pull, moving faster, as though it too recognized the significance of what lay ahead. The water became calmer, smoother, the boat gliding effortlessly across its surface as the glowing light drew nearer. Lyra could now see that it was not just a single light but a cluster of them, twinkling like stars in the twilight. With every passing moment, the lights grew brighter, and soon, Lyra saw that they were not stars at all, but clusters of strange, floating orbs, hovering just above the surface of the water. Each orb was a different color, some were deep blues, others soft greens or bright yellows, their glowing forms shifting like jellyfish in the sea. They drifted lazily, their light casting ripples across the water, and as they moved, Lyra felt an undeniable pull toward them. The boat slowed as it approached the orbs, and Lyra could hear a faint hum in the air, like a gentle vibration that seemed to come from deep within the water itself. It was as though the ocean was alive with energy, responding to the orbs in ways that Lyra could not fully comprehend. The air around her buzzed with something ancient, something powerful, and she knew instinctively that the orbs were no mere light. There was magic in them, something profound. The boat came to a stop, just beyond the cluster of glowing orbs. Lyra sat still, watching them as they floated in perfect harmony, the colors shifting in a mesmerizing dance. She could feel the pulse of the energy around her, a strange and undeniable connection to something far greater than herself. The orbs seemed to be waiting, their glow softening, like they were inviting her to understand them, to unlock the mystery they held. Suddenly, one of the orbs began to move, slowly at first, and then with more purpose. It drifted toward her, floating effortlessly through the air, and Lyra held her breath, watching in awe as it approached. The orb hovered in front of her, just within reach, and for a moment, she thought she saw something in its depths, a flicker of light, a pattern, a story. Without thinking, Lyra reached out, her fingers brushing against the orb. The moment her skin made contact with its surface, a rush of warmth flooded through her, and the world around her shifted. It was as if the orb had opened a door in her mind, a door to a hidden realm of memories, of dreams and forgotten thoughts. She saw flashes, images from her past, her childhood, her earliest dreams, all flowing like a river within the orb's light. But then, it was not just her memories she saw. Lyra began to see the memories of others, strangers, travelers, dreamers who had crossed the same ocean, seeking their own truths. Each face, each life, was a thread woven into the vast tapestry of the world, a world that was interconnected in ways Lyra had never fully understood. She saw the dreams they had dreamed, the paths they had walked, and the choices they had made, and in that moment, Lyra understood. The orbs were not just lights in the water. They were the living memories of all who had traveled this path before her. They were the dreams of those who had come seeking, just as she had. And now, she too was a part of their story, her own dream woven into the fabric of the ocean's eternal cycle. The orb pulsed once more, and Lyra felt a sense of peace, as though everything that had happened, every step she had taken, every challenge she had faced, had led her to this moment. She was not alone. She was a part of something far greater than herself, a part of a story that had been written long before her birth and would continue long after her journey ended. The orb slowly drifted away, its light fading into the distance as the other orbs followed suit. Lyra felt the pull to let them go, to release them into the vastness of the ocean, just as she had released her past. The boat began to move once more, the energy of the orb still lingering in the air, guiding her forward, and as the boat sailed onward, Lyra felt her heart lighter, her mind clearer, and her spirit more connected to the world than ever before. The ocean, the forest, the river, everything had led her here. And now, with the stars above her and the ocean beneath, she was ready for whatever awaited her next. The boat continued its journey across the ocean, the gentle hum of the orb still vibrating in the air. Lyra's mind buzzed with the memory of the vision she had experienced, the fleeting images of forgotten dreams and distant lives. Her connection to the ocean and its vast, unseen stories had deepened, and she felt a newfound sense of purpose stirring within her. But with that purpose came an undeniable pull, an invitation to move further, to seek out whatever lay beyond this mysterious sea. As she gazed ahead, she saw the faint outline of an island on the horizon, barely visible through the shimmer of the water. It was small, but it radiated an energy that Lyra could feel even from this distance. The island seemed to glow softly, like a beacon in the twilight. It was as if the island itself had been waiting for her arrival. Patiently waiting for the moment when she would come close enough to see it, to discover what secrets it held. The boat, as if recognizing her growing curiosity, began to pick up speed, gliding swiftly toward the shore. Lyra could feel her heart quicken as the island grew larger, its features becoming clearer. Tall, jagged cliffs rose from the water, their dark stone faces covered in lush greenery. The island's center seemed to be crowned with an ancient tower, its silhouette reaching toward the sky like a forgotten sentinel. Between the cliffs, a narrow passageway opened, revealing a calm bay where the boat could dock. When the boat finally reached the shore, Lyra stepped out onto the sand. The soft grains cooled beneath her feet. She stood for a moment, taking in the island's beauty and mystery, her senses heightened by the strange energy that seemed to pulse in the very air around her. The island felt alive, but not in the way she had experienced the forest or the ocean. It was different here, older, somehow, and steeped in secrets long buried. The air was thick with the scent of salt and earth, mingling with the faintest trace of something else, something distant, yet deeply familiar. Lyra could hear the sound of wind rustling through the trees, the low call of distant birds, but there was something else, too. A soft melody seemed to float on the breeze, as if the island itself was singing a song. A song of ancient origins that no one had heard in centuries. Lyra's curiosity grew with each passing moment. She took a deep breath and made her way toward the narrow passageway between the cliffs. The path was rocky, and the ground uneven, but the pull of the island was undeniable. It called to her, urging her to move forward, to uncover its secrets. As she walked, she noticed that the vegetation on the island was unlike anything she had seen before. The trees were tall and twisted, their branches reaching out like the fingers of an ancient being. Flowers bloomed in colors so vibrant they seemed almost unreal, their petals shimmering like they were dusted with stardust. The air was thick with their scent, a heady mix of jasmine and night-blooming florals that made her feel as though she were walking in a dream. The melody grew louder as she continued deeper into the island. It seemed to be coming from somewhere just ahead, but no matter how far she walked, she could not pinpoint its source. It was as if the song was part of the island itself, woven into the very fabric of the land. The path eventually led her to a small clearing, and in the center of the clearing stood a large stone archway, its surface covered in intricate carvings. The archway seemed ancient, its stone worn by time, yet it radiated an undeniable sense of power. Lyra felt a strange sense of recognition as she approached it, as if she had seen this archway in a dream before. The carvings on the stone seemed to shift and change as she neared, each one depicting scenes of distant lands and forgotten realms. Lyra's heart beat faster as she stood before the archway, feeling the weight of its presence. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool stone. The moment she touched it, the air around her seemed to shift. A deep, resonant hum filled the space, and for a brief moment, the world around her seemed to blur, as if the island itself was holding its breath. Suddenly, the archway began to glow, the carvings lighting up with a soft, golden light. Lyra stepped back, startled, as the ground beneath her feet trembled. The sky above darkened slightly, as though the very atmosphere was responding to the energy that had been released. The song, too, grew louder, its melody becoming more distinct, more urgent, and then, from within the archway, a figure appeared. At first, it was just a shadow, barely visible against the glowing light of the stone. But as the figure stepped forward, Lyra could make out the shape of a tall, cloaked figure, their face hidden beneath the folds of their hood. The figure moved with purpose, their footsteps silent on the earth, and yet Lyra could feel the weight of their presence. The figure stopped before her, and for a moment, there was only silence. The melody had ceased, and the world around them seemed to hold its breath, waiting for what would happen next. Lyra felt a surge of energy radiate from the figure, a force so strong it made the air around her hum. The figure slowly reached up, pulling back the hood of their cloak. Lyra's breath caught in her throat as the figure's face was revealed. It was a face she had seen before, in the forest, in her dreams, in the visions she had experienced. The figure was a mirror image of herself, yet older, wiser, and filled with a depth of understanding that Lyra couldn't yet comprehend. The figure spoke, their voice soft but firm, echoing through the clearing. "You have come far, Lyra," they said, their voice carrying the weight of time. "But the journey is far from over. The island has much to reveal, and much to teach. Are you ready to listen?" Lyra felt her heart race. She had been ready to face whatever lay ahead, but this was something more, something she had not anticipated. The figure before her held the key to something greater, something that had been hidden deep within her all along. The path ahead would not be easy, but Lyra knew that she had no choice but to walk it. "I am ready," she replied, her voice steady despite the storm of emotions swirling inside her. The figure nodded slowly, their expression unreadable. "Then let us begin," they said, and with a single movement, they gestured toward the archway. The world around them seemed to hold its breath as Lyra stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the unknown. The moment Lyra crossed the threshold of the archway, the air shifted, the world around her warping like a reflection in a rippling pond. For a split second, she felt weightless, as if she were suspended between two worlds. Then, with a soft lurch, the ground beneath her feet solidified once more, and she found herself standing in an entirely new place. The clearing had disappeared. The towering cliffs, the ancient trees, the mystical flowers, none of it was there anymore. Instead, she stood in a vast, open expanse that stretched out as far as the eye could see. The sky above was a deep shade of indigo, scattered with stars that glimmered like distant gems. The air was thick with a kind of stillness, as though the universe itself was holding its breath. In the distance, a soft glow emanated from a cluster of large stones, their shape strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had seen before. The stones were arranged in a circle, each one rising from the earth like towering monoliths. Between them, a faint mist swirled, moving with an unnatural grace. The glow pulsed in time with her heartbeat, its rhythm steady, comforting. Lyra instinctively took a step forward, her feet moving before her mind could even process the decision. Each step she took felt purposeful, as if the ground itself was guiding her, urging her to approach the circle of stones. The mist thickened as she drew nearer, its tendrils curling around her legs like a cool, soft breeze. As she entered the circle, the air seemed to hum with energy. The stones before her began to glow brighter, their surfaces etched with symbols that glimmered in the shifting light. Lyra felt a strange sense of recognition, as though these symbols were speaking directly to her, telling her something she could not yet understand. They seemed to pulse with life, each one telling a story of its own, a story older than time itself. She reached out to touch one of the stones, her fingers brushing against its smooth, cold surface. The moment her skin made contact, a rush of images flooded her mind. She saw flashes of places she had never been, faces she had never met, and emotions so intense they nearly overwhelmed her. It was as if the stone was opening a doorway to 1,000 forgotten memories, not just of herself, but of others, people who had walked this path before her, people whose lives had intertwined with hers in ways she couldn't yet comprehend. The symbols on the stone began to shift, rearranging themselves before her eyes, creating new patterns, new stories. One symbol stood out to her above all the others, a circle with a single, radiant star in the center. It seemed to pulse with an energy all its own, drawing her attention in a way nothing else had. As she continued to gaze at the symbol, a voice broke through her thoughts, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to echo from all around her. "You have come seeking answers," the voice said, its tone gentle yet filled with a deep wisdom. "But the answers you seek are not here. They are within you, Lyra. The path you walk is one of self-discovery. What you have seen, what you have learned, is only a fraction of the truth." Lyra's heart raced. She had been searching for answers for so long, answers about the forest, the island, the dreams, and the strange forces that had been guiding her. She had thought the key lay in the ancient places she had visited, in the objects she had discovered. But now, standing before this circle of stones, she realized the truth. The key had always been within her, the voice continued, its words resonating deep within her being. The journey ahead is not one of physical distance, but of the soul. You must look inward, Lyra, for only by understanding yourself can you unlock the mysteries of the world around you. The power to change, to grow, lies within you. As the voice faded, the glow of the stones dimmed, leaving Lyra standing in the center of the circle. The mist began to dissipate, and the stars above shone brighter, as if they, too, were guiding her toward the next step in her journey. Lyra took a deep breath, her mind filled with the weight of what she had just heard. She understood now, this was not a quest to find something external, but to uncover the truth buried deep within herself. The stones, their glow now fading, seemed to be waiting for her to move forward. Without hesitation, Lyra turned away from them, the path ahead still unclear, but her heart now filled with a sense of purpose she had never felt before. As she stepped out of the circle, the world around her began to shift once more. The landscape morphed, the mist thickening and swirling, until she found herself standing before a new set of doors. These doors were unlike any she had ever seen, carved from ancient wood, their surfaces covered in intricate, swirling designs that seemed to come to life as she gazed at them. The doors beckoned her forward, their energy calling to her, urging her to step through. With a steady breath, Lyra reached for the handles, the cool wood smooth beneath her fingers. She turned the handles, pushing the doors open. As they creaked and groaned, a flood of light poured through, bathing her in its warmth. She stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the unknown, and as she did, she felt the weight of her past, her doubts, and her fears fall away. She no longer needed to search for answers in the world around her. The answers were within her, waiting to be discovered, and the journey that lay ahead would be one of unlocking the power that had always been hers. The doors closed behind her, and Lyra walked forward, her heart light and her spirit steady. Whatever awaited her on the other side, she was ready. The forest, the island, and the stones had all led her here, to this moment of transformation. She was no longer just a traveler. She was a seeker, a dreamer, and now, she was ready to embrace her destiny. Lyra stepped into the blinding light that poured from the doors, feeling its warmth envelop her like a soft blanket. For a moment, she felt as though she were suspended in time, caught between two worlds, the one she had just left behind and the one she was about to enter. Her heart raced with anticipation, but also with a deep sense of calm, as if she were being guided by an invisible force towards something greater. The light slowly faded, and when her eyes adjusted, Lyra found herself standing in a vast, open expanse. The ground beneath her feet was soft and lush, covered in thick, vibrant grass that swayed gently in the breeze. In the distance, she could see a sprawling valley, dotted with vibrant flowers and winding rivers that shimmered like silver threads under the sun, but it wasn't the beauty of the landscape that captivated her. It was the stillness. The world around her was eerily quiet, as if the land itself were holding its breath, waiting for her to make the next move. She felt the weight of the silence press in on her, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It was the kind of silence that invited introspection, the kind that made her feel as if every thought, every emotion, was amplified. Lyra took a deep breath, inhaling the crisp air. The scent of pine and wildflowers filled her senses, grounding her in the present moment. She could hear the faint sound of water flowing somewhere in the distance. But the absence of any other noise made it feel like she was the only living being in this strange, dreamlike place. The path ahead was unclear, winding through the valley and disappearing into a forest that seemed to pulse with its own energy. The trees were tall and ancient, their trunks twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching up like the hands of forgotten gods. The forest beckoned, its shadows hiding secrets that Lyra couldn't yet fathom, but as she stood there, something caught her eye. A figure, standing at the edge of the valley, watching her from afar. The figure was cloaked in shadows, their form indistinct, but Lyra could feel their gaze upon her. She hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do. Should she approach? Or stay where she was, waiting for the figure to come to her? Before she could make up her mind, the figure moved. It was slow at first, their movements almost deliberate, as if they were testing the air. Then, without warning, the figures stepped forward, their form becoming clearer with each passing second. Lyra could see now that it was a person, a woman, tall and elegant, her long, silver hair flowing behind her like a waterfall of light. Her eyes were a deep, luminous blue, and her face was both familiar and foreign, as if Lyra had seen her before, but couldn't quite place where. The woman stopped just before Lyra, her presence commanding yet serene. There was a quiet strength about her, an energy that seemed to emanate from her very being. "You have come far," the woman said, her voice soft but filled with an ancient wisdom. "The path you walk is one of great power and great responsibility. You are on the brink of something profound, something that will change everything." Lyra looked into the woman's eyes, feeling the weight of her words. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "What am I meant to do here?" The woman smiled, a gentle curve of her lips that seemed to hold an entire universe of understanding. "This is the heart of the forgotten dreams," she replied. "It is where all that has been lost, all that has been forgotten, is stored. This land, this place, is the keeper of memories, memories that time has erased, that the world has cast aside. But here, they live on. And here, you will find what you have been searching for." Lyra's heart skipped a beat. "The forgotten dreams," she whispered, as though the phrase itself carried a deep resonance within her. "Yes," the woman said. "You have walked through the forest, the island, and the stones. Each of them has shown you a part of your journey. But now, you must see the whole picture. You must face the truth of who you are and what you are meant to become." Lyra's mind raced. She had come so far, experienced so much, and yet she still felt as if there were something more, something she had yet to uncover. "I don't understand," she confessed, her voice small. "What is it that I'm supposed to do?" The woman stepped closer, her presence calm and steady. "You must remember," she said, her eyes locking onto Lyra's. "You have forgotten who you are, just as the world has forgotten the dreams of those who came before you. But you are not just a traveler. You are a keeper of memories, a weaver of dreams. The path you are on is not just for you, it is for the world. It is for all the forgotten dreams that have been lost in the winds of time." A wave of realization washed over Lyra. It was as if something had clicked into place, something deep within her that she hadn't known was there. She wasn't just meant to find answers. She was meant to restore balance, to bring back what had been lost, to awaken the dreams that had been forgotten by the world. The woman reached out, placing a hand on Lyra's shoulder, grounding her. "You have the power to change the course of history," she said, her voice full of reverence. "But first, you must face what lies within you, the darkness, the fears, the doubts. Only then can you unlock the true power that is waiting to be discovered." Lyra swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the woman's words settle in her chest. The journey had never been just about finding answers. It had always been about understanding herself, embracing the darkness and the light within her. Only then would she be able to awaken the forgotten dreams that lay dormant in the world. The woman smiled once more, her eyes glowing with pride. "You are ready," she said, before turning away and walking into the forest, her form dissolving into the mist. Lyra stood there, her heart racing, her mind spinning. She had been given the key, the understanding of her purpose, of her true nature. But now, the hardest part remained. She had to face her fears, her doubts, and everything that held her back. Only then could she step into the next chapter of her journey. With a deep breath, Lyra turned toward the forest. The path ahead was unclear, but she no longer felt lost. She knew now that the journey was not just about the destination. It was about the transformation that would take place within her, and the way she would change the world by unlocking the forgotten dreams of those who had come before. Lyra stepped into the forest, the air thick with the scent of ancient earth and wildflowers. The trees around her seemed to whisper, their leaves rustling like the soft murmur of forgotten voices. Each step she took felt deliberate, as if the very ground beneath her was guiding her toward something, urging her to move forward. But she knew that this was not just a physical journey, it was one that would take her deep within herself, into the heart of her own fears and desires. As she walked, the forest seemed to grow darker. The trees closed in around her, their gnarled branches intertwining, casting long shadows across the path. The mist from before swirled at her feet, curling around her ankles like the touch of unseen hands. But Lyra pressed on, her heart steadied despite the growing sense of unease. In the distance, she could just make out a faint glow, soft and inviting. It was as though the forest itself was offering her a light to follow, a beacon in the vast darkness. She quickened her pace, driven by a sense of urgency she couldn't fully explain. The glow grew brighter as she neared, and soon she found herself standing at the edge of a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a pool of water. Its surface perfectly still, reflecting the moonlight in ripples of silver. The water was unlike anything Lyra had ever seen. It shimmered with an ethereal light, its depths impossibly clear, as if it held the secrets of the universe within its stillness. Lyra approached the pool, her feet brushing against the soft grass. She knelt down beside it, gazing into the water. At first, all she saw was her own reflection, her eyes wide, her face pale, as if the forest itself had drained the color from her. But then, as she focused, the reflection began to shift, the water rippled, and the image of Lyra blurred, replaced by flashes of memories, fragments of her past, moments she had long since forgotten. She saw herself as a child, running through a field of tall grass, her laughter echoing in the air. She saw herself as a young girl, sitting by a fire, listening to stories told by an old woman with silver hair. She saw herself, older now, standing at the edge of a cliff, looking out over a vast ocean, wondering what lay beyond the horizon. Each memory seemed to pass by in a blink, each one a fleeting moment in time. But as the images swirled, one memory in particular stood out. It was a moment she had long since buried deep within her, a moment she had tried to forget. Lyra saw herself, alone, standing in the middle of a vast, empty plain. The sky above was dark, and the air was thick with an oppressive silence. In the distance, she could see a figure, cloaked in shadow, standing just beyond her reach. She could feel the weight of their gaze, their presence pressing in on her. Fear gripped her chest, and for a moment, she couldn't move. The figure slowly raised a hand, their fingers curling into a fist, and Lyra felt a surge of dread. It was then that she realized the truth. The figure was not a stranger. It was herself. The revelation hit her like a tidal wave. She had been running from herself for so long, from the parts of herself that she was too afraid to face. The fears, the doubts, the darkness within her had been calling out for her attention, but she had been too focused on the external world to listen. The figure in the vision was a manifestation of everything she had tried to hide, everything she had tried to ignore, but now, standing before the pool of water, Lyra understood. The journey was not about seeking answers from the world outside of her. It was about confronting the shadows within herself, embracing the parts of her that she had long ago pushed away. Only by doing so could she unlock the true power within her, the power to change, to grow, and to heal. The water before her rippled once more, and the reflection of the shadowy figure faded, replaced by something else. The figure in the water was no longer an enemy, but a reflection of herself, standing tall and strong. Her face illuminated by a gentle, inner light. Lyra felt a sense of peace wash over her, as if the weight of her fears had been lifted. "You are not alone," a voice whispered, soft and reassuring. "You have always been whole, Lyra. The journey you've taken, the people you've met, they have all been parts of you. Every challenge, every step, has been a reflection of the journey within." Lyra nodded slowly, her heart full of understanding. She had spent so much time searching for answers in the world around her, but the truth had always been within her, waiting to be discovered. The forest, the stones, the memories, everything had been guiding her to this moment, to the realization that she was the key to her own transformation. With a deep breath, Lyra stood up, her resolve stronger than ever. The forest around her began to shift, the shadows retreating as the moonlight poured through the trees. The mist that had once seemed so thick and oppressive now danced in the air, its tendrils swirling like a living thing. The path ahead was still unclear, but Lyra no longer felt lost. She knew that the journey would continue, and that it would be filled with both light and darkness. But she was no longer afraid. She was ready to face whatever came next, knowing that she carried within her the strength to overcome it. As she turned away from the pool, a sense of calm settled over her. She had faced the shadows of her past and emerged stronger for it. Now, it was time to move forward, to embrace the future, and to walk the path that was uniquely hers. And with that, Lyra stepped deeper into the forest, her heart light, her spirit strong, and her purpose clear. The forgotten dreams had been awakened, and now it was her turn to awaken the world. The forest stretched out before Lyra, an endless tapestry of trees, each one standing like a silent sentinel guarding the mysteries of the world. The moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground, creating patterns that seemed to pulse with life. Every step Lyra took was deliberate, the earth beneath her feet firm and steady, as if it too were guiding her forward. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, mixed with the faintest trace of something floral, something distant and familiar. It reminded her of the days when she was a child, when the world was full of wonder, and every corner seemed to hold a new secret. But now, as an adult, she was no longer the curious girl she once was. She had become someone new, someone who understood the weight of her journey, who knew the importance of what she was about to face. The clearing ahead beckoned her. She had walked this far, and now she could sense that something was coming, something profound, something that would shape the next chapter of her journey. She couldn't explain it, but her heart quickened as she approached. Her senses heightened, her every instinct alert. In the center of the clearing stood a massive stone arch, weathered and ancient, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to shimmer and shift under the moonlight. The archway appeared to lead into another world, a world just beyond her reach, and yet Lyra could feel the pull, the invitation, urging her to step through. A low hum resonated through the air, as if the arch itself was alive, vibrating with an energy she couldn't quite grasp. It was both soothing and unsettling at the same time, the sound echoing in her chest, reverberating through her very bones. She could sense that this was the moment when everything would change. She paused before the arch, her breath shallow, her heart racing. Behind her, the forest whispered in the wind, its voices a symphony of forgotten dreams. It was as if the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for her to make the next move. A voice broke through the stillness, soft yet clear, carrying the weight of an ancient wisdom. "You have come far," the voice said, and Lyra spun around to find a figure standing behind her. It was a woman, tall and elegant, her features hidden in the shadow of her hood. Her face was obscured, but Lyra could feel her presence, strong, unyielding, as if this woman had been waiting for her. "Who are you?" Lyra asked, her voice barely a whisper. The woman stepped forward, her cloak flowing behind her like a river of midnight. "I am the keeper," she said, her voice echoing with the weight of the ages. "I guard the threshold between worlds, the point where forgotten dreams and lost memories converge." Lyra's heart fluttered. "What lies beyond the archway? The answers you seek," the keeper replied, her voice soft, almost a whisper. "The memories you have forgotten, the truths you have buried deep within yourself. The path before you is not one of ease. It is the final trial, the moment when you must face the full depth of your past, your fears, your desires." Lyra swallowed hard, her mind racing. She had thought she was prepared for what lay ahead. But now, standing before this mysterious keeper, she wasn't so sure. She had faced the darkness, but could she face the truth of who she was? Could she confront the parts of herself she had long tried to forget? The keeper seemed to sense her hesitation. "The journey you've taken has led you here, to this point. But it is not the journey that will define you, it is the choices you make now. Will you continue, or will you turn away?" Lyra closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She had come this far, faced the shadows of her past, embraced the forgotten dreams. There was no turning back now. She had to face whatever awaited her beyond the archway. Without another word, she stepped forward. Her foot crossing the threshold, the world around her shifted instantly. The forest, the clearing, the keeper, they all faded away, dissolving into a swirling mist of light and shadow. Lyra felt herself falling, spiraling into a vortex of memories, of emotions, of dreams that had long been buried. Each memory was like a flash of lightning, bright and fleeting, offering glimpses of a life she had lived, a life she had forgotten. She saw herself as a child again, her laughter echoing through a sunlit meadow, her heart free of the burdens she carried now. She saw the face of the old woman who had taught her the stories of their people, her voice full of wisdom, her eyes filled with love. She saw the moments of joy, the moments of pain, the moments of loss, all the pieces of her past coming together in a tapestry of understanding. But then, there were the darker memories, the ones she had pushed away. She saw the pain of betrayal, the sharp sting of abandonment, the haunting fear that had followed her throughout her life. She saw the shadowy figure once more, the one she had run from for so long. But this time, The figure was not an enemy. It was a part of her, a reflection of her own fears and doubts. Lyra reached out, her hand trembling, and touched the shadowy figure. In that moment, everything changed. The darkness that had once consumed her seemed to dissipate, replaced by a warm light that spread through her body, filling her with a sense of peace she had never known before. The swirling mist faded, and Lyra found herself standing once more before the archway. But this time, it was different. The light was brighter, the air fresher, and the world around her seemed to hum with life. The keeper was gone, but Lyra knew that she had passed the final test. She had faced her fears, embraced the forgotten parts of herself, and emerged stronger than ever. She turned back toward the archway, her heart full of resolve. The journey was far from over, but now, she was ready. She was no longer a traveler lost in the shadows of her past. She was the keeper of forgotten dreams, the weaver of lost memories, and she had a world to awaken. With one final step, Lyra crossed through the archway, the path ahead clearer than ever before, and the forest, the land, and the forgotten dreams all welcomed her with open arms. Lyra's breath caught in her chest as the world around her settled into stillness. She stood in a vast, open space, the landscape unfamiliar and yet strangely comforting. The archway she had passed through had disappeared behind her, leaving no trace of its existence. In its place, there was only the soft hum of energy, like the heartbeat of the world itself, pulsing beneath the surface of the ground. The sky above was a deep indigo, dotted with stars that seemed to shimmer brighter than any night she had ever known. The land stretched out in all directions, a blend of ancient forests, rolling hills, and endless plains. But it was the feeling of it that struck Lyra most. The air was thick with memories, as though every breath she took carried the weight of forgotten dreams, past lives, and untold stories. As she stepped forward, she could feel the ground shift beneath her feet, as if it was adapting to her presence, guiding her along a path that had always been waiting for her. The land seemed alive, its very essence intertwined with her own. Every step she took felt like a conversation, a gentle exchange between herself and the world that had embraced her. In the distance, she saw a figure standing at the edge of a grove, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. The figure seemed familiar, though she couldn't quite place them. The air hummed with a sense of anticipation, and Lyra knew that this was someone, or something, that she needed to meet. Her feet moved of their own accord, guided by an instinct she couldn't explain. As she approached, the figure turned, and Lyra was met with the sight of a woman, tall, regal, with long, silver hair that seemed to shimmer in the moonlight. Her eyes were a deep, piercing violet, filled with an ancient wisdom that spoke to Lyra's very soul. "You have come," the woman said, her voice melodic, like the wind singing through the trees. "I knew you would. Who are you?" Lyra asked. Her voice steadied despite the emotions swirling within her. She felt as though she had known this woman for a lifetime, though she had never seen her before. "I am the guardian of the forgotten paths," the woman replied, her smile warm yet enigmatic. "I watch over the crossroads of time and memory. I guide those who seek the truth of themselves, those who are ready to reclaim their forgotten dreams." Lyra felt a surge of understanding, as if the pieces of her journey were slowly coming together. "I'm ready," she said, her voice filled with determination. "I've faced the shadows, embraced the forgotten parts of myself. I'm ready to move forward, The guardian nodded, her eyes filled with pride. It is not an easy path that lies ahead, Lyra. But it is your path. And only you can walk it. Lyra's heart quickened as she stepped closer to the guardian. What lies ahead? What must I do? The guardian raised her hand, and in the air above them, the stars shifted. The sky rippled like water, revealing images of distant lands, forgotten cities, and hidden realms. Lyra could see herself standing in the midst of these places, moving through time and space, a figure who could bridge the gaps between dreams and reality. You must gather the threads of forgotten stories, the guardian said. There are worlds that have been lost to time, realms that have faded into nothingness. But the stories that once lived in those places, they still exist. They wait to be remembered, to be woven back into the fabric of reality. You will bring them to life, Lyra. You will be the weaver of dreams. The word struck Lyra like a lightning bolt, and for the first time, she understood the full extent of her journey. She had not only come to reclaim her own forgotten dreams, but to restore the forgotten worlds and lives that had been lost along the way. Her purpose was greater than she had ever imagined. The guardian's gaze softened. You are ready, she said again, her voice filled with a deep, knowing calm. But first, you must face one final test. To awaken the forgotten stories, you must first remember your own. With that, the sky above shifted again. And Lyra found herself standing alone in a different place. The landscape was barren, the ground cracked and dry, with no trees or life in sight. In the distance, she could see a small figure, a child, sitting on the ground, staring at the horizon with an expression of longing. Lyra approached cautiously, her heart heavy with the weight of something she couldn't fully understand. As she drew closer, the child turned to look at her, and Lyra's breath caught in her throat. It was her. A younger version of herself, sitting in the dust, lost in thought. The child's eyes were wide and filled with wonder, but also with an undeniable sadness, as if the world had already begun to slip through her fingers. The child spoke, her voice soft but clear. I remember you, she said, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. You were always the one who could see beyond the ordinary. You could hear the whispers of the world, feel the pulse of dreams. But you forgot. You forgot who you were. Tears welled in Lyra's eyes as she knelt beside the child, her hand trembling as she reached out. I didn't mean to forget, she whispered, the pain of all the years spent lost in the shadows suddenly flooding to the surface. I've been so afraid. The child reached up, touching Lyra's hand with the gentleness of a dream. Fear is only the shadow of what you could become, she said. But you've always had the power to choose. You just need to remember that you are the weaver. You are the one who can stitch the fabric of the forgotten together. Lyra closed her eyes, a wave of understanding washing over her. The fear she had carried for so long was not an enemy, it was a part of the process, a part of the journey. She could embrace it, learn from it, and use it to guide her forward. When she opened her eyes again, the child was gone. The barren land around her had transformed into something new. The cracked earth was now covered with soft, green grass, and wildflowers bloomed in vibrant colors. The air smelled fresh and sweet, the promise of new beginnings filling the space. Lyra stood, her heart lighter, her purpose clearer. She was ready to continue her journey, to restore the forgotten worlds and bring their stories back to life. She was the weaver of dreams, and the threads of the past were waiting for her to reclaim them. With a final glance at the transformed land, Lyra stepped forward, knowing that the path ahead would be challenging, but also filled with infinite possibilities. The forest of forgotten dreams was only the beginning. Lyra moved through the lush, transformed land with a newfound sense of purpose. The weight of her journey felt lighter, as though the burden of forgotten memories and lost dreams had been shared by the earth itself, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the forest. The air was rich with the scent of renewal, flowers in full bloom, the fresh tang of the earth, and the crisp, invigorating chill of the night that wrapped around her like a blanket. The path ahead was winding, but Lyra was no longer uncertain. She had reclaimed her memories, faced her deepest fears, and come to understand the importance of the stories she was now destined to weave. She had always been the keeper of forgotten things, the one who could see the invisible threads that connected the world. Now, she would gather them, bring them back into the light, and stitch them together into a new tapestry that could revive the fading corners of reality. As she walked, the trees began to change once again. The ancient pines that had stood sentinel for so long began to thin, giving way to a sprawling meadow. The ground was soft and yielding beneath her feet, and in the distance, Lyra could make out a faint glow, a soft, pulsing light in the heart of the field. Her heart quickened as she approached, the light growing brighter with each step. She reached the center of the meadow, and before her stood a magnificent tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, but its branches stretching high into the sky. Unlike the trees she had passed before, this one seemed to hum with a different energy, an ancient wisdom that resonated deep within her. The leaves shimmered, each one glowing softly with a silver light, like tiny stars caught in the branches. The moment Lyra stood beneath its canopy, the tree seemed to come alive. The wind whispered through its leaves, and the soft glow of the leaves grew more intense. She could feel the vibrations in the air, a melody that seemed to call to her from the depths of her soul. "Lyra," a voice whispered, gentle but strong. It was a voice she knew well, though it had not spoken to her in many years. The voice of the guardian of the forgotten paths. The light intensified, and the figure of the guardian emerged from the shadows of the tree, her silver hair flowing like a river of starlight. Her eyes, glowing violet, looked at Lyra with both pride and understanding. "You have come far," the guardian said, her voice like the wind itself, shifting with the rhythm of the forest. "The threads are close now, Lyra. You are ready to gather them." Lyra nodded, her heart swelling with anticipation. "What must I do?" The guardian stepped forward, her hands reaching out to touch the trunk of the tree. "This tree," she explained, "is the heart of the forest. It is the place where all forgotten stories begin and end. From its roots, the stories flow like rivers, winding through time, slipping into the cracks of memory. You must open the heart of the tree and allow the stories to surface. They are waiting for you to bring them back to life." Lyra approached the tree, the glow of its leaves enveloping her as she reached for the trunk. The bark was warm to the touch, pulsing with the same energy that filled the air around her. As her fingers brushed against it, she felt a surge of power rush through her body, a flood of memories, dreams, and stories that had been forgotten by the world, their voices silent for too long. She closed her eyes and focused, reaching deep within herself, calling to the threads that wound through the fabric of the world. They were there, hidden in the silence, waiting for her to awaken them. With each breath, she felt them stir, pulling free from the depths of the earth, spiraling toward her like tendrils of light. The tree responded to her call. The branches swayed, the silver leaves shimmering brighter, and the ground beneath her feet began to rumble gently. Lyra could feel the stories rising, coming alive in the spaces between her breaths. They were like echoes, like whispers that had been trapped in time, and now they were breaking free. The guardian watched silently, her eyes filled with knowing. "You have awakened the threads, Lyra," she said softly. "Now you must weave them together. You must bring the lost stories back to the world." Lyra's heart swelled with both awe and determination. She felt the weight of the task ahead, but she also felt the immense power of the forest supporting her, guiding her. She reached deep within herself, and with a single thought, she began to weave, the threads of forgotten dreams and lost worlds intertwined in her mind, each one unique, yet connected by an invisible bond. She could see the images of distant lands, the faces of people long forgotten, and the tales of adventures that had never been told. They all rushed toward her, and she allowed them to pass through her hands, gathering them one by one, bringing them to life with the force of her will. As she wove, the air around her shimmered with light. And the tree hummed with life, its branches stretching even higher as the stories she had gathered began to take shape. The ground beneath her feet blossomed with new life, flowers blooming, trees sprouting from the earth, and the air filled with the sounds of birds and laughter. The world was being reborn, piece by piece, thread by thread. The guardian stepped forward, her face glowing with pride. "You have done it," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "The stories are alive again, and the forgotten worlds will awaken." Lyra stepped back, gazing at the vast landscape she had helped bring to life. The forest, the meadow, the sky above, everything was radiant, alive with the energy of the stories she had woven back into existence. But even as she stood there, basking in the beauty of what she had created, Lyra knew that her journey was far from over. There were still many stories to gather, many threads to weave. The world was vast, and there were countless forgotten dreams waiting to be remembered. With a final glance at the guardian, Lyra turned and began to walk deeper into the forest, ready to continue her work. The world was awakening, and she was its weaver. Lyra moved deeper into the forest, the echoes of her weaving still humming in the air. Each step she took was filled with purpose, each breath a reminder of the journey that had brought her here. The world around her had transformed, where there had once been shadows. Now there was light, where there had once been silence, now there was song. The stories she had awakened were like threads woven into the very fabric of the world, pulling everything into alignment. As she walked, she felt the land shifting beneath her feet, as though the earth itself was responding to her presence. It wasn't the same as before. There was a quiet, steady rhythm now, like a heart beating in time with her own. The trees whispered in a language she now understood, their branches moving in time with the wind, each rustle carrying the faintest trace of a forgotten story. Ahead, the path began to narrow, the trees growing closer together until the sunlight barely filtered through the canopy above. The air grew cooler, and the atmosphere shifted. There was something here, something old and ancient, waiting for her to discover it. Lyra's steps faltered for a moment. The pull of this place was different from the rest of the forest. It was darker, more elusive. And yet, There was something deeply familiar about it, as if she had walked this path before in another time, another life. She couldn't explain it, but her instincts told her to keep going. In the distance, she saw a flicker of movement, something moving between the trees, brief and almost imperceptible, like the shadow of a forgotten dream trying to reassert itself. Her heart quickened. She had felt it, the presence of something that had been lost. She knew she was close now. Lyra pressed forward, her feet light despite the dense, almost oppressive air. As she entered the clearing ahead, the scene before her made her pause. The clearing was vast, with a single, enormous stone at its center. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, its surface covered in intricate carvings that seemed to pulse with ancient magic. The stone glowed faintly, casting an ethereal light across the clearing. Standing in front of the stone was a figure, a man, cloaked in shadows. His face was obscured, but there was something hauntingly familiar about him, like a forgotten dream she was on the edge of remembering. The air around him hummed with a strange energy, and Lyra felt a shiver of recognition deep within her bones. "You've come," the figure said, his voice low and steady, like the sound of a distant river. "I've been waiting for you." Lyra's pulse quickened. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice a mixture of curiosity and caution. The figure tilted his head slightly, as if considering her question. "I am a keeper of forgotten things," he replied, his voice laced with sorrow. "I watch over the fragments of dreams that have slipped through the cracks of time. I guard the stories that were never told, the paths that were never walked." Lyra stepped forward, the weight of his words settling in her chest. "What do you mean?" she asked, her mind racing with possibilities. He looked at her then, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. "You are the weaver of stories, Lyra. But there are stories that cannot be woven back into the world. Some paths are meant to remain lost, forgotten by time. I protect those paths. I protect the fragments." Lyra's heart sank. "Are you saying that some dreams, some stories, are better left forgotten?" The figure shook his head slowly. "Not forgotten, just untouched. There are dreams that cannot bear the weight of being remembered. They would shatter, unraveling everything they touch. Some things are better left in the dark, where they cannot hurt anyone." Lyra's mind spun with the complexity of his words. She had always believed that every forgotten story could be reclaimed, every lost dream could be resurrected. But here, in this clearing, she was faced with a different truth. Some things, no matter how much they longed to be remembered, were better left in the shadows. The man extended a hand toward her, the glow of the stone casting an eerie light on his face. "You must decide, Lyra. Will you continue your journey and risk unraveling the fragile balance that holds this world together? Or will you leave some stories in their resting place, where they belong?" Lyra stood frozen, torn between the two paths. The desire to reclaim every forgotten dream, to awaken every lost world, burned within her. But deep down, she understood the weight of what the figure was saying. She had always seen herself as the weaver, the one who could stitch everything together, but now she realized that some threads should never be pulled. The air seemed to hold its breath as Lyra considered the choice before her. She felt the weight of every life, every story, every forgotten dream pressing on her shoulders. This was a crossroads unlike any she had faced before. Finally, she spoke, her voice firm. I will not forget them. I will not leave any dream untouched. But I will tread carefully. I will learn to understand the balance. To know when a story is meant to be told, and when it is better left in the dark. The figure regarded her for a long moment, his eyes unreadable. Then, slowly, he nodded. A wise choice, he said, his voice softer now. But be warned, some paths are more treacherous than they appear. Not all stories should be resurrected, and not all dreams should be remembered. You will find that the world has its own rhythm, its own reasons for what it hides. With that, the figure stepped back into the shadows, his form dissolving into the darkness like a wisp of smoke. The stone in the center of the clearing dimmed, the glow fading as if it had never been there. Lyra stood alone in the clearing, the weight of her decision settling into her chest. She had chosen her path. But now, more than ever, she understood the complexity of the world she was trying to reshape. Every story she brought back would have consequences. Every dream she awakened would carry with it a piece of the forgotten past. She took a deep breath and turned back toward the forest, knowing that her journey was far from over. There were still many more stories to gather, and many more choices to make. But now, more than ever, Lyra knew the importance of balance, of knowing when to remember, and when to let the forgotten rest. As she walked deeper into the forest, the shadows parted, and the path ahead revealed itself once again. The threads of dreams waited for her, and she would continue her weaving. Carefully and thoughtfully, as the forest of forgotten dreams pulsed gently beneath her feet, the forest had become a living entity in its own right, its pulse aligning with Lyra's every breath. The delicate balance she had vowed to protect seemed more fragile with every step she took, as if the very earth beneath her feet was both watching and waiting for her next move. The threads of forgotten dreams intertwined with the roots of the trees, their whispers rising and falling in a rhythm only the heart could hear. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew warmer. The dark shadows of the trees seemed to thin, and the canopy above parted to reveal rays of golden light filtering through the leaves. This was no ordinary light. It shimmered with a strange energy, one that seemed to resonate with the very core of the land. Lyra stopped and looked around, sensing a change in the atmosphere. The forest no longer seemed like a place of lost memories, it was alive with potential. The stories she had awakened had begun to take root in the soil, growing and shifting, filling the land with possibilities. She could hear them now, faint echoes of lives long lived, dreams once forgotten, now stirring beneath the surface of the world. But there was something else, something beyond the new growth. A gentle hum filled the air, like the sound of a distant river running beneath the forest floor. It wasn't a physical sound, but one that resonated within her mind, drawing her forward, urging her to move. Lyra followed the sound, her feet light on the ground, her senses heightened. She could feel the pull of the hum deep in her chest, guiding her towards something she couldn't yet see. The forest seemed to open up before her, as if parting to make way for the path that had been waiting for her all along. Ahead, at the base of a massive, ancient tree, stood a figure. This one was different, no longer a shadow, but a being of pure light, its form shifting and changing like the stars themselves. The figure stood tall, its shape ever changing, as if made from the very energy of the forest. Lyra, the figure spoke, its voice a melody, soft but filled with authority. You have come far, Lyra's heart raced. There was a recognition in the voice, but it was something deeper, something that transcended time. She knew, somehow, that this being was older than the forest itself, older than the stories she had uncovered. It was the source of the hum, the keeper of all the forgotten dreams that had ever been. "I have," Lyra replied, her voice steady despite the overwhelming presence of the figure. "But I feel, there is more. More that I need to understand." The figure tilted its head, its form swirling with starlight. "Yes," it said, its voice resonating with the very fabric of the universe. "There is always more. The stories you have gathered are not just tales to be told, they are the essence of the world itself. They shape the past, the present, and the future. You have awakened them, but you must now learn how to guide them." Lyra stepped forward, feeling the weight of the figure's words. "How do I guide them? How do I ensure that the balance is maintained?" The figure extended a hand, its fingers shimmering with the light of 1,000 stars. "The forest is only as strong as the stories that live within it. And the stories are only as strong as the ones who carry them. You, Lyra, are the weaver of these stories, but you must understand the true nature of your craft. It is not enough to simply bring the stories to life. You must learn how to listen to them, how to nurture them, and how to allow them to grow in their own time." Lyra's mind raced. "But how can I listen to them? How do I hear their needs?" The figure's gaze softened, its eyes filled with an ancient wisdom. "The stories are not static. They are alive, evolving, just as you are. They will speak to you in ways you cannot yet comprehend. Sometimes in whispers, sometimes in dreams. It is your task to listen, to trust in your heart, and to act when the time is right." Lyra closed her eyes for a moment, letting the figure's words settle within her. The weight of what she had learned began to make sense. Stories were not just creations of the past. They were living things, shaped by the present and given form by the future. It was a responsibility greater than she had ever imagined, but it was one she was ready to bear. When she opened her eyes again, the figure was no longer standing before her. Instead, it was woven into the very fabric of the forest, its light now a part of the trees, the sky, and the land itself. Lyra stood still for a moment, breathing deeply, feeling the world around her shift once again. She could sense the stories, feel them like a pulse beneath the ground, in the wind, in the sky. They were waiting for her to listen, to guide them. With renewed resolve, she turned and began to walk deeper into the forest. Her steps light but purposeful. There was much work to be done, but now, Lyra knew that she was not alone. The forest, the stories, the dreams, they were all a part of her, and she was a part of them. As she walked, the trees seemed to bend in greeting, their leaves shimmering in the sunlight. The air was alive with the hum of possibility. The forest of forgotten dreams was no longer a place of silence, it was a place of rebirth, of connection, of stories waiting to be told, and Lyra would be their weaver.